guns in there that are like unstudied, that she wants to keep tabs on. If they end up in tier 1 sides in a couple of years' time, or whatever. So this is why she's the best. Anyway, so she sat down next to me, and I said, "Who are you scouting?" And she goes, "Oh, there was a lady that played for Yorkshire yesterday that looks quite good." And I was like, "Right, okay." And she went, "You're in the shit, aren't you? Because we were about 5 down for about 60. I was like, "Thanks, Charlotte." I was like, "I didn't really need that."
Right, I think we better start. I'll tell you who did that lucky well at Edgbaston. Seriously well. Huh? Who did? Well, a very good morning from the Utilita Bowl. It is bright and sunny with not a cloud in the sky, so we are set fair for this much anticipated Metrobank Women's One Day Cup Tier 1 game, or League 1, between Hampshire and Surrey. The news is that Hampshire won the toss and are going to bat first. They've made one change from the side that tied with Warwickshire. In fact, both these sides had their matches go to the last ball. Surrey, unfortunately, lost to Somerset off the last ball. They've also made one change as well. We'll go through the two teams then. Your commentary team today, I'm afraid you're stuck with two people. So let's hope you don't get bored a little later. We certainly won't. I'm Kevin James, and next to me is former Southern Vipers off-spinner and one of the Sussex women's coaches, though she's not going to talk too much about it at the moment after their first two performances, but I'm sure I'll drag something out of her. It's Charlotte Taylor. Charlotte, hi.
Hello, how are we?
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're good. Shall we run through the two teams? We both know the two teams, and we know the one change. Do you want to do Surrey, and I'll do Hampshire?
I will. So, this morning, Surrey up, like, they made one change, as you say. So, Bryony Smith will captain the side, Danny White-Hodge, Alice Capsey, Sophia Dunkley, Davidson Richards, Paige Schofield, wicketkeeper Kira Chatley, opening bowler Anis Monaghan, obviously playing against her old side in a roundabout way. Used to play for the Vipers, of course, down here. Phoebe Franklin, Kalia Moore is the change, so she's in for Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, and Danny Gregory. So that's your Surrey lineup this morning.
Hampshire have made one change from that side up at Edgbaston, and it's a spinner in for a seam bowler. Poppy Tullock, who made a debut on Wednesday, is omitted from the final 11, and Rebecca Tyson, the left-arm spinner, comes in for her first game of 2025. So it is, and it looks like this, do Hampshire: Maya Boucher, Ella McGacken, Charlie Knott, Captain Georgia Adams, Rihanna Southby, who played absolutely brilliant up at Edgbaston with the bat with her 72, Abby Norgrove, Nancy Harmon, Lindsay Smith, Freya Davies, Rebecca Tyson and Lauren Bell. Those are your two teams for today's game. 50 overs a side contest, and the two umpires are making their way out into the middle, so we are literally minutes away. So yeah, two interesting games for both these sides. Charlotte?
Yeah, obviously a tie for Hampshire when they played up at Warwickshire at Edgbaston on Wednesday. It was a bit of an exciting one, a bit of a thriller to start. Probably clawed their way back into the game, to be honest with you. They were behind the 8 ball for quite a way and managed to claw their way back into the game in both innings, and then did that one in a tie. And then a bit of an upset for Surrey. They're, on paper very strong. They go out there, thinking that they're going to win the game against Somerset, and obviously a reduced overs game changes the ball, or changes the situation of the game, and they lose to Somerset on Wednesday as well, so they'll be wanting to come back fighting. Yeah,
I think everybody's favourites, or most people's favourites for the title this year was Surrey, so they'll be looking to make up for that one. So the Surrey team in their almost black outfits are walking out to the middle, and the two Hampshire batters, Maya Boucher and McGacken, seem even more eager because they're actually leading the Surrey players out from the far end of the ground. The two umpires today, Nigel Long and Ben Peverell. So it's two males today then, which is unusual. It's normally one female and one male.
Both of them together.
Yeah. In their familiar green sleeves and dark blue tops bodies. So
it's the wide brim hats.
Yeah.
It's a favoured thing from umpire, the wide brim hat. Do you have to wear one? Is that part of the outfit?
Well,
I've never seen an umpire wear a cap, for example.
No, there's probably an official uniform, and I don't know. I shouldn't think they'll have to buy it.
That's why I'm not an umpire, because I'm not going to suit a wide brimmed hat.
No, I'm not a big hat person, if I'm honest. But when you stand out in the sun all day, every day, as an umpire, it's probably advisable to wear something on your head. So we are almost underway, and these two sides actually met in a pre-season friendly 2 or 3 weeks ago. Which was won by Surrey. A couple of good performances in that, I'm sure we'll mention. Alice Monaghan got runs against we say our old side, but I mean Hampshire have morphed into the Southern Vipers. Right, we're underway with the first ball bowled.
It's Phoebe Franklin.
It's Phoebe Franklin. The scoreboard has Gregory bowling, and of course she's a lot faster than Daniel Gregory. Well, that was the last time I saw Daniel Gregory bowl.
Morphed into a seamer over the weekend.
Yes, right. So
normally people go the other way, don't they? They go from a seamer into a spinner when their bodies give up.
Yes, as they get a bit older and want to sort of try and eke out another season or two. So it's Phoebe Franklin from the pavilion end. That's very wide indeed, and signalled wide. So we are underway here at the Utilita Bowl. Second round of matches in the Tier 1 competition. There's already been a second round of games in Tier 2. Charlotte probably doesn't want to talk too much about her Sussex side.
Still a bit raw.
Two losses out of 2. Unfortunately, length ball there to Ella McGacken, plays that out quietly on the offside. So go on, tell us what happened yesterday with Sussex.
Well, obviously we're playing Yorkshire, who next year, as everyone knows, will be a Tier 1 side. And they were strong. They looked very strong. They looked like they had their sort of team in unison and stuff, and Sussex, you know, being a semi-professional side, haven't really got together too many times as a team, and they're very young. That's what I think people have got to remember. These Tier 2 sides are very young.
Down the leg side, that'll be another wide as it goes through to Chatley.
So yeah, bowled out for 77. Struggled a little bit with the bat, and that's where I think the experience side comes in. I spoke to the girls after the game, not to give too much away, of course, but I just spoke to them about how to sort of absorb pressure, even if it's for about 20 minutes. You don't get bowled out for really low, kind of grind it out a little bit longer. So we spoke about that. So yeah, hopefully we'll come back fighting on Saturday.
Length ball to McGacken, works that up to mid-on, who run there.
And
so
yeah,
you were bowled out for
77, and they got them fairly comfortably in the end. Did Yorkshire, but you know, that's all about. I said to the girls afterwards, I said, you're going to have a lot of games where you get bowled out for double-figure scores, and it's going to happen probably more times in your career than you want to happen, and you'll get more ducks than you want to have, but that's just cricket.
Franklin, right arm over again. Just comes into McGacken, works that away square on the leg side, so she's off the mark comfortably. And that's the first runs off the bat as Hampshire move on to 2 without loss. Ella McGacken in the game up at Edgbaston. Well, it was a bit tricky early on for the early batters. The ball was doing quite a bit. It was quite a surprise, actually, that Hampshire won the toss and elected bowl first because it was overcast. There was a bit of rain just before the start. They even went off for a few minutes early on. And batting was tricky. And both these batters out there, Maya Boucher ready to face the next ball, found the going in the first few overs a little tough. A few plays and misses. Ella McGacken made 14 opening up, and Maya Boucher made just the 4. And after a winter exploits down under, she'll be looking for a score early season. Plays and misses outside the off stump. That could have quite easily been an edge. Found a bit of extra bounce there, Phoebe Franklin. Yeah,
it got through, nice carry. It looks a good wicket, to be fair. It's a little bit green, so we'll probably see them move around a little bit early on. And it's but it's always good, and it has been when I was here for the Somerset game. It looked like it had a bit of carry, a bit of pace to the wicket. It's obviously not the same one, but it's yeah, similar.
There's 2 to the left as we look. Somerset, that's cut away and she's found the gap. That's got a fingertip on it, backward point, so it's taken the sting out of the shot. I think is that Danny Wyatt? There it is, at backward point. The old opening batters for Southern Vipers. It's a shame they're split. And on opposing sides here. First over gone then, and Hampshire, having won the toss and elected to bat first, are 5 without loss.
It was a good stop from Danny White. Dive low to her left. If she didn't get a hand to it, it would have definitely gone for 4 down to this third boundary. It's a quick outfield here, especially across the square. So it was a well-needed left hand.
It was.
Stop the ball going in the bottom corner.
Yeah, just
I wish
pushed
Saints could have done
post.
that yesterday.
Well,
We
yeah.
won't talk about that either.
Another loss. 1 up.
I know, 1 up for about 3 hours it seemed like, and then equalise and then can't hang on for the draw. But we won't talk about that.
No, we won't. Oh, here's an old mate of yours. Coming up the bowl.
I know, it's quite nice when you play a lot with these girls over the years and you all come back together, even if you play against each other and with each other. It's quite nice, really. Alice Monaghan. Opening the bowling from the hotel inn, comes past the umpire and bowls, and it's a good length delivery actually. It gets up a little bit on McCacken, who's backwards in defence, and there is no run.
This looks a good move for Alice Monaghan, doesn't it? Because she wasn't a regular with the Vipers.
No, and she was in and out of the side and was playing sometimes as just a really good fielder, which she was, and she earned that sort of spot outright. But I think she wanted more opportunity to probably bowl, and she's been given the new ball here for Surrey, and I mean, that first ball looked all right, didn't it? So, yeah. And obviously other people that have moved. Paige Schofield's done amazingly since she moved from the Vipers to the Stars. There's another good length delivery from Monaghan, straight as an arrow, defended by McCacken once again. And there is no run. So, yeah, it's... But, I mean, 2 games in, you can't really tell. But I've spoken to her a little bit over the winter. She said she was really enjoying the fresh environment and the changes. And, you know, cricket moves on, doesn't it? And people move, well, sport moves on, life moves on, different people move around, and you get new experiences and you learn things as you go. And that's all you can ask for.
Yeah, I think sometimes players benefit from a change of scene.
Monaghan, long ponytail, runs in, and that's wide. It's not going to be called a wide. It swings as it goes past the batter, and Chatley takes it. Again, good carry.
It is, yeah. Just noticed the ball before, actually. The umpire was having a look at Alice Monaghan's follow-through. Always a bit of a problem with a bowler, because that's in your mind as much as it is getting the ball down the other end. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You know, I must admit, when she was signed by Surrey, you think, oh, this could go one of 2 ways, really, isn't it? You join a strong side. I won't say stronger than the Vipers, but she's done well.
She certainly has. She's in again, bounds. Another good leg delivery, beats the outside edge of McCacken, goes through to the wicketkeeper. This is a good start from Monaghan. 4 dots and 4 challenging deliveries. Bar 1, actually. 3 out of the 4 really challenging McCacken and her defence. We watch it again if you're watching on the live picture feed. It moves away from McCacken. Nice swing from Monaghan. She hits the deck hard, does Alice Monaghan, and when she gets the ball up there, like that one was, she can swing it as well. She's a real threat when she gets it right.
5 overs done for 27 in that game that was lost against Somerset during the week.
Searching for her first wicket in Surrey colours. She runs through a wide one that McCacken slashes out. There's a half an appeal from Monaghan and Danny White at cover, I think, where they're probably about the only 2 people that went up, which doesn't actually surprise me as a duo. As we watch that one again. Yeah, swings, doesn't it? Swings late.
It's a lovely shape on the ball, though. McCacken's a bit hopeful with that one. That was only going one area, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Extra slip brought it.
They just feel like something's happening, and I don't blame them. It's a good attacking move from Surrey. Monaghan at the top of her mark. Runs in once more. That long ponytail in the wind. Bowls to McCacken, who leaves that one alone. Close to off stump, but a good leave. Good carry through to Chatley, and that's a maiden from Monaghan. Brilliant start from her. And Hampshire remain after 2 overs, 5 for no loss.
Yeah, she got runs here as well, Alice Monaghan, in the pre-season match that was played here between these 2 sides. Actually made 71 off just 62 balls before she had to retire, which is something that happens in pre-season matches, doesn't it? When
if you ever get there.
Well,
not sure I ever did.
Did you not get that many? Well, you batted too low down to score that big.
I know.
You were never going
to. robbed.
That's right. I mean, that's the trouble batting 10 or 11, isn't it? Though actually, if you get in and feel great, the innings is over. You've got nobody.
For my solid 7.
Yes.
Great.
Got nobody.
I've middled all 7 of those singles.
Phoebe Franklin to bowl the 3rd over. It's down the leg side, and it's called another wide. Well, Franklin's not quite getting the same movement that Alice Monaghan is doing. If you watch it on the live picture feed, which is going out via the Hampshire Cricket website, the wicket is definitely got a tinge of green, in fact a bit more than a tinge, which will help the ball come through nicely. Beautiful day here on the south coast. Phoebe Franklin runs towards us as we watch. Short and wide, that's cut in front of point this time, but there is a deep fielder for exactly that shot. And Maya Boucher is on to 3. Hampshire 7 without loss in the third. Just going back to the fact that you're on the Sussex women's coaching staff, that I know it's only 2 games, and I know Sussex already seemed as though they're struggling a bit, but do you think there's, as we get into the season, Tier 1, Tier 2, and obviously when Tier 3 gets underway at some point, but mainly the first 2 tiers, can you see a very big gap opening up, or is already there? McGacken works that into the offside, into the gap once more, and she picks up a single, 8 without loss. Do you think there's going to, is it going to become noticeable that there is a very big gap, or maybe isn't there that much of a gap?
No, I think there is at the moment, just from having sort of played in a regional setup and then the adjustment for Tier 2, there is definitely a gap, but it's more about the youth of the players and the experience. The players that are playing in Tier 1 cricket have played professional cricket now for potentially their 5th, 6th year at regional level.
Franklin, and again pulled away by Boucher in the air. This could go for 6, and it has. One bounce crashes into the boundary boards away to our left. Nicely picked up by Boucher.
Yeah,
not a great ball.
Helped on its way, wasn't it? A real freebie. So yeah, I do think it exists at the moment, but lots of the players in the Tier 2 are so young. I think Sussex, I think we worked out our average age to be about 18, 19. It was really, really young, whereas like the average age of a Tier 1 side probably is in mid-20s, you would think.
Yeah.
So it's just about that experience and adjustment going forwards, and I think that gap will narrow as they get closer together. I mean, in 5 years, they want all the Tier 2 sides to be pushing Tier 1 status and be able to have a fully sort of 2-league system mirroring the men's, which I totally think is the right thing to do, but it's just going to take a little bit longer to get there.
There's Franklin. Bowls always wide, very wide of off stump. And just about on the cut strip, that one. So another single to the Hampshire. Total 14 without loss. Yeah, it's interesting because obviously at the moment there's no promotion relegation for the first 3 years, although Yorkshire are going to go up anyway and Glamorgan are going up after that. But yeah, I don't know. I suppose for 3 years it doesn't really matter. It all settles down, doesn't it? But there's obviously a lot of players on loan already from Tier 1 out to Tier 2. Oh gosh, that's way outside off stump. She hasn't got it right at all today. Phoebe Franklin, who's into the side in place of Rhianna MacDonald. Sorry, no, she isn't. She played the last game. What am I saying? It's Kalia Moore that is the one change in the Surrey side. Phoebe Franklin bowled 6 overs, none for 37 in that game against Somerset last Wednesday. So even there, it looks like she didn't really settle. Comes in again, right arm over, short. That's nicely played by Boucher on top of the bounce. Hits it out to deep cover. I'm not sure she's going to get another over here, Charlotte.
No, she's just struggling with her line, isn't she? Like, it's almost like the ball's swinging too much and she can't control it, but it's not. It's almost just maybe a confidence thing. And I mean, when you start, poorly in your own standards, it's difficult mentally to bring that back. You're sort of always worrying about it.
It's been a wide or runs off every ball, and there's another wide here. Yeah, she just looks as though her rhythm and timing is all astray. And it is a horrible feeling, isn't it? I don't know if you've ever felt it, but I have sometimes, and it's just you just want the over to finish.
Yeah. She just needs someone to... I think Bryony Smith, the captain, is going to go up to her now and just have a little bit of a chat about hopefully how she's feeling and how to sort of pull this over back, because you just want to get out the over now. That's all she wants to do. I mean, she's conceded 4 wides, 3 singles, and that's 6, and she's still got 2 deliveries left to go.
Yeah.
Bryony Smith's calling on...
Oh, she's struggling. Is she coming off?
I'm not sure what the...
Did Bryony Smith signal to the pavilion?
She did signal something, but I'm not sure what it was. There's now a sort of communication between captain, bowler. The umpires are sort of moving together. There's definitely some movement from the outfield. I think the physio is coming on for Surrey with a medical bag in hand. So there is going to be a pause in play here. Hampshire 18 for no loss. I'm not quite sure what the issue is. Phoebe Franklin is going straight up to the physio. we're quite a long way away here to obviously, well, we can't hear what's going on anyway, so that's just out of the question. But to be able to sort of figure out which body part she might be holding, or...
She's just not feeling well. She's a bit dizzy.
Yeah.
They haven't actually gone to her arm or her leg, or... I'm just wondering if she's just...
Feeling unwell.
Feeling a bit unwell, yeah. Because it's more chatty, isn't it, in that group rather than anything.
And if that's in your mind, if you're feeling, you know, physically sick or something, and that's going to play on your mind when you're running into bowl, it's almost the bowling part is not really the issue. It's about your own sort of health, and I think there's a few tears now, bless her. So yeah, hopefully she's okay, and she's can continue bowling for her own sake and for Surrey. I mean, the options they've got with the ball are probably quite lengthy because they've always got a well-rounded side. Obviously, Bryony Smith, the captain, is an option for them. They've obviously got other fast bowling options with Paige Schofield. I'm not sure if she's bowling actually, but they've got loads of spin options. Clearmore in today, Danny Gregory of course, Alice Davidson-Richards with her right arm seamers. Bryony Smith's got the ball in hand. Phoebe Franklin is now making her way off the field, so I'm assuming that there's something not quite right. We might be able to get some news on what the issue is there, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we know. But it looks like the last two deliveries will be bowled by Bryony, the captain. And now, we just hope she's okay.
Yeah, I hope so, yeah. I mean, it's interesting that we're early on into the game, so you would, if she's not feeling well, that must have literally just happened. You know, I'm sure at 10 o'clock this morning when the toss was made, she must have been okay, because otherwise they'd say to her, do you think you're going to get through the game? And
well, they had a few. I know that last year she had a couple of injury issues. I'm not quite sure what they were. But I know she was struggling with a couple of things throughout the season, as we all do, always carrying a couple of niggles around, but that didn't really look like she was pointing to any particular body part. It was just a conversation.
Anyway, Bryony Smith, the captain, is going to finish off this over with her off spin from the pavilion end, and that's driven by McGacken back to the bowler. Now, I'm very bad with my rules. Does this count as an over of Smith in her 10, assuming she bowls 10?
Well, I think now she would only be able to bowl 9.2.
Ah, right, there we go. Thank you. Let's play quietly back up the pitch by McGacken. So an eventful over for many reasons. Hampshire are 18 without loss after 3, so a good start by the home side.
But Surrey do have lots of options, more on the spin front. I mean, Dunkley's been used in the past for the South East Stars and her leg spin, not used in international cricket as much anymore, but she has been known to be used in the domestic game and against the Vipers last year. I remember she bowled at the Oval last year. Had a game there where Alice Monaghan and Rihanna Southby put on a good partnership to I don't know if they won that game actually. Do you know what, my memory is terrible. I remember bits of games, but I can never remember sort of whole results or things like that. Sometimes they all sort of blend into one. But I do remember her being used. Dunkley.
Yeah. You were saying about Paige Schofield. She didn't bowl in the last game.
She hasn't bowled for a while.
In Somerset.
From memory. It seems like we've been commentating for an eternity, but this is over number 4 to be bowled by Alice Monaghan, who had a good first over it. She started well again here. A back foot punch by Boucher into the covers for no run.
I'm just going to have a look actually. Paige Schofield, because she was on the England A trip, wasn't she, to Australia in March, and looks like she didn't bowl in any of that.
I don't remember her bowling for Surrey last year either, so whether that's just a choice. I know she's had some back problems in the past, so maybe just a batter now, as that's another good length delivery from Monaghan. A good back foot punch by Maya Boucher out to deep point. Danny Wyatt does the fielding out there as the throw comes in. One more to the total, one more to Boucher. She moves on to 11, Hampshire 19 for no loss.
Yeah, she played... So the last game she played for the Stars against the Sunrisers in September, that would have been the final, wouldn't it? Up at Leicester. She didn't bowl in that. And then previous to that, the England women against Ireland women, that series, she didn't bowl in that either, yeah. So it's been a while, you're right.
Monaghan to McGacken. That's a full toss that's been worked nicely backward a square. White is quick, she'll come round to do the fielding. She moves from deep point to third to cut off the boundary, but they do get back for a second. McCacken and Boucher quick between the wickets. 21 for no loss the score. McCacken moves on to 4 from just 14 deliveries.
Well, the ball is coming on nicely, isn't it, to the bat? There was a bit of movement there, but...
Looks good conditions to bat in.
It is, isn't it? Good toss to win, maybe, this one.
Not always successful at the toss, George Adams, in the past from playing under her, but she's done well today. Monaghan, a full toss that McCacken defends back to the bowler, and there is no run.
So you can get in touch with us, sonandcricket@gmail.com, to myself and Charlotte Taylor throughout the day. Stephen Clark already has. He says, good morning. He said, I missed the name of your co-commentator. Well, I've just given it out. Charlotte Taylor, former Vipers off-spinner. Surely you haven't forgotten. They haven't forgotten you already, Charlotte.
I was on which day was it? Last Sunday.
You were around then. I mean, player of the final in the 2020 for Southern Vipers. And
that honestly feels like a lifetime ago. Monaghan in once more. Good length delivery, defended by McCacken on the back foot, back to the bowler. It's a good start from Monaghan. She's really challenged both batters here.
He says, a terrific turnout from the Shane Warne Wrinkleys, he said, because that group of them up there are called the Shane Warne Wrinkleys. That's a Shane Warne to the right of the pavilion as we look. Elaine, Chris, Dave, Neil, and Neil. He says there's 2 Neils. Glorious sunshine, lovely and warm, out of the wind and in the stand, he says. Unable to think of any witticisms this morning so early. Yeah, I'm sure he will later on.
Warm up into it.
Yeah.
Monaghan in again, a short delivery down the leg side. McCacken helps it round the corner to Danny Gregory down there at fine leg, and they get a single. McCacken moves to 5. Hampshire after 4 overs, 22 for no loss. They've been able to settle quite quickly here, the 2 Hampshire batters, because obviously Phoebe Franklin, although she's gone off possibly unwell now, offered a few extras, and it just helps you settle the nerves. If you're not being challenged every single delivery, it just allows you to settle. And don't you have to worry about the scoreboard. It kind of ticks over without you really having to do a lot. And to find yourself now 22 for no loss after 4, it's just settles those nerves out there.
Agreed. It's a completely different feel to up at Edgbaston under cloudy skies. Bryony Smith with her off breaks from the pavilion end and playing a missing outside the off stump there. Ella McGacken, where Emily Arlett and Katie George did give these 2 batters a much sterner test.
The pressure just builds, doesn't it, over time?
It does, yeah. Cloudless skies here, though. Day set to be warm. That's just worked on an angle down to 45. Danny Wyatt comes round from backward a point. It's weird seeing Danny Wyatt playing against the side here at the Utilita. 23 without loss, but I know she's in a Surrey shirt now, Danny Wyatt, but still looking forward to seeing her bat. Always enjoyed Danny Wyatt batting.
It's always exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. Boucher to face, she's on 11. Oh, she's playing a miss in there, outside the off stump. I'm not sure, she's thinking that ball may have turned a fraction, or it's just gone through with the arm. Just watching the replay here on the picture feed. Just watching Smith bowl now, and oh, they're straightened. That's just straightened a bit in the air, like one of your arm balls there. That's like you at your best. That's hit off the back foot out towards extra cover. That was Charlotte Taylor's forte, really. Especially in the early days where they all played you like an off-spinner. But actually you had a fantastic drift on the ball, which just picked up so many wickets.
It's what I made my 4-year career out of, just doing that.
But bowlers spend years, but off-spin bowlers spend years trying to bowl an arm ball
but I
like
couldn't
that
do the thing that off-spinners are meant to do and turn the thing.
Smith, that's turned away fine. Runs here for McGacken. The ball is running away, and I think it may just reach the boundary. It does. Over the rope. Nice deft tickle down the leg side by Ella McGacken. She moves on to 10, and it's 28 without loss. But it doesn't matter. You had a great ball there, and it was a ball that worked for you well, didn't it, for a number of years? Yeah,
it did. And I remember vividly going into one winter to Darren Flint here, that's the spin bowling coach at Hampshire, and I used to say to him, I just want to learn how to turn it. And we literally spent about 12 weeks, and I still couldn't do it at the end of the 12 weeks.
I don't know. Was it 6 for 30 something in the
4.
final? It's Northern Diamonds. Oh, there's a player miss outside the off stump. Attempted cut there from McGacken. Yeah.
Anyway, enough about me. There are loads of games going on today, by the way.
All right.
There's tier 1 cricket. There's tier 2 cricket happening. There's tier 3 cricket happening in the women's sort of tiered county Metro Bank One Day Cup. Across all 3 tiers are in action today. There's obviously not Hampshire men, of course, but there are county championship games happening across the country. So there is loads and loads of cricket to watch, listen, tune into.
So tier 3 starts today, does it? Is it?
It's already started, but there are games on today. Devon are playing Buckinghamshire today.
So I was just checking what's on the BBC.
There's Hertfordshire, Berkshire are playing today. That starts at 11 o'clock. So there's lots of games going on to pay attention to today. As long as this one here, Monaghan starts her 3rd over. Another good leg delivery, straight as an arrow, defended by Maya Boucher. It's called a no ball by umpire Ben Peveril. Sticks his right arm out and signals to the scorers over to our right that there'll be an extra delivery, and he should signal that there will be a free hit, as he does right now by circling his right arm like a helicopter propeller around his head. Is it a propeller? I just said propeller. Now I'm sort of thinking it's not a propeller.
That's a good one. Circle. There's another one.
Phil cannot change, of course. Maya Boucher with a free hit. Monaghan bowls. It's a full wide delivery that Boucher just carves down to 3rd. It's going to hit the boundary boards with a couple of bounces, and she capitalises on that free hit. Does Maya Boucher. It's very wide for Monaghan. It swings late, and Boucher picks up a boundary. 33 for no loss, Hampshire.
It's done well there, Boucher. That's not an easy shot to play, is it? That's very full outside the off stump, but a lot of the times you get away with that as a bowler.
The wide Yorker.
Yeah.
It's not a bad option from Monaghan, because if anything on length, there's the leg side is completely bare open here to our right. Monaghan in again, bowls a full delivery on leg stump. Boucher does work that to the leg side. It's going to run away to the boundary. 3 mid wicket for 4. So she went 2 full and wide on the previous delivery, 2 straight and full on that one. And Boucher just helps herself to 4. 16, I think it'll be under 20 now. Moves on to 20 from 12 deliveries. Hampshire 37 for no loss, and they seem like they're well into their innings now.
That was beautifully timed, wasn't it? Just waited. Beautifully timed. I watched that shot a few times.
I'd watch it on repeat.
Under pressure here, Surrey.
Yeah, they are. Under pressure early. Monaghan. Response needed. Bowls to Boucher. Forward defence. That's a good one from Monaghan. Solid from Boucher. Good battle between these two going on out here at the Utilita Bowl. You said earlier, Kev, not a cloud in the sky. I can see a couple now just creeping up over the woods at the back, but other than that, it's a bright blue sky. I would say summer's day, even though we're still probably in a bit of springtime, but it feels like summer.
As I say, on the whole, it's been a good April, isn't it?
I've got my t-shirt on. This is
unbelievable.
This is news. Monaghan, full toss to Boucher. Doesn't get all of it. Plays it to Paige Schofield at mid-on, and there is no run. A couple of full tosses being bowled, not capitalised on by Hampshire. It's a bit of a pattern of, I don't know if it's just women's cricket or in general, the low full toss gets a lot of wickets.
Yes.
So they're probably just thinking to themselves, I don't want to give my wicket away by trying to club this full toss out the ground and not getting all of it and picking out, you know, Sophia Dunkley at short mid-wicket. So maybe just being a bit cautious.
Yeah. Sometimes the full toss can actually be harder to hit.
Monaghan, past the umpire, bowls to Boucher, slightly wide, and Boucher tries to drive but can't get it through Stonehouse, who's on the field for Phoebe Franklin. That's gone off a little bit unwell, we feel. Not playing in this side, Stonehouse.
Well, there's 1 or 2 missing, isn't there? Ailish Cranstone as well, good player.
Not sure on her. She suffered with a few injuries over the last couple of years, so maybe struggling with one this winter, unsure. But not included in this squad today. Monaghan bowls again, a leading edge, and it's going to fall safely to Bryony Smith. It's a good delivery. Boucher tries to turn it to the leg side. She mimics the shot with her left glove, saying, I should have played a bit straighter. As she gets turned round by Monaghan, it's a good delivery. It's fallen safely for Boucher, and she survives. It's a bit of a life for her. Hampshire after 6 overs, 37 for no loss.
Stephen Clark is back on the emails, soloncricket@gmail.com to get in touch with us here today. He's already been cursed if I call him one of his group a wrinkly. Even if you put that in your next email, Stephen, I won't actually mention that word again. So one of the group has already taken exception to him. So 37, yes, Charlotte Taylor says. Good start here from Hampshire after 6 overs. Here's Bryony Smith on the back foot there. McGacken works it up to extra cover. So just to repeat, Hampshire winning the toss at 10 o'clock this morning, electing to bat first. One change in their side, no Poppy Tulloch, who made her debut for Hampshire on Wednesday. She's made way for Rebecca Tyson, so that's a pace bowler for a spinner. McGagger's playing a missing outside the off stump there again. Just that little bit of drift outside the off stump, just causing 1 or 2 problems. And Surrey made one change with no Rhiannon McDonald-Gay and Kalia Moore coming into their side. Edge, pass first slip, going down towards third. Danny Wyatt is running after it and won't quite get there. Well, that was a genuine edge. Probably more second slip where the ball ended up going, and it wouldn't have carried to second slip really. But McGacken benefits by the boundary. She moves on to 14, 41 without loss. And just to repeat, poor Phoebe Franklin looking a little unwell in her second over from the pavilion end, and she's been taken off by the physio. Alexa Stonehouse fielding in her position in the side, probably field the whole 50 overs or near to it. That's cut away by McGacken out into the deep on the offside. She moves on to 15.
It does make them a little bit vulnerable, sorry, doesn't it? When you're opening bowler that you know, hopefully, I know she only bowled 6 overs, Phoebe Franklin, on Wednesday, but when your opening bowler goes down after only having completed 1.4 overs, it leaves you a little bit trying to scrap around for those extra overs.
It does, doesn't it, really? Yeah, a bit of pressure on the likes of Alice Davison-Richards and co. So that's turned away square on the leg side. Daniel Gregory, they're the bowlers now are going to have to bowl out, aren't they? You can't afford to have, you know, an average day, because your captain now is going to be relying on you to bowl your whole quota. I suppose Alice Capsey will be bowling a bit with her spinners. Down the wicket comes Boucher, works it up to mid-on, almost a quarter of the way down as she played that shot, so she just ran through the rest of the 3/4 of the length of the pitch. End of the over, 43 without loss. Good start from Hampshire, 7 overs gone.
Yeah, run rate 6.14, so they're really well into their work here, Hampshire. And sorry, just look a little bit thrown by their early start, and a couple of things not quite gone their way, but they have got depth. You've got Dunkley, you've got Capsey, part-time options that they could go to. Danny White's been known to turn her arm over in the past. Haven't seen her bowl in a long time, but she has been known to do that. Alice Davidson-Richards, of course, as well. Monaghan's going to continue. We're not sure if Paige Schofield is fit to bowl, but she's another option. But Gregory will be important to them today, you'd think, to bowl her 10. Monaghan, again, bowls to Boucher down the leg side. It hits Boucher on the glove and balloons out. Chatley goes and collects it from short fine, throws the stumps down, but they get home for a run. Boucher moves to 21.
How important here is it that Maya Boucher gets a score? Because she had that poor winter in the Ashes, and it was poor, wasn't it? I think she averaged 6 over the series or something.
Yeah.
And she didn't get any runs at Edgbaston, but it was a tough early period, as I mentioned earlier, for the batters up the order.
Yeah, it's important for her, and with a big international summer coming, a World Cup at the end of the year for England, she'll be wanting to have a good domestic summer as well. It's a good length delivery from Monaghan once again. She's bowled nicely here, and there is no run off that delivery either. Yeah, it's important for Maya Boucher to actually get a couple of scores. I think they're playing the first 7 rounds of games, or the first 7 fixtures, the England girls, before some of them will be involved in the West Indies series in May, so there is, or is it early June, I can't remember, but they'll be playing a good helping of games, so she'll want to make a bit of an impact before that series. Monaghan in again, a good length delivery, and McGacken tries to work that on the leg side, but gets a bit of a leading edge, but it doesn't go anywhere. And there is no run taken, 44 for no loss, McGacken on 15.
These England women then, to play 7 matches like this at the start of the season, I mean, for some of them, that's probably more than they played for their regional sides in a couple of seasons.
Yeah, it's definitely a change in sort of direction, you'd think, and the girls being encouraged and advised to go and play for their Tier 1 counties, and it's a good standard of cricket. This is proper women's county cricket, and they'll be challenged against their counterparts. Monaghan on the hips of McCacken, clips it back with a square, and it's going to race away for form. Gregory's not going to catch up with that as it trickles over the boundary rope. It's a lovely shot from McCacken, just leans on it, uses the pace of Monaghan, and picks up a boundary. McCacken moves to 19, Hampshire 48 for no loss.
That's a terrific shot as well, isn't it? Terrific shot from Ella McCacken. You can't afford to get things wrong on this wicket because the ball is coming on nicely. And Surrey haven't really got too many in the right place, really. I think only since Bridie Smith come on has perhaps more balls landed in the right areas. Monaghan's not too bad, but I think this early swing she had seems to have started already to go. Well, that swung a bit actually. That's quite nice. That's the line. That's the length that she needs to be bowling. Just needs to be consistent. When you've got the ball doing what it's doing, especially for Monaghan, you don't need to do anything other than just run in and just bowl line and length. Now, of course, that's not always easy. Sometimes it's easier than others, but I think at this level, really, all you're doing is asking the bowler just to do what they've done in practice hundreds of times, thousands of times. Always feels different in the game, though.
Absolutely. Monaghan, top of her mark once again. Bowls to McCacken, who pushes that to mid-wicket. Dunkley's there is no run, and that brings to a close the 8th over, 48 for no loss Hampshire, McCacken 19, Boucher 21. We were just talking about Maya Boucher and the importance of her getting runs in this sort of early stage. I'm just looking at her record over the last few games. Obviously, she went on the Ashes tour to Australia, and recent scores of 4 last week against Warwickshire, 2 and 1 in the Test match, 2 in the first innings, 1 in the second. A T20 at Canberra, only made 13, 2 ducks in Sydney and Hobart, 17 in Melbourne, 9 in North Sydney Oval. And the last time that she made a contribution was a Test match in December against South Africa. She made 126, but that's obviously a long time ago now, December 2024, so she'll be wanting to, sorry, missed a ball there, but yeah, she'll be wanting to make an impact.
Yeah, she's playing forward there and all going past the outside edge from Bridie Smith. Yeah, it's a long time now, isn't it, with all the cricket that she's played over the last few months since she's made a significant total, and I'm sure that's playing on her mind a little bit. Smith bowls, that's whipped away square on the leg side, finds the fielder. So yeah, we all know how good she is. She is absolutely a terrific player, and yeah, players go through these little phases, and let's hope it's only a little phase. She's too good a player for it to last. As that's a slightly slower ball, and Boucher just having to wait for that one. Nudged it out on the offside. Thank you to Colin Sturmey, solentcricket@gmail.com, who remembers a phrase that I got slightly wrong in the last game here at the Utilita Bowl, men's championship game, when I used the wrong terminology. I'm not sure if Charlotte was on that day. She might have been. Colin has added the phrase on the back foot there. Boucher works it out to point, goes out into the deep, 49 without loss, where he said that batter was turned round like a can of peas, which obviously I should have said opened up or whatever. Anyway, but thank you, Colin. Yes. And Colin says Charlotte is called a rotor. The run.
Oh yeah, not propeller.
Colin's already got stuck into us this morning. That's turned away on the leg side into the gap by McCacken. 20. Be sure to highlight our good points, Colin, if indeed there are any. That's a 50 up for Hampshire, and that's come up in the 9th over. Rapid start here by Hampshire against the tournament favourite Surrey.
Your favourites coming into the competition.
They certainly are, yeah. That's, as we said, lost off the last ball against Somerset. Yeah, it's quite interesting, isn't it? Both these sides went down to the last ball in their last games. That's turned away on the onside. I'll tell you another thing that's been quite interesting about this new county-based format. I was just looking when I was just going through this game a little bit. The previous game, there were 10 players at Edgbaston making their Hampshire debuts. It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, obviously, this has replaced the regional tournament, so you can kind of understand it. In the Surrey side against Somerset, there were 8. If you include Sophia Dunkley, who was actually making a Surrey List A debut. She actually had played for Surrey in the T20 competition. But yeah, there was 8. And I think that would have been replicated up and down the country in that first round.
Definitely.
Yeah. Because obviously a lot of the women had come from different regions within the region setup.
And not necessarily all from their home counties. Monaghan continuing a long spell this. 5 overs to start with. She's into her 5th. Now number 66 on her back, runs away from us. Bowls to McCacken down the leg side. That's called a wide as it goes into the gloves of Kira Chatley. 1 more to the total, 51 for no loss.
Yeah, Surrey really need a tight 10 over spell from Monaghan here, don't they? She's probably the only recognised bowler with a bit of pace in their side.
Yeah, Davidson, Richard bowls little seamers, but no real pace, more of a wobble seam and a movement off the pitch. Monaghan in again to McCacken, who's driving out to deep cover. And the fielding is done out there by Kalia Moore. 1 more to the total. Sophia Dunkley gestures to keep the ball up. They're trying to keep the hardness and the shine on the ball. 52 for no loss. Boucher 22. Waits for Monaghan. There's going to be a field change. One of the slips is coming out. And going into short fine. Danny Gregory moves round to deep backwards square, maybe more of a long leg, kind of in betweeny position. Deep cover the other, deep point, sorry, the other fielder out of the inner circle, the 25-yard circle. Monaghan in again, bowls to Boucher. It's shorter and on the hips of Boucher and works it leg side to Sophia Dunkley. Does the fielding at mid-wicket and there is no run.
Well, I'm hoping for a big score from Maya Boucher today. I think it's set. I think.
Well, it's a high score in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 innings.
Is it? Wow.
17 the next best. Back in January in Melbourne in a ODI in that series, in that Ashes series. And that one full by Monaghan. Yorker length delivery that's worked by Boucher down to the boundary for 4. It was almost, I think it was a full toss in the end. But she played a couple of those shots down to 3rd where she's just managed to get enough on it to open up the blade, and it was a Yorker length delivery, not quite a full toss. But a swing from Monaghan, and there's no protection down at 3rd. Fielder's up inside the circle, and the fielder at backward point didn't stand a chance as it raced across the grass and hit the boundary boards with a thud. 56 for no loss. We're halfway through the 9th over. Almost getting to the end of this power play. Surrey need a wicket. Monaghan, Yorker length delivery, and it's played back to her. She misses it. That's an extravagant dive in her follow through to try and stop the ball, but Bryony Smith is waiting patiently a mid-off to just say, don't worry about it, I've got it.
That wasn't in the air, was it?
I don't think so. I think it's a bum ball.
Yeah. Always athletic in the field was Alice Monaghan. Used to enjoy watching her field for the Vipers. Usually did the boundary duties with Emily Windsor, and they were good. They were quick. What about that? Remember that catch she got off Heather Knight at
Madness.
Gloucester? Unbelievable catch on the boundary.
Down the leg side this time from Monaghan. Called a wide. She's going to have to bowl that one again. Yeah, I remember. It was like a flick and come back in scenario. You know, those extravagant sort of running round, and stepped outside the boundary and brought it back in and carried on running and celebrating. And yeah, it was pretty magical. Not as good, I would argue, as the Charlie Knott catch at Falkland.
Ooh.
Which you probably wouldn't have seen, because I think I was there, but I don't think the live stream was working. You definitely weren't there.
Okay.
But it was an unbelievable catch at deep mid-wicket, running around, full stretch, dive, left hand, just got fingers underneath it. Ridiculous. Monaghan in again, back of a length delivery, defended solidly by Boucher. And there is no way through and no run to be had either. So yeah, that was a really close second for me last year. I've not seen anything like it.
Well, I might have to look that up if it's still around on the internet somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not sure because of the fact that there was no stream. The streaming
Oh,
wasn't
of course.
Or
Oh,
no,
of
there
course.
was a stream but no commentary or something happened.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it was a moving camera. But I remember just sitting. I still ended up watching the game, which was quite nice. Actually, just got to watch the game as a fan. But I just remember, you know, open-mouthed shock as she took the catch. Monaghan in again, wide one. Boucher tries to cut that, rehearses the shot. As she doesn't make connection, it goes through to Chatley, and there is no run. That's the end of the power play. 57 for no loss. Hampshire, McCacken 21 and Boucher 26.
Yeah, well, that's obviously, I've obviously missed a treat there with Charlie Knott, but this one at Gloucester, Heather Knight, I think, was winning the game for Western Storm. If you're watching the picture feed there, you can see the scorecard. McCacken 21 not out from 32, Boucher 26 from 29. Hampshire 57 without loss after the first 10 overs. Good start from the home side here. And yeah, Heather Knight hit this one straight to the far end of the ground by the flats. And all of a sudden, there's Alice Monaghan in the picture, running round the rope and took it right on the boundary. Yeah, you're right. And fantastic catch. And it turned the game. I think the Vipers sort of got there just about. Bryony Smith, length ball to McGacken, watchfully on the back foot. Got a message here from Nikki Chowdhury. Hello, Nikki. Morning to you. She says, watching along the on the stream and have been diving into the other games too. Yeah, there's plenty of others on the stream around the country as well, with so much women's cricket today. That's pulled away by McGacken through mid-wicket, but there is a fielder out deep. McGacken moves on to 22, 58 without loss. She says, maybe it's just me, but the basic fundamentals of batting seem much more ingrained in the Hampshire batters than other counties. It's also a lot more aesthetically pleasing to watch. Some good batting. It certainly is. Well, when Maya Boucher is batting, it's always pleasing on the eye, always. But that's an interesting comment. Boy, Boucher just uses her feet, plays it back to the bowler. Is that the coaching? Is that just the calibre of player that Hampshire have?
Probably a bit of both. It's been ingrained in this group to play straight for a long time.
Yes.
Serves you in good stead.
Boucher, as if right on cue, Boucher works that straight up to mid-on, off the back foot. Can't find the gap though.
And that's the key to any sort of starting your innings. You just got to play straight, and these girls, that's been drilled into them by the crew here for a long, long time.
Smith and her fifth over here. That's pulled away by Boucher. That'll be 2 or 3 bounces out towards deep mid-wicket. Boucher moves on to 27. 59 without loss. Yeah, Paul Pritchard, of course, former Essex batter and captain, who's now the head coach here after Charlotte Edwards moved on to England, will be a good person, I would say, for that sort of thing. Played very correct. We played a missing outside the off stump there. Smith has done that almost every over. One ball has just sneaked past the batter, giving Surrey a little bit of a hope for picking up their first wicket, but it's a good start, as I keep mentioning, from the home side. 59 without loss after 11, and definitely Surrey rocked by the fact that Phoebe Franklin, who looked a little bit out of sorts with her seam bowlers at the start, and seam bowling, I should say, and is off the field seemingly from this distance, not looking or feeling unwell, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair distance, isn't it?
Yeah.
But there we go. Well, there's going to be a change of bowling. Monaghan bowled 5 overs, 0 for 24, but she's been given a well-deserved rest. She bowled well, actually, especially early on. Beat the bat a fair few times in her first and second overs. Maybe tired a little bit towards the end of that initial spell. And they've not turned. I thought they might go to Alice Davidson-Richards early to continue the seam, but they've gone for Kalia Moore, who is in the side today as a replacement for Rihanna McDonald-Gay. Bowls from the hotel end. Short one to start with. Boucher's back and cutting and firmly. Stonehouse does well out there to a weaker, I say weaker, her unfavoured right-hand side, as she has to come round and throw the ball with her left hand. It's always awkward when that happens if you're a left-handed. I mean, I've never obviously thrown the ball with my left. Well, I have, but not in a proper context. No. And it's difficult to get your body round and all the rest of it, to get your feet in the right place, but she does well.
That's her unfavoured side. My word, that would be unbelievable on her favoured side.
A Yorker length delivery by Moore this time, driven by Boucher, finds the fielder at extra cover. And there is no way past Alice Capsey. 61 for no loss. Boucher 29. McCacken with her 22. Fielder goes from third into point. So nobody behind the bat on the offside. Boucher helps that one, leg side on its way. Is it going to go for 6? No, one bounce forward down to long leg. It's a poor delivery from Kalia Moore down the leg side of Maya Boucher, and again she helps that on its way. Gets pretty much all of it. Bounces about a metre or so inside the rope as she's down on one knee admiring the shot. Takes her to 33. She's into the 30s. Is Maya Boucher. 65 for no loss. Hampshire looking well in control, don't they? It could be a big score if Surrey don't take a couple of wickets and fast here, because it's looking ominous.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, as I say, the ball coming on nicely to the bat. It's a lovely shot, Maya Boucher. That ball well down the leg side. Does well to stay in a good shape there. They hit that away.
Moore in again. Short again. A back foot pull, but finds Bryony Smith at mid-off. And there is no run. A bit of a freebie missed out on there by Boucher. Moore not quite getting it right.
Picked up 3 to 25, Kalia Moore, in that pre-season game here, back on the 10th of April.
And she scored 100 in pre-season when they went on tour. Pre-season tour as well, Kalia Moore. She's got both skills to offer Surrey here today. A short one cutting as Boucher. Alice Davidson-Richards forms a wall. Has she hurt herself? No, she's lying down, but I think she's laughing. She does stop a boundary, sort of a certain boundary at short third, but she didn't really know too much about it, as Boucher looks a little bit bemused that I didn't get past her. Good fielding by Surrey. 65 for no loss, Hampshire.
That got to her quick.
I don't think she's quite a tall girl, so she struggled to get down there. Boucher Moore bowls quickly, and again Boucher defending to Smith at mid-off. She gets her overs quickly, does Kalia Moore. I can barely keep up with what I'm saying. I need to shut up more. 65 for no loss after 12.
On the contrary. Keep going. You're in a great rhythm. Yeah, terrific start. Hampshire winning the toss and batting first here. I think we're in for a high-scoring game here, actually, Charlotte. Hampshire should, looking at the conditions and the way things are, they should get a big total here. And when you look down that Surrey side and all the international cricketers they've got in that, well, I say top order, it goes down a little lower than that, batting-wise. I think they'll feel there's a lot of runs in their side here. So I think we could be on for a real run fest here at a sun-drenched Utilita Bowl. Bryony Smith again from the pavilion end. Full, almost yorked, and almost goes back on the stumps, and McCacken there. She had to be watchful there. Just watch the replay here. You'll see McCacken realising that ball is on its way towards the stumps, and just make sure that it doesn't hit. Bryony Smith. McCacken just works that to mid-wicket, fielded by Alice Monaghan. 65 without loss then.
There's a website called cricketstadium.co.uk that sometimes I use.
Oh, what's it? Hang on, I've heard that. That's pulled away into the gap just in front of square. Single to McCacken, takes on to 23. 66 without loss. Called what?
Cricketstadium.uk.
All right.
That I sometimes use. Just sort of gives you some details and facts around different stadiums around the country. I don't know how accurate it is, but I sometimes use it. Yeah. And they're saying that the average score in ODIs here is between 280 and 300 as an average across ODI games that are here.
Okay. Boucher forward. Plays it back to Bryony Smith. The ball was in the air fractionally.
And every time I see a game here, whether it's an international ODI or Metro Bank game here, it's always high scoring. There's not many less than 250 scores being made here. It's always high scoring.
Agreed. Even though it's a big playing area, Boucher again is watchfully forward. Doesn't need to do too much here, Boucher, other than just do what she's done and just punish the bad ball. There's been a few. Yeah, so it's all set, but of course we know cricket doesn't always go to type. That's pushed away through deep extra cover off the back foot. They will pick up 2 here. One-handed pick up in the deep. Boucher ends that over with a couple, and she moves on to 35 from just 41 deliveries. McCacken 23 from 38. 68 without loss, Hampshire. 13 overs gone, 37 remain. And you have to say that if you were a batter in the dressing room or sitting out in the sun, which looks like most of them are at the far end of the ground, or one of those Surrey batters, you'd be thinking, there's a good chance I can get a few runs here.
Yeah,
so
or
good batting wicket.
if I was there, carded at number 11, I'd be firmly in my shorts with a cup of tea in my hand thinking, I'm not batting today, and that's brilliant.
Well, that's right. And
if I was Lauren Bell, I'd be rubbing my hands together.
Yeah, I think she'd be very disappointed that she's going to be called on with the batting.
Everything can change, though. Sorry, need it to change. As they throw the ball back to Clearmore, who's bowling to McCacken, who leaves that one outside the off stump as it goes through to Chatley. And there is no run. She looks a little bit more tentative out of the two, does McCacken. Generally a little bit slower to warm up and get into her innings as she works that straight delivery to Danny White at mid-wicket, who runs in, whips the throw back into the wicketkeeper with a slingy right arm. No run taken. There's two fielders, one extra cover, one at mid-wicket, both squeezing the singles, as that one is a back of a length delivery again played to Danny White at mid-wicket, who's cutting down those angles in there. Alice Capsey opposite her at extra cover. It's good having those two internationals either side of you if you're Clearmore as well, offering their thoughts and opinions. A full delivery that McCacken defends back to the bowler. That's 3 dots to start this 14th over. Good pressure building by Surrey. And trying to get out the over now, so Paige Schofield drops back to long on. Don't want to concede a boundary now. They'll take a single, a back short delivery off the back foot. Monaghan's diving round, can't stop it. And that's the pressure released by Surrey once more. They build it and they let it go. At the moment, it's a bit of a running theme. Short, McCacken rocks back, pulls it leg side. Monaghan, we've spoken about her fielding before, one of the best in the business, can't get round to stop it. And Hampshire motoring, 72 for no loss. McCacken moves to 27.
Yeah, just no pressure built, as you say. Just the one maiden so far. That was Alice Monaghan.
Moore in again. Back of a length delivery, short and wide. McCacken gets on top of the bounce. Plays it out to Stonehouse at deep cover. Throw comes in. One more to the total, 73 for no loss. And that is the end of the 14th. McCacken 28 from 44 and Boucher 35 from 41. It's polar opposites from the game at Warwickshire when they were both single figures off about 20 balls, I think, initially, where they really struggled to get going. They've really been given a few gifts early on here, just allowing them to bat with freedom, and now they both seem very, very settled, and they're going to need something to change Surrey to get themselves back into this, because at the moment it's looking like it could be a big score for Hampshire.
Here's Bryony Smith then to start her 6th over. Well, she's bowled 5.2, and that's played out on the onside. Another single to McCacken, moves on to 29. Shall we have a look at the other games that are going on in Tier 1 in the One Day Cup? In fact, this is the only game where there's not been a wicket taken so far. Durham taking on the Blaze. I'm still struggling with the Blaze, actually, if I'm honest. I'd really like them to be called Nottinghamshire. That's pushed out behind square on the offside. Boucher to Danny White, her old opening partner. Maybe they might change it back after this year, who knows. But they're the only one of the regional sides that's kept their regional name. Durham 55 for 2 in the or after 15 overs. Boucher goes over the top of mid-off, beautifully struck, 1 bounce 4 at the top end. That's a lovely shot by Boucher. On pace down the wicket. Just watching that on the picture feed as well, and oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, he gets right to the pitch of the ball, lifts it over the top of the infield with ease.
Here's Bryony Smith. So 78 without loss. Boucher's on to 39. Smith bowls predictably shorter and hammered away. 1 bounce out to deep mid-wicket by Boucher. Moves on to 40. 79 without loss. Essex taking on Warwickshire, where Warwickshire are 48 for 5 in the 13th.
Struggling.
They are a bit, yeah. That's at Chelmsford, by the way, not Edgbaston. They've got another game at Edgbaston next week. That's pushed away on fine by McCacken. Are they going to turn for 2? No, McCacken decides to play it safe. And she moves on to 30-80 without loss. And Somerset are 37 for 3 in the 14th against Lancashire. Hampshire comfortably.
Is that Heather Knight still in Somerset?
Oh, have a look. Let's have a look. Boucher works that into the gap on the leg side. Danny White. Oh no, it was Alice Monaghan coming round to try and pick it up one-handed, but missed. I think the batters would have been. No, Emma Corney is 12 not out. Sophie Luff has gone. Heather Knight out for 6. Fran Wilson for 5. Some big players gone there for Somerset. I think it was Fran Wilson that hit the winning run against Surrey, wasn't it?
Yeah, her and Wellington
4
put
off the
on a
last
good
ball.
partnership
Yeah.
together.
In the last game. And who's got the wickets for Essex? Let's have a look. Looks Warwickshire are 5 down. 4 wickets for Eva Gray. Is it Eva Gray?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Made the move a couple of years ago from South East Stars to Sunrisers and then continued when they moved to Essex. She was on the England A tour this winter, so that'll be pleasing for her to get a big impact there. Clear Moore starts a new over from the hotel end. Full delivery to Boucher, who works that to Danny White at mid-wicket. Doesn't take a run though.
Abby Freeborn, one of the all the top 5 have gone for Warwickshire there, including Abby Freeborn, who played brilliantly for her 70, I think it was, against Hampshire last week.
Moore in again. A full delivery that Boucher actually goes back to and defends to Capsier extra cover. 2 dots to start the 16th. There was 3 dots to start the 14th. No, hold on, let's get that right. Yes. And they let it go with that boundary. See if she can build the pressure here. Moore's down the leg side. Good take by
Cool.
Chatley,
Neat.
who gets it clean in the gloves, whips the bells off, but Boucher hasn't moved. 41 she is. Honing on that, in on that first 50. Boucher. Back of a length delivery, worked up to mid-wicket. Danny Wyatt there, again cuts off the single. 82 for no loss. Moore turns the ball in her hands. She bounds past the umpire, bowls, full toss. Boucher meets it and drives it beautifully past Bryony Smith, who didn't stand a chance. It went directly in the middle of Capsier and Smith. It was a real gift for Boucher, really a wide full toss from Clear Moore, again releasing the pressure. There's a little bit building, although there being a wide in the middle of that. You just felt that there was a bit of pressure there.
Yeah.
It's again a real freebie, releases the pressure for Boucher, moves to 45 from 49, Hampshire 86 for no loss.
It's a good move for Moore here, just to change the angle, just to see what might happen, make Boucher just play in different areas. Got to try something, sorry.
Interesting to see whether she, not that she's a big user of the reverse sweep, but there's Davison Richards is at short third, but it favours this shot if she wants to go there, and cutting outside the off stump, misses the ball. 1 appeal from Chatley, 1 polite request for a caught behind, or maybe a stumping. She did actually appeal to the square leg umpire, so I'm assuming that she thought that Boucher might have lifted her foot, but no one else was interested.
No.
Another dot to Moore, comes round the wicket again, bowls nicely, good shot from Boucher, strong drive up to mid-on for a single, a nice looking shot. Very easy on the eye, Maya Boucher. Throw comes in from Schofield. A single taken off the last delivery, so Boucher will keep the strike. She's 1 hit away from a 50. She's 46 from 51 after 16 overs. Hampshire at 87 for no loss.
Just a reminder, Hampshire winning the toss, selecting to bat first. Left out Poppy Tulloch, who made a debut at Edgbaston a few days ago. So a seam bowler being replaced by a spinner, Rebecca Tyson, coming in for her first game. What do you think the thinking is behind that? A seamer for a spinner, or a spinner for a seamer?
Well, Poppy Tulloch only bowled 3 overs in the last game, so maybe they're thinking they could potentially have more overs from Bex Tyson. Maybe it's a match-up thing. They wanted another left-arm spinner. They've obviously got Lindsay Smith, maybe Bex Tyson offering similar. She obviously had a good season since she came the middle of last year, or towards the end of last year. Was picked up on loan. She came from Hertfordshire, of course.
Yeah.
Now a Tier 3 county, so she's jumped a couple of levels, Bex Tyson, and was given a contract by Hampshire. So Yeah, maybe just thinking that spin is a more favoured attack against this Surrey side.
We've got some more spin in Alice Capsey with her off spin, and Bouchier just finds some room, square on the offside, just rocking onto the back foot. So moves on to 47. Because, I mean, effectively Surrey have done the same, haven't they? Rhiannon McDonald-Gay being replaced by Kalia Moore. They've gone from losing a
I'm not sure whether that was a forced change or...
Or was it?
I don't know. She's not here. She's not even on the squad list, McDonald-Gay, so I'm wondering whether that was a forced change.
Capsey brings McGacken forward. Email here from Stephen Bryce, solentcricket@gmail.com, who says the radio signal, because we are, of course, not only on the picture feed and on the BBC Sport website and that, but we're also around the ground. It says the radio signal is variable in Block S. Can you do something about it? Unfortunately, we can't. That's driven out to extra cover because everything our end seems to be working. We flicked the right switches, haven't we? Oh, I did.
I did nothing.
No, not yet. Don't worry. You won't get away scot-free. But everything we've done at our end is proper, as they say. That's driven to mid-wicket, fielded by Monaghan. So if there is a problem, it could be atmospheric. He says, not knowing what on earth he's talking about. Or it could be something else. But at our end, we're fine, and nothing different from the games previously so far this season, which has all worked fine. McGacken drives, which is probably not what Stephen wanted to hear, but I can only call it as I see it. That's a single again out on the offside for McGacken, and she's on to 31 from 50, 89 without loss, Hampshire.
I'd also have a suggestion just to see whether it is specific to Block S. Just maybe have a little wander around the ground, see if it's changing anywhere in other blocks.
There you are. So you might have to change your position to get a better signal.
I know it's probably, again, what he doesn't want to hear, but
no.
It's just a suggestion.
So we're full of suggestions here. 89 without loss. That's a dot ball to end that over from Capsey. Good over from her. First over. One over just has cost 2 runs. And Kalia Moore at our commentary, and 3 overs, none for 17.
I actually pride myself on suggestions, not solutions.
Do you?
Just offering up other options.
Right.
Take a wander around the ground, see if it is just specific to Block S. Maybe Block T will offer something different for you. And I'm not going to lie to you, there's plenty of other spots in the ground to sit. I don't think you're going to be pushing someone out of their seat.
No. But it might offer a position as
the other
regards
option is
the
just
sun.
to turn us off altogether and just be done with it.
That's right.
Which I'm not suggesting, by the way. Please don't do that. I'm sure you're thoroughly entertained.
It's interesting in your position now as a coach with Sussex, offering solutions, and is that
suggestions, not solutions. Kalia Moore starts a new over. A back of a length delivery worked by McGacken off the back foot, past a diving Danny Wyatt, but not past Paige Schofield at mid-on.
Surely as a coach, though, suggestions and solutions come as part of the
Possibly.
job description, don't they?
But I can offer suggestions. It's only them whether they take those suggestions and turn them into solutions. That's how I see it. Moore, full delivery outside the off stump. A nice looking shot by McGacken drives that one out to deep cover. Slight fumble by Stonehouse, but the throw comes in and there's no harm done. One more to the total. McGacken moves to 32 from 52. Hampshire into the 90s, 90 for no loss. Yeah, you can't be a mover and shaker. You've just got to offer those.
One or the other.
Yeah. I can't go out onto the field and impact it, unfortunately. Moore comes round the wicket to Bouchier. This is obviously a plan for her, driving pleasantly up to long on. Here's Bouchier, picks up another single, moves to 48. Bryony Smith does the fielding. Hampshire 91 for no loss. It looks like Moore is going over the wicket to McGacken and round to Bouchier. So just trying to change the plan of attack for each batter, trying to get a wicket. A couple of steps down the wicket by McGacken, gets on top of the bounce and defends it out to Stonehouse at deep cover. Another single, happy to take 3 singles off the over so far. Dots and then 3 singles taken. More into a 4th over, yet to take a wicket at Surrey. More round the wicket to Bouchier. Full delivery driven back to her in a follow through. Good fielding off her own bowling. It's really, really important as a spinner to be good off your own bowling, especially when the 2 fielders behind you are back on the rope, because you know as soon as it goes past you it's at least 1, and there's going to be nobody there diving round and trying to save the single. It's going to be at least 1. So it's really important that you get off your own bowling. As a spinner, she bowls again to Boucher. He tries to create some room on the offside this time, but Stonehouse is up. There's a single wasn't taken and wasn't on offer even by Surrey. Good over from Kalia Moore. She's bowled 4 overs, none for 20. 92 for no loss Hampshire. We're through 18 overs here, so 32 remain for Hampshire. And they're in a really, really good position to make this a really big total for Surrey to try and chase down. And they've got the strength to do it, Surrey. They're probably, well, I think they definitely are actually more batting heavy. So that's probably their more favoured skill as you look at their lineup.
Yeah.
With Wyatt, Capsey, Dunkley, Smith, all with international experience in their top order. Davidson Richards, of course, thrown in there as well.
Here's Capsey again then, with her off spin from the pavilion end. That's driven hard up to mid-on by McGacken, but finds the fielder.
I didn't even mention Paige Schofield, who's had a brilliant sort of last 18 months or so, and she scored 100 on the A Tour as well when she was away. So I think she'll play more international cricket this summer.
Yeah, it's been a good move for her, isn't it? Nice sort of sweep shot, gone down to fine leg. McGacken should pick up 2. No, she'll settle for 1 here. That's the substitute fielder. Oh no, it's not, it's Kalia Moore down there at fine leg, just this side of the tunnel as we look. 93 without loss. Email here from Trevor Hillary about the in-ground commentary.
Oh gosh.
Solentcricket@gmail.com. Solentcricket@gmail.com. No, it's actually quite good. Lovely drive there through extra cover. Boucher again losing her feet. And that's, oh, misfielded. Oh, it looked like the fielder had got there actually. And just as she bent down, the ball went under her hand. 50 for Maya Boucher, 52 for the England player of 57 balls with 7 fours and 1 6. That's another lovely full flow of the bat through extra cover from Maya Boucher. A bit of a trademark shot from her. So 97 without loss. Come back to the email in a moment. As Capsey comes in, Boucher on the back foot, works that up to mid-on where the fielder has now dropped back on the rope, so it's a comfortable single. Boucher moves on to 53. So Trevor Hillary, solentcricket@gmail.com, says it's pretty good reception in Block E. So Stephen, if you're wanting to move, variable all around the ground though, says Trevor. No reception in the atrium at the far end of the ground. Right, so there's obviously something going on. That's nicely guided to backward a point, but there is no run. Fielded by Alice Davidson Richards there. So it does sound like it's variable around the ground, just depends on where you're sitting. So if you really want our commentary.
Block E.
Yeah, Block E is the place by the looks of it. So if we suddenly see Block E packed,
Yeah.
we'll just know how popular we are really, Charlotte. And I'm not expecting it, of course, as that's put out to extra cover, but if you want to move around to Block E, it would give us a real boost.
I can't wait for Block E to empty.
I'm trying to look where Block E is.
It's over there to
Is it
our
over to the right?
Yeah. There's sort of one or two people
Oh, right.
in Block E that I just feel like that'd just be really funny if they all just got up and moved.
Mass exodus. I can't see the letters around the ground. How did you know it was Block E?
Well, that I can see C, D, and I just assumed that half of the letter there was E. I just thought.
So is it about 3 o'clock as we look? Block E.
Yeah.
All right.
It's
okay.
the pink. Do you see in between the stands? There's the stairwell.
Yes.
And you've got B. I can see. C. I can see quite easily. D.
Where
I
can
can
you
see quite
see
easily.
that?
And then
Wait, can you see? I can't see any letters.
in the middle of the stairwell,
Yeah.
as if you were to go under the stand, there's a pink
Yeah.
block, like a letter in the middle of the block. Can you see that?
No. Oh well. Anyway, it's 3 o'clock as we look, so I know.
Can somebody go and stand by and
Yeah,
just
and
sort of
wave.
point and wave about where that might be for us, for Kevin to see where the letters of the block are. It's just in between. If you go underneath the stand, there's just big letters on pink boards.
Oh gosh, yes. What am I talking about? Of course I can see it now. Yeah, what am I saying? I was looking at the wrong. I was looking at the pink seats rather than the white seats. Yeah.
Oh right, okay, sorry.
So
Didn't make
Block
that
E.
clear.
We know where Block E is, right on the end of the Shane Wall. Yeah.
Yes, and there's about a handful of people sat there. Alice Davidson Richards then to replace Kalia Moore. Kalia Moore bowled 4 overs, none for 20. And we're going to see Alice Davidson-Richards with her right arm seamers, bowls a bit of a wobble ball. No express pace, but steady up and down, will challenge both edges of the bat. And they need her experience to pick up a wicket here to Surrey. They're 98 for no loss, Hampshire. Davidson-Richards then bowls, and a big waft outside the off stump as it goes through to Chatley. That's exciting for Surrey to see.
This is interesting. Watch Maya Boucher's foot move after she's played the shot. There.
Off balance, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was a bit off balance. The front foot was quite a long way away, and of course the front foot then moved into a position where she probably should have been first up.
Davidson-Richards past the umpire, bowls full delivery, well played by Boucher up to Paige Schofield at long on, and she gets another single. Boucher moves to 54 from 60 deliveries. 99 for no loss, Hampshire. Sorry,
no, Charlotte. I was just saying about, you were talking about this Surrey batting, you know, being very strong. Just looking at the score in that rain-affected game against Somerset, 243 for 7, Surrey off 33 overs. I mean, they would have thought they'd had enough there, wouldn't they?
I thought so. Davidson-Richards in again, drifting down the leg side, helped on its way by McCacken as she gets into that low position she so often does, and Hampshire's 100 is here in the 20th over.
Terrific
Good
stuff.
contribution between both batters.
Yeah, they have.
It's not been sort of a Maya Boucher show or an Ella McCacken show. They've both contributed to this partnership.
They have.
A few extras has helped, of course, as well, get them there, but 118 balls, 74 minutes, the partnership. That one hits the pads of Boucher and goes over the top of Chatley's gloves as it goes down the leg side. It'll be called a leg bye, it'll just be one of them, as umpire Ben Peveril will raise his right knee. And another one to the total nonetheless, 101 for no loss, Hampshire.
Yeah, 9 wides and 1 no ball. In that total, it's a lot, isn't it? A lot of extras. 6 of those wides bowled by Phoebe Franklin, who was taken off with what looked like some illness earlier.
And that one's helped on its way by McCacken. Is it going to go over the top of the fielder? I think it is, down to fine leg. And it's called 6. It was a real interesting shot from McCacken. She tries to play a similar shot, but she just helps it round the corner. And got a massive top edge, and she's got a good bat, because it's gone all the way for 6. I thought the fielder down there, it's Gregory down there, was in with a chance of a catch, but it's carried all the way. Moves McCacken into the 40s, but it's a bit of a life, you'd think, because I think she maybe should have done a little bit better.
I was going to say, it must be a thick edge there on that
So
bat.
dropped over the edge of the boundary. Davidson-Richards in again. Short delivery. Gets big on McCacken as she tries to play it through the covers, and there is no run. It's the end of the 20th over. 30 more to go then here in this first home game at Utilita Bowl for the new look of Hampshire women Tier 1 Metrobank One Day Cup. They're on top of Surrey, which is a great position to be if you're a Hampshire fan, if you're listening round the ground, potentially just in Block E, definitely not in Block S, or if you're watching on the live picture feed or anywhere else, let us know, solentcricket@gmail.com.
BBC Online as well, of course. The only game, as I understand it, on the BBC, this one. Only women's game. That's a cutaway by Boucher. May look for 2 here as it's gone to backward a point. And it's thrown in. She have to hurry. She's in. That's good fielding out there by Daniel Gregory. Quite a big boundary away to our right. 109 without loss. Boucher moves on to 56. Well, Colin Sturmey, silentcricket@gmail.com, says loud and clear on the terrace.
Oh, lovely.
Where's the terrace?
I think it's the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion up there, actually.
Right.
I think that's where it is.
I've only been here for 20 odd years.
Oh, there's a man waving. I'm waving back.
Oh, right, well done. There's a little bit more to that. As down the wicket comes Boucher, drives powerfully up to mid-off, can't find a gap. He says, plus I can see you through the binoculars while I can see the top of Charlotte's head anyway.
I'm actually sat, I've upgraded, by the way. For those that listened to me last year, quite often I was sat on a bunch of towels that I was donated / stole from the hotel.
Boucher drives, goes under the hands of Capsey as the ball works up to mid-off.
I'm hoping that we don't have too many listeners downstairs in the hotel that might find that out. But I couldn't find any towels today, so I'm actually sat on a wooden box that I found that the jugs of water up here that were displayed upon. I've now decided to sit on that, just so I can see over the top of the railing. So it's a new addition.
Is it comfy?
It's not the most comfortable thing I've ever sat on, but at least I can see.
Boucher sweeps. Oh, it's gone through the hands of the field, and that's going for 4. Down towards fine leg. Lovely shot once more from Boucher. Just help that away behind square on the leg side, and she moves on to 60 from just 65 deliveries and 113 without loss here, Hampshire. I just hope, and as so often has happened when Maya Boucher is in full flight, that there's just a mistake there somewhere, isn't there? And you think, oh gosh, she's left so many runs out there in the middle. I hope today is not that day. A big score from her will be a real confidence booster after what she's been through in the winter as that turns away on the leg side. Another single. You just feel if Boucher bats for most of the 50 overs, I'd hate to think what score she might end up on. Probably 150.
I'm excited to see Boucher actually bat in an England shirt once more this summer under Charlotte Edwards. I think that she's worked with her so much over the last few years in KSL days and in Vipers days.
Back and works that neatly down towards deep mid wicket, all along the ground. She moves on to 42.
That she actually is able to get the best out of Maya, and I think that that'll be a really exciting sort of thing to watch over the summer, and hopefully she can get back into the runs in an international shirt as well as a Hampshire shirt this summer.
Yeah, 21 overs gone, 115 without loss. Got a message here from Jo, who sits on the ground. She says there is a lot of interference on the radios this year. Sometimes fixable by repositioning the pink ribbon. Yep, so that's the thing that sort of goes from the earpiece. It's not just a Block S issue. Right, so there we are. I'm learning something already about the in-ground commentary this year. That it's been one or two problems. Actually, we used to have interference up here, as you probably remember from last year. But actually, it's all clear. So it sounds better here around the ground for us.
Davison Richards to continue, back of a length delivery. McCacken works that into square leg, just past the umpire, who casually walks out the way to allow the ball to go past him. And they pick up a single. They ran the first one hard. I thought they might come back for a second. Not to be. McCacken moves to 43. Hampshire 116 for no loss.
There's quite a few of you listening in the ground, which is quite reassuring. Mike Goff, silentcricket@gmail.com, says, very good reception in W.
Now we've got to find W. I can see W, dead opposite us, just to the left of the pavilion.
That's right, yeah. Wagtails are out already, he says.
Davison Richards bowls, and that's a shorter delivery, but doesn't get above waist height. And there is no run.
Wagtails being the birds, I suppose. They're obviously wandering around. I'm presuming. I'm no bird watcher.
No, me neither.
But I think
it's
I've
not
heard
my forte.
No, I think I've heard of wagtails.
I've known Mike Goff for a long time. He probably won't remember me.
Oh.
So, Mike, if you're listening, still listening, and you can still hear us in Block W.
So
you used to teach me ICT at
Which
my
is?
secondary school. Like the computer.
Oh, right, yeah.
I don't know, is it information computer technology or something?
Sounds about right.
When I was in school. Probably won't remember me because probably wasn't very good at it. Still forget my password on the regular as a grown adult. But yeah, teach me ICT at my secondary school.
So you weren't one of Mike's finest pupils?
Well, he might remember me, he might not. But he's probably taught a lot of kids in his years when he was a teacher at my school. Davison Richards, a bumper. Goes over the top of Maya Boucher. She ducks underneath that one. It goes through to Chatley behind the stumps.
That's good delivery. Surprise ball.
Yeah, and I said before, maybe wrongly, about Davison Richards, no real pace. Never really felt like there's been an awful lot of pace in comparison to other bowlers across the circuit. But you've got to have a little bit to get it up and around chin height to make it challenging. She's done just that. And she bowls another one to Boucher and gets a glove on it, goes through to Chatley. The second bouncer in the over has worked for Boucher. And a feather as it goes through to Kira Chatley. Surrey have got their first wicket. They're delighted as a group and they needed it. It was a good delivery. And it's actually a good catch from Chatley because it's deflected. I say it's a little feather. It actually deflected off the back of Maya Boucher's bat or glove and changed direction. And Chatley had to adjust, but she had time to do it. She took the catch And she's got the first wicket, has Alice Davidson-Richards for Surrey. A round of applause for Maya Boucher. She slowly trudges off the field as she made a well-made 61. But she's gone. She's now making way for the overseas. Number 88 on her back, Charlie Knott, comes to the middle.
Well, I think that's good bowling. I think this wicket is encouraging with the pace. She's unlucky there, Maya Boucher, isn't she? Well, she looks up at the skies as she makes her way back to the pavilion. She got it high. Got it high, Davidson-Richards. That's good bowling. And Maya Boucher probably feels that's the first mistake that she's made in her innings.
Sometimes that's the only one you need to make as a batter. It's brutal. I was saying yesterday, batting, it's why I never did it, obviously. Well, I did do it, but maybe not at a high level, because you only get one opportunity to get it wrong. And if you get it wrong, sometimes that's the end. But at least with bowling, you've got at least 6 options to get it wrong.
Well, yeah, you're right, and that is.
And it's just the brutality of batting, isn't it?
And you do go through phases where you feel like every half mistake is punished, and yet you will go through periods where you play and miss a few times, and you think, "Oh, I've got away with that again." It is infuriating batting sometimes. Now, Charlie Knott, back for a second year here at the Utilita Bowl, the Australian.
Wasn't put off the first time. She waits, and the first one's a wide down the leg side, a full delivery by Davidson-Richards. Goes through to Chatley behind the stumps. Arms outstretched by Ben Peverell, another one to the total. Knott gets a free sighter and sees that one go down the leg side.
She was out for 14 at Edgbaston in that tied game against Warwickshire. She drilled one to mid-off, tried to hit it over the top, probably got too close to the bounce of the ball and hit it straight, very straight to mid-off.
Davidson-Richards bowls to her. She's on the back foot cutting. That's a lovely shot as it goes past backward point. She'll pick up at least one. She'll come back for the second quite comfortably. That was a really classy shot. She's been in the runs in the winter for Australia A and for Queensland and Brisbane Heat. She's had a really, really good winter. She had a good summer over here last year as well. And I can't see it too long before she makes sort of a really big impact in a full Australia shirt in the future. We said that last year. But it can't be too much longer now for Charlie Knott if she continues in this vein. As a back of a length delivery is met by her bat. It's a defensive shot opted for and plays it into the ground. It's a dot ball to complete the 22nd. It's an over which Surrey have taken their first wicket, 119 for 1 Hampshire, and this is where Surrey need to capitalise and put pressure on Knott and try and put pressure on McCacken if he can as well. She's 43 not out, McCacken, but if you put pressure on one end, it might force the big shot from McCacken. You get a couple rolling, you get into that middle order, and anything can happen. So it's a key. It seems like a key phase of the game for Surrey.
Yeah, agreed. Try and stop partnerships building. There's looks like an easy jet takes off to our right. Other airlines available, of course. As in comes Capsy, full, driven back to her by McGacken. No, it's Kelly Moore. Sorry, I tell a lie. Kelly Moore switched ends into her 5th over, none for 20. Was bowling our commentary end in her first spell. Mike Goff is back on the emails as that's pulled away on the leg side. McGacken advances to 44, 120 for 1. Mike Goff, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, if I remember correctly, Charlotte's IT skills were good. Oh, there you are.
Thank you,
Thought
Mike.
you were all right.
Much appreciated.
Yeah. There you go.
Thing is, now you use your ICT skills in every single job you could possibly get. You always have to use a computer. You always have to know how to access one and work one. There's very few jobs which, you know, you wouldn't need those skills for. So it's probably one of the most important lessons you'll learn in school, to be honest with you. Can't say I've used algebra since, but that's fine. As long as my maths teacher isn't listening, I don't have to worry about it.
Just a chat with Moore by Brian E. Smith. Ready to bowl the next delivery. 3rd one in this over, 23rd. Moore with her off breaks bowled. Oh, that's wide of off stump. Not called, though. That was touch and go, wasn't it?
I mean, I'm not an umpire, nor do I wish to be, but I might have had my arms out there.
You might have done. It was very borderline, that one. I don't know if she expected Charlie Knott to come down the wicket. Again, that's quite wide. Knott plays and misses there as he tries to work that into the gap that is around about square and just in front and just behind. It's quite a big area. Obviously inviting Charlie Knott to hit that ball through there, that gap there. More bowls again. That's fuller. Easier for Knott this time. She'll pick up a single. 121 for 1. Stephen Clark is back on the emails. solentcricket@gmail.com under the heading of worn out. Wow, we're only 20 odd overs into the game.
How many laps of the ground you done, Stephen? Come on.
Well,
I haven't seen you running around.
Well, he did move, and that's the reason, as I'll explain in this email. Brings McCacken back on strike. 44 to her. Down the leg side again. Neat take by Chatley, but it's a wide. He says, now I'm bushed. I went all the way down to the stand, waving as I went to the C tunnel, which is halfway along the Shane Warne stand to our right, and you didn't see me. It's a long way away, to be honest. Quietly forward is McCacken, end of the over. 23 completed, 122 for 1, Hampshire. I just looked like a bit of a fool to the others in the stand. Then I had to climb all the way back to the top. Thankfully my carer is here to look after me, he says. Regarding the radio reception, I wonder about the effect of all the ironwork in the stands. And being clear of the pavilion helps. Up here at the top of the Shane Warne, the signal is intermittent. If I watch the cricket, you get crackly. I can't listen to you and watch the game at the same time. There's definitely a change in the signal since last year in his part of the ground. That's an interesting one. The club, I'm sure, are taking note of all this and will respond accordingly.
That's the most diplomatic response I have ever heard. It's like when you get those sort of standard email responses, isn't it? And you say, as previously stated, means read my previous email. I did say this once before, but I will say it again. It's sort of like that very polite kind of response.
Yes. Polite, passive-aggressive.
Yeah. As previously stated.
Yeah.
It's my favourite thing to be passive-aggressive on an email. Watch out. Alice Davidson-Richards to continue then from the hotel end, just on the pads of Knott, works it backward a square for a single. Sophia Dunkley gets hold of the ball and throws the ball back in, this time into the floor before it reaches Kira Chatley. No Danny Gregory yet to have ball in hand, in as an out-and-out leg spinner. Won't be too long, you would have thought, before we'd see her with ball in hand. Davidson-Richards turns at the top of her mark a couple of bounds before she's into a run-up. She bowls to McCacken, a Yorker length delivery that Monaghan does brilliantly to come round to her right to cut off the single. That's the energy and the effort that's required from Surrey to just put some pressure back on this Hampshire top order. They're well on top at the minute at 123 for 1, but that's the kind of thing that Surrey need to cut off every single inside this circle, to make it easy for these Hampshire batters to get a free run or a easy boundary. Reinforcements on the leg side. Interesting field, no extra cover. Bryony Smith's gone wider at mid-off. There's a big gap on the offside if McCacken can access it. It's a short delivery from Ellis Davidson-Richards, goes over the top of the keeper's head and will run away for 4. It was a short ball plan. McCacken hopefully would have noticed that and thought about the options that she's had. She was set up for the short one as she waits for the ball, and a big top edge didn't quite go where she wanted it to, but there's definitely no fielders behind the keeper, so it's a freebie for McCacken. She moves on to 48. Hampshire 127 for 1.
Yeah, that's a good bouncer again. That's head height. I have to say, this is going to be, I think, part of her attack, Davidson-Richards. If she gets through her 10, I think expect some short deliveries, and what she does do well is get it high, which of course is very then difficult to control as a batter, your pull shot, your hook shot.
I wonder whether she would have double bluffed. Same field for Alice Davidson-Richards. Is she going to go again? No, a double bluff this time. McCacken goes through for a single. She digs out the Yorker. It's good bowling from Davidson-Richards. And she challenges McCacken. She moves to 49. Another single to Hampshire. It's good bowling from Davidson-Richards. She went for the short ball, didn't pay off, and the field didn't change, and she could have gone again because it got rid of Maya Boucher second time. in the previous over, but she tried to double bluff and landed her Yorker. Brilliant bowling from Davison Richards. Extra cover back in for Charlie Knott. Drifts on the pads of her does Davison Richards. A freebie for Knott, and she picks up a single. And she moves on to 5. McCacken back on strike. 1 run away from her 50. Be her first one in a Hampshire shirt. Second game in Hampshire colours. I'm still not sure how I feel about the blue kit but the yellow pads, but we'll gloss over that.
Do you not like it?
I just feel like the blue pads would have looked smarter. I'm warming to it because that's what the guys have always played in when they played Metro Bank, and I completely understand the rationale, but I just feel like it makes you look like you've got a massive front pad as a batter. I'd be quite stressed. Davison Richards in again, bowl, short, wide. McCacken gets that single. She goes to her 50. Maiden 50 in Hampshire shirt for Ella McCacken. She gets on top of that one, picks up a single out to deep cover, raises her back to the pavilion. Both openers go to 50 for Hampshire. This is a brilliant start. Hampshire 130 for 1 after 24.
Yeah, nice from Ella McCacken, who's been playing at this level since she was very young. She's only 22 now. She started in COVID year, didn't she, in the regional era?
Yeah, she turned 18 on the very first final after the win at Edgbaston.
Oh, okay.
So she saw her in her 18th birthday.
Yeah.
She's probably drinking champagne out the trophy, to be honest with you, but there we go. That's another story for another day.
Terrific stuff from her. Of course, she originally played for Sussex, so this is actually her first county List A half century. There's more bowls. That's wide, nicely driven out on the offside by McCacken. Moves on to 51. She hit 6 half centuries as a Vipers player out of 49 matches. And of course, only the second time she's played in a Hampshire shirt. Charlie Knott back on strike. On the back foot, works that up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Got an email here from Roger Arthur, sonancricket@gmail.com. Let's watch Kalia Moore first from the pavilion end. Off the back foot is Knott, just steers that to backward a point. Daniel Gregory runs around, picks it up nicely. 132 for 1. He says, "Hi there, never get tired of saying that the commentary is excellent." Thank you. Roger, that's why I always read out your emails. The reception here in sunny Shoaling is good, he says. Well, of course, you'll probably be watching on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website, or, of course, BBC Sport Online. The only game that's on BBC Sport Online, the only women's game today. That's driven up to mid-on. Usually they will be on the BBC website, sport website as well. Not every single game, but most of them will be. Sometimes it's a little too logistically difficult. Oh, that's a full toss down the leg side. Now that's beaten everybody, although I think there's a slight deflection from somebody. We'll wait and see what it's signalled as the ball makes its way down to a very fine leg, and it's actually wide, so it actually didn't hit anybody. So there we go. Ball seemed to slow up there a little bit, actually, so that's why I thought maybe the keeper got an arm on it, or well, keeper might still have got an arm on it, actually, of course, so that would still be a wide. 135 for 1. I'm just making these rules up as I go. That's cut away behind point on the offside, Daniel Gregory. It's amazing what rubbish you can come out with when you think, hang on a minute, if I actually worked out what I was saying. It's pretty obvious. 1 ball left of Moore's 6th over, none for 28 so far for her. Length ball, that'll be a dot ball to McCacken. She's 51 from 73. Knott is 6 from 9. 135 for 1, the one batter out. Maya Boucher, who, a welcome return to form for her. Of course, we're 25 overs in here, so we're halfway through, so players will take a quick refreshment break. 35 the total, as I say. Maya Boucher with 61 from 69 deliveries, with 8 fours and a 6. Absolutely terrific knock, and Maya Boucher fans and supporters, I think that's a heartening sight to see 61 runs next to her name after the last few months of some difficult times with the bat.
Absolutely. I think it's important to mention as well today that the Vipers Academy, they're still called the Vipers Academy, even though They train out of Hampshire, but they've still called them... The academies underneath the counties are still named as their regions, because they still pull from sort of other counties in the region, still make up a core group, if that makes sense to anyone. It makes sense in my head.
Yeah.
They're playing up in Lancashire over the next 2 days. They play a 50 over fixture today, and then 2 T20s tomorrow, so they're in action today. Eliza Bristow, they're bowling against Lancashire Academy. And Eliza Bristow, who's hopefully a name you'll get to know over the next few years. I think she's very talented. First year on the academy this year, has 4 for 19. Down. Can't go any further south than this, but up in Lancashire. They have the Thunder Academy 114 for 5. And that game, you can follow that on Live NV Play. If you wish to follow the scorecard there. There's so many other games going on. Shall I do a really quick round?
Yeah, of course, yeah, we've got time.
So, Durham are going well. 110 for 2 at Chester Street. Susie Bates fell for 9 after her brilliant 90 last week. Holly Armitage and Maddie Villiers steadying the ship and batting well there. Armitage 40 not out, Villiers 25 not out. 1 wicket apiece for Grace Ballinger and the overseas Orla Prendergast. Ex-Viper Georgia Elwis, no wickets for 26 off her 5 overs. Warwickshire at Chelmsford were struggling early. They've made a bit of a recovery with Chloe Brewer 37 not out, Emily Arlott 31 not out. They're 100 for 5 after losing their top 5 cheaply. Hampshire obviously 132 for 1 here at the drinks break against Surrey. Somerset were struggling, still are a little bit down in Taunton, 66 for 5. Emma Corney still in now with Alex Griffiths, who's yet to get off the mark, 0 from 11, but some big names gone there. Knight, Luff, Wilson, Dean, all back in the shed. Tier 2 cricket is going on today as well as around the country. Northamptonshire women are playing Gloucester women, and Michaela Kirk is on loan from the Blaze. She's 46 not out. She got runs in the last game for them as well. Middlesex women away to Glamorgan down in Newport. Pippa Sproul on loan there from the Vipers Academy, Hampshire Academy. 45 from 60 balls. Finty Trussler playing at Middlesex now is 46 not out from 56 deliveries, batting at 3. Middlesex are 161 for 2, going well against Glamorgan. Worcester women that rolled over Yorkshire last week. 98 for 3. Claire Boycott, it's 41 not out.
What a name.
Jeffrey.
Yeah.
I hope they do call her Jeffrey, that would be brilliant. They're going okay down there, just past the lunch break, past the drinks break, sorry, 98 for 3. And that's all the Tier 2 games. And there's a handful of Tier 3 games. We're just about to get underway here, so I won't go through all of them. But Wiltshire are playing Staffordshire today. Wiltshire are 50 for 6. Cheshire are playing Hertfordshire, they're 50. No, that's the wrong game, sorry. That's not a women's game. God, there's so much cricket going on.
Yeah, there's actually men's opening national county 50
national
over matches.
Hertfordshire are playing Berkshire. Hertfordshire are 66 for 5. Anyone playing for Berkshire that we might know? It's a local team, isn't it? Anyone playing down there that we might know? Mary Briscoe on the Vipers Academy and EPP, I think, plays down there. Another name you might get used to. Daniel Gregory. First time we're seeing her. First over after the drinks break. Ball in hand, the leg spinner bowls a full delivery to Charlie Knott, who reaches that on the full toss and plays it up to long on for a single. Goes to 7. So lots of cricket to enjoy around the country. Try and stick with us here, because it's going to be a goodie.
Certainly is. I think it's probably about as many games going around the country today as there has been.
Crazy.
This season.
Gregory, and again, a good delivery, challenging. I always appreciate Danny Gregory's follow-through, because she gives it a lot of energy through the air, and not a massive turner of the ball, but really gives the ball a lot of energy and gets to quickly, and then she's quickened up over the few years. But look at her follow-through. She follows through like a seamer, really runs through, as this one's clipped by McCacken down the leg side, but can't get past Clear Moore at short fine. But if you're watching on the live picture feed or in the ground, I really appreciate the pace of the follow-through.
Because that's quite interesting, really, because that almost goes against how some people are coached, especially leg spin.
And that's a flightier delivery. McCacken's trying to cut on the back foot, a bit too close to cut. as it bounces on her and plays and misses. It goes into the hands of Chatley, who whips the bells off once more.
Just watching the replay there, yeah. Look at that follow through.
But it's further than most seamers follow through. when you're a coach trying to encourage the kids to follow through, you must follow through. Watch Danny Gregory as she bowls another one to McCacken, who defends that one out onto the offside, and there is no run taken.
Because if you take a right arm spinner, especially leg spinner, you pivot over your left hip, don't you? And you really sort of pivot all the way round. And then that's literally it, isn't it? And then your left foot comes back out on the offside to steady yourself, and that's it.
Yeah, she's very front on. That one's driven, or half a chance for Capsey. It bounces just in front of her, actually, so it wasn't half a chance, but it was a teaser as it's played out into the offside by McCacken. Good start for Danny Gregory. Just the one single from the over. Hampshire 136 for 1. But yeah, she bowls quite front on, and therefore maybe doesn't have to pivot. You sort of talk about going from 180 one way and pivoting over your front leg and ending up almost facing the other direction, so sort of turning over your front leg 180 degrees.
Yeah.
And then you've got to then kind of come round with your feet to finish off being able to be in a catching position or a fielding position, because then you turn into a fielder right after you bowl the ball. So that's kind of stereotypically how it's worked, but Gregory just uses her energy and momentum to follow through towards the batter.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with it, it's just different,
Just different,
isn't it?
absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, so normally
the textbook has been thoroughly ripped up about 5 or 6 years ago, probably longer now, as if to say what was right and wrong back then.
Alice Monaghan returns and changes ends. She'll now bowl from the pavilion end. 5 overs, none for 24. She's bowled the one maiden so far in the Hampshire innings. And here she is with a right arm pace. Comes in and bowls short. It's pulled away. Slight top edge as one bounce down to fine leg off the bat of Charlie Knott. She moves on to 8, 137 for 1. Yeah, so just going back to that. So it's literally pivot over your left hip and your foot. And then as you bowl, your right foot comes one pace down the wicket, and then it literally is left foot out to the side and your face on, ready to... That would be your standard spinner, especially leg spinners follow through. But yeah, Daniel Gregory takes that a couple of stages further. Here's Monaghan, bowls. Just trying to pull that away, misses almost an edge through to the keeper there. Monaghan is starting to bowl a couple of short deliveries, or certainly that one there. Just watching that again. It's a good, actually, line from Monaghan. Yeah, it's not that short. Again, good carry.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it?
Through to the keeper.
Good wicket. One that you'd want to be batting on.
Yeah, it is. It's the short ball now that's starting to cause one or two problems.
Which is good. You don't see it a lot in the women's game over the last few years, but it's something that's going to come into it more and more.
Definitely some good pace in this wicket. That's cut, miss. Again, there's a bit of bounce there for Monaghan.
Back to Gregory, I think the person that she must be watching, and she's based her action on, is Rashid Khan. Because he runs through, he bowls quickly. I mean, I think he bowls something ridiculous like 65 miles an hour when he bowls his leg spin. And he runs through the crease and causes mayhem by doing so. So she's got to have watched Rashid Khan and been like, that's who I want to emulate. I never asked her, but maybe that's the case.
Monaghan, length ball. Slight leading edge on that one from McGacken. She stays on 51. Yeah, and also... I forgot what the point I was going to make then, but
it was obviously a good one.
Well, it would be, of course. Again, the umpire at the far end now is looking at Monaghan's follow-through. It's interesting, in her first over earlier this morning, the umpire had a look and then didn't look again, and now in her first over in her second spell at the pavilion end, the umpire's had a quick look. Monaghan in again, bowls, short, edged, over probably where first slip would be. It's gone out down to third for a 4. And Kira Chatley making an effort, but it was always wide of her and a little high as well. Again, just that extra bit of pace and extra bit of bounce. Just watching that again.
Yeah, it was way over the top of Chatley.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah, I think even the first slip would have gone over the top of their head. I've got an email here from Mark Taylor, solentcricket@gmail.com, about the reception around the ground. It says, signal is fine at the top of the terrace, but when I noticed it being worse in other areas of the ground this season, I wondered if it's because of the wiring associated with the new solar panels. That's an interesting theory. It's a nice drive to extra cover where it's fielded by Alice Davidson-Richards. I hadn't thought of that one, and not really being up on my solar panel wiring, I'm not really the one to say yes, that's a good theory, or no, it's not, but that's a different one. And I'm sure the club is making all sorts of notes. Whoever's at the club making those sort of notes about the in-ground commentary.
There's been
one or two theories, yeah. Well, there's been. Well, I didn't realise that there'd been intermittent reception for the previous games here this year, so that's news to me actually. So clearly there's something awry.
Danny Gregory to continue from the hotel end, just gets her fielders in the right place. She's got 3 out patrolling on the leg side, 1 at deep cover. The 4 fielders outside of this circle. A full delivery defended up to long on by Charlie Knott. Just happy to take a single at the minute and get into her innings. 9 from 12 she is. Supporting McCacken, who's 55 from 83.
Still going at 5 and over the innings, which is, we're looking at 250 plus, aren't we?
Look to double it from here if they can. Get up to 300. A full toss. Good fielding off her own bowling. Danny Gregory. It was a full toss, which wasn't the most ideal delivery, but she does well to recover in her follow through and doesn't concede a single. A single and a dot off the first 2 deliveries of her second over. She's in again. Flightier delivery, worked leg side by McCacken. Looks for a single to short fine, can't find one. Good pressure from Kalia Moore there. McCacken keen to use her feet to spin. Here. Got 4 fielders outside of the circle. 3 on the leg side, 1 at deep cover. Mid-offs inside the circle. There's a big space over Bryony Smith's head if she wants it, McCacken, to use her feet. She eyes it up. She gets it on the half volley. And Danny Gregory does well again in her follow-through to take the pace and sting out of the ball. And another dot ball. 3 dots in a row for Surrey. McCacken using her feet once again. She's eyeing up this offside. It won't be long before she goes again, I would think. Another flighted delivery. McCacken uses her feet again. There's a bit of an indecision as to whether to take the single. It came off the pads of McCacken, went behind the stumps to Alice Davidson-Richards, who was at short third. They thought about a single, thought about it 2 or 3 times, and then decided against it and not had to scamper back after being halfway down. Bit of a conversation between the 2 about what we're doing. Well, are we taking those singles or not? Probably telling McCacken, Charlie Knott, hopefully telling McCacken not to panic. She's tried to use her feet. And 3 deliveries in a row. Last ball from Danny Gregory. Bowls. McCacken uses her feet again. Clubs that one over the head of Charlie Knott, who's had to duck to evade it. She picks up a single. She'll keep the strike, McCacken. Goes to 56 from 88. Gregory, good over from her. She really challenged McCacken there. 2 overs, 0 for 3. Hampshire 143 for 1. We're through 28 overs here at Utilita Bowl. The first innings, the first home game here this year at Tier 1 Metro Bank Women's One Day Cup between Hampshire and Surrey. If you're in the area, come on down. There's loads of seats available. Sunny day, come and sit in the ground. Wouldn't sit what we decided. Block S was a no-go. Block E's great. Pavilion's great. No, not inside pavilion, but on top of pavilion in the terrace, great. But plenty of options.
Here's Monaghan then. Comes in with a right arm. Same as all, player missing outside the off stump. That's a good delivery. Good start to this over from Monaghan, starting a 7th over. Just watching this again on the replay. Monaghan comes in and bowls, and it's just straight under fraction. Gacken's just...
She's stuttering here, isn't she?
She's just, she was in a nice little flow, especially with Boucher batting. And you go through this little phase sometimes in an innings where just all of a sudden it just feels a little tougher. You've got to battle through it as Monaghan comes in and bowls. That's hit over on the leg side by McCacken, and that'll be 4 runs. Just a little too straight there from Monaghan, but it was a good shot nevertheless from McCacken. But I think you're right, just make sure she doesn't panic. She's the one in there and looking for a score. She's picked that up from around about middle stump there, McGacken.
I call that the McGacken shovel.
Yeah?
I've seen it so many times where she just lifts the ball, she gets deep in her crease and just lifts the ball over mid-wicket. And she almost says, come to my side, you're coming over here. But she makes connection more times than she doesn't.
Monahan in again, plays and misses outside the off stump. She's trying to cut that away. McGacken on 60, 147 for 1 in the 29th here. Hampshire having won the toss this morning. Yeah, I mean, of course there's plenty of seats and why wouldn't there be? But I tell you what, as a standalone 50 over game here, women first home game of the season, I don't think this is too bad actually.
No, it's got a nice buzz about it. I mean, I can't really see, obviously I can't see over the edge because there's a few, oh gosh, don't fall over Charlotte. There's a few fans just below us.
Just tries to pick that up on the leg side, gets wrapped on the pad, stifled appeal. Again, that's straight where McGacken's trying to work that away on the leg side. Let's just have a look how straight that is on the replay as we watch this. Oh, it's actually, that's more leg stumpish, that one. Of course, we're slightly to the right of the wicket as we look. So we've got the picture feed commentary, we've got the picture feed in front of us, so we can see the line of the ball better from the pictures than actually where we are up in the gantry as Monahan bowls. That's edged down to third. Oh, it's gone. Oh, it's picked up, yes, just by Daniel Gregory in front of us. Does well, good recovery from her. Just looked as though the ball, having left her hands, was just going to trickle over the road, but she got up well and recovered. And McGacken picks up 2, moves on to 60. 147, the score hasn't gone up, has it? I'm sure it was 147 earlier. I could be wrong. I'm not sure the scoreboard's moved on. Maybe it is 147 now. That's picked up again by McGacken, out towards deep square leg. Yeah, maybe I was ahead of myself there. 148 that'll be. Maybe I was willing the score on, as I often do. It is 150. Yeah, I must admit that was a single, and yet the score's moved up by 3. So we were a couple of runs behind. Yeah, but
you very often are.
Well, regular listeners and watchers will know that's actually not quite true. But even then, I just thought, no, I'm sure we're there. 150 is up in the 29th. 150 for the loss of Maya Boucher, who made 61 from just 69 balls when she was out in the 22nd over. A good bouncer from Alice Davidson-Richards. Maya Boucher trying to pull that away on the leg side, will hook it away, really, it was that high. She just got the smallest of edges through to Chatley. Gacken 63 from 94, and Charlie Knott is 9 from 12.
Danny Gregory to continue from the hotel end. Well, 2 overs so far, none for 3. She's looked threatening, especially against McGacken. There's another battle between these two coming now. McGacken again uses her feet and plays that one along the floor, more controlled fashioned than she looked to do in the previous over, where she was looking to hit over the top, but settles for a single. Maybe just that boundary off Monahan in the previous over just settled some nerves again, and just felt like she wanted to get a bit of a move on. No need to panic here. Hampshire in a very good position. 151 for 1 into the 30th. Gregory in again. Good line and length. Pushes Charlie Knott back. She has to defend that one. No run available.
Started really well here, Danny Gregory, isn't she? Very,
she's
very
always been
accurate.
a threat. An out-and-out leg spinner for Surrey and for the South East Stars. Very successful in her career in regional and now county cricket. A loopia delivery. Driving is not. Can't get it past Capsy at extra cover. No run on offer. Another dot ball. Good little period of play for Surrey. There's been a bit of pressure building, especially from Gregory. She's in again, past the umpire. Back of a length delivery. Charlie Knott makes room and carves that one backward a square on the offside this time. It's going to get to the rope and hit the boundary board. It's a great shot from Charlie Knott. Pardon the rhyming. As it reaches the boundary with ease. It's a really classy shot actually, because it wasn't really that wide. She's made the room and got it to the fence with not much trouble at all. She moves to 13, 155 for 1. response needed from Gregory. Maybe a little bit straighter in line. She does just that. Full delivery, forward in defence is Charlie Knott. No gap between bat and pad.
She's a good player, isn't she? Well, we knew that from last year. Captained, didn't she, in that unofficial test? The last game of that England A trip down under?
Yeah, I think she was captain in all three
Oh,
formats,
was she?
from what I remember. Right. As a shorter delivery this time. Again, she makes room on the offside. Runs the first one hard out to deep point. Stonehouse has the ball in hand. And we'll get the throw back in nicely. So just the single conceded off the last. Good over from Gregory again. She's bowled 3 overs, none for 9. Knott moves on to 14 from 17. She's providing great support from McCacken, 64 not out for her. We say after 30 overs, especially one down, you'd want to double the score from here. So that would take them over 300 if they can do that, Hampshire. And that would be a real challenge for Surrey. Even though they've got this quality batting lineup, we look at the lineup they've got. Bryony Smith, Danny White-Hodge, Alice Capsey, Sophia Dunkley, Davidson Richards, Schofield, all with international experience. Not obviously current international experience, but they've all had it, and that's important when you're chasing what could be a large total.
Yeah, you do feel Hampshire need a big total here to put Surrey under pressure. It is a good wicket, there is no doubt about that. It's good pace on it, bit of bounce.
And they're going to need to bowl well, so Hampshire need the runs on the board.
Here's Monaghan then, comes in, right arm over and bowls. It's Charlie Knott on the pad, sent back by McGacken at the non-striker's end. Chatley did well, moving smartly to her left. Monaghan's just starting her 8th over, none for 36. Along with Danny White-Hodge, made the move up to the Oval during the winter.
Made the move.
Yes, she did. Played in the first game against Somerset, and here she is here. Straight in the Surrey lineup. A place that she wasn't always guaranteed when she was at the Vipers. Alice Monaghan comes in again. And bowls, and full on leg stump. Whipped away by Charlie Knott. There's 2 fielders on the boundary, and it split them. That's 4 runs. Behind square on the leg side. Nicely timed by Charlie Knott, who moves on to 18. 160 for 1.
Yeah, lovely. Just uses the pace, clips it off her legs. Brilliant when that happens. You just split the fielders.
Yep. Knott's 18 from 19. He's picked up the mantle since she's been in.
Picked up the mantle, I like that.
Yeah, well, thank you. That's down the leg side, that'll be a wide, yep. That's another wide bowled by Surrey, and I make it 15 wides now.
Then again, I didn't know the difference between a propeller and a rotor, so...
No, but there's always somebody out there that's quite happy to put us right, which we
My
don't,
problem is, Kev, is that for 5 years I worked in aviation.
You did, actually. You had a job, didn't you? Yeah.
I had a job, yeah.
Wow.
So I feel like I maybe should have known that.
Monaghan again from the pavilion end. Short, pulled away by Charlie Knott. Fielder out at deep square leg. Means they'll only pick up 119. She moves on to 162 for 1. That's right, yes.
So maybe I should have known the answer to that.
Yeah.
But there we go. Maybe it was just highlighting to me that was not the career for me. Because I didn't know the difference between a propeller and a rotor. And I'm okay, I've learnt the error of my ways. I've come out of it, I've grown, I've adapted. And I'm now in property insurance, which I still don't know anything about. Anyway.
Yeah, but you're learning. Driven by McGacken, half stopped by Monaghan, almost deflects it onto the stumps at her end. Well, yeah, but how many years did you work in the aviation industry?
5.
5. Right. Well, you probably should have learned the difference between by then.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
To be honest.
That is completely fair enough. Oh dear.
Monaghan in again. To Ella McGacken past the umpire. Slower ball, and it wraps McGacken on the pad as she tries to sweep that away on the leg side. Chatley prevents leg byes being taken.
I think that might be the first slower ball we've seen.
Yeah.
In over number 31.
I think that's something Alice Monaghan's been working on. I don't remember seeing her bowl too many slower balls when she was with the Vipers here.
No, but she's obviously searching for a wicket a little bit.
Yeah. Comes in again then, runs towards us and short. Oh, it just hits McGacken on the wrist. It's a lively delivery. I think that nipped back and bounced at the same time. Good delivery to finish off that over. Just watch the replay here. Monahan bowls and... oh, that did nip back. That nipped back sharpish as well. Good delivery. 162 for one, and we've had 31 overs, which means there are 19 overs left of the Hampshire innings.
Yeah, she did well actually, McGacken, not to have that balloon up off her glove and become a catching opportunity, because it did dart back sharply. And she did well, just sort of drop her hands and alleviate it in the end. But it was nasty. I think there was probably a wry smile between the two, because they're good friends, McGacken and Monahan. So it's always a bit of friendly banter out there. I would assume Gregory to continue into her fourth. It's a full delivery down the leg side, and it's a bit of a mix-up between the two, because Charlie Knott went down for the sweep shot, which she missed, and it went past Chatley. And her single probably was on offer, but she couldn't get out of her position. I mean, she's a young gun, so you'd think really you should be able to get up, but she was in a real tangle and couldn't get up off the floor to complete the single. So McGacken had to complete the single by herself by going back, really, as she got him halfway. A full delivery again by Gregory, who does the fielding off her own bowling, and there is no run. 2 dots to start her fourth.
I think I could have got up quicker than that. But you're right, she wasn't in a great... the body weight wasn't right to actually get up and run, was it?
So she just thought the easiest thing to do was just stay here, which is fair enough. Gregory in once more, bounds and bowls, a full delivery, and Charlie Knott plays it with a bit of a cross bat. She tries to work it into the offside, but misses out there. Another dot, 3 dots again for Gregory. She strings them together. 3 fielders on the leg side, 1 at deep cover. Charlie Knott waits. A full delivery that she actually goes back to and creates room once again, carves it back with a point. Stonehouse is after it, and she does well. Picks the ball up with a roll, gets the throw back in with a couple of bounces. They do come back for 2. It's a good shot from Knott. It wasn't short. I say it was a full delivery because it was. She just kind of rocked back and created the room and used her wrist to get it behind the square on the offside. It's a really good shot. She moves to 21. 164 for 1. Gregory in once more. That's a much fuller delivery on the legs of Charlie Knott. She works that square on the leg side this time. Picks up a single. Gets up the other end. 22 her score now off 25 deliveries. McGacken there right next to her. 64 from 98, 165 for 1. 1 ball remaining of the 32nd over of Hampshire's first innings as they look to set a big total for Surrey to chase. A full delivery. The reverse sweep by McGacken finds the one fielder in the ring on the offside behind square. This is Alice Davison-Richards. She doesn't have to move, and that is the end of the 32nd. 165 for 1 Hampshire.
Yeah, 3 runs off it. Gregory's doing a great job. 4 overs, none for 12. Just 3 and over that she's going for. She is the most economical of the Surrey bowlers used so far. Monahan's going over 5s. Bryony Smith over 4s. Kaylee Moore over 4.5. Capsey nearly 5.5 and over. Davison-Richards over 6.5 and over. So she's doing a terrific job. Daniel Gregory there. And it's not turning. All she's doing is just putting the majority of the balls in the right areas. Capsey is back into the attack with her off spin. 3 overs, none for 16. 1 wicket take up. Alice Davison-Richards getting rid of Maya Boucher for 61 with a bouncer, which was edged through to the keeper. Here's Capsey then from the pavilion end. Turned away quietly by Knott, called through by McGacken for a single. Monahan the fielder on the leg side.
Sprightly as ever.
She is, isn't she?
50 partnership between these two, McGacken and Knott. Equal contributions of 21 and not dead on equal before anyone pulls me up on that. 21 and 23 apiece, but equal enough.
Yeah. Here's Capsey again. Oh, she's yorked and she's out, stumped. That's McGacken. The ball's gone under the bat, I think, as she's trying to work that away on the offside. McGacken just trying to take a pace down the pitch, and I think she's yorked herself in the process. Just watching this again on the replay. Down she comes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And McGacken goes for 64 from exactly 100 balls with 7 fours and 1 6. Hampshire have lost both openers now.
Yeah, and Kira Chatley, the keeper, involved in both. One caught behind and now a stumping for Kira Chatley. A warm round of applause for McGacken as she's made a good contribution here. 64 to her name. She'll be pleased with that, I think, but disappointed in the nature that she got out, because she yorked herself, which is always the worst thing as a batter. And but she's made a handy contribution to this score. But it does bring the captain, Georgia Adams, to the middle, which will please lots of these fans that have grown very fond of Georgia and her contribution to Vipers' success over the last few years, and now continuing as a Hampshire captain. It's probably always been a dream of hers to captain a professional county side. Maybe thought it might have been Sussex at one time. That's where she started her career, but she's very, very proud and humbled to be Hampshire captain. I've spoken to her a lot about it, and she's got a job to do here, because it's actually, I don't know whether it's a nice place to come in or not when your team is 166 for 2, and you think, well, I can take my time almost a little bit to get myself in, and there's no real panic. It's not like you're 70 for 7 or something, 70 for 2, sorry, and you're through only a handful of overs. But it's also a little bit of pressure to continue the good start.
Yeah, leg the ball, played back to the bowler quietly by Adams. Yes, made just 11 up at Edgbaston during the week, but much different conditions and a feel of the innings early on for Hampshire. These are completely different situation. Hampshire going along nicely, and the overhead's pretty good as well. Adams again plays that on the onside to Monaghan.
She's also very good against spin. Starts well against spin usually, so she'll be fairly comfortable facing the part-time spin of Capsy, I think.
Turns that away and fielded at square leg, but they've come through for a single, so Adams is off the mark. And 167 for 2, played 49 matches for the Vipers, did Georgia Adams in the regional era, 20 to 24. You would have played a lot of games with her as her captain. Or no, she was captain. Of course, as Capsy bowls, down the wicket comes, not, drives up to mid-off, doesn't really time it. And that is the end of the over. So 33 overs gone, 17 to do here at the Utilita Bowl. Hampshire having won the toss, and they elected to bat first at 167 for 2, with Charlie Knott 23 not out and Georgia Adams with the single. Kevin James and Charlotte Taylor, former Vipers off spinner, with you all day today.
Yeah, there's no getting rid of us.
No, there's only us, I'm afraid. Emily Windsor was going to join us, but she's had an operation during the week, and Paul Her not able to start her season with Durham. Well, you had dinner with her, didn't you, early part of the week?
Yeah.
I imagine she's very disappointed. New county, new life, and can't start the season. That must be very frustrating.
Yeah, and she's had a bad run of luck really with injuries over the last few years. But I feel for players, you know, I've been through a fair amount of injuries yourself, and it is difficult. So thoughts with her, and hopefully she's recovering well at home. Gregory in again, a short delivery, not capitalised on by Adams, who pulls that straight to the fielder at a square leg. Kalia Moore there. Slightly different field for Gregory against Adams. They've got a long leg in place, which is quite unusual. As she bowls down the leg side, again not capitalised on that short one by Adams. Again pulls it straight to Clear Moore. She's in the hot seat at the moment, right in front of the umpire. There's 2 identical deliveries of being pulled straight at her. She stands in the middle of those 2 fielders on the leg side boundary, one at long leg, which is quite peculiar, and one at deep mid wicket. A full toss this time, again worked square. This time it gets past Moore as it goes to her left hand side. She tries to cut it off, but unsuccessful to stop the single. Adams moves on to 2. Monaghan out at deep mid-wicket does the fielding, 168 for 2. Charlie Knott waits now for Gregory. She's 23 not out. Gregory's bowled brilliantly since she's come on. Really forced Hampshire into a bit of a corner at times. Another short delivery there releases the pressure. Single to Charlie Knott. She plays that off the back through the leg side. Moves to 24. Hampshire 169 for 2. Kev's trying to find out where Blocky is with his binoculars. Gregory in once more. Full delivery defended by Adams. Up to Danny Wyatt at short mid-wicket. Another dot ball. Another good over from Gregory.
Yes, good to know, wasn't she? Now, just notice a lady in bright orange or pink over that area. Blocky. Really stand out top, that. Almost blinding.
Good delivery from Danny. Gregory pushes Georgia Adams back. She has to defend back to her and a follow through. It's a really good delivery. Challenging from Gregory. She's running around. She's enthused and energised with how she's bowling, and she has every right to be. 5 overs, none for 14. She's bowled brilliantly. Deserves a wicket, really. 169 for 2. Hampshire. Adams 2 from 8, not 24 from 28.
And the sun continues to shine. Email here from Neil Halsworth, our friend at Explorer Coffees, other coffee companies available, of course, who's emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. Come to that. As Capsey starts a new over with a off spin. Down the wicket comes Knott, drives it back to Capsey, fields well on a follow through. Hi troops, says Neil. Tuning into the game today from Creek HQ. That's down in Gosport, where they do all the coffeeing.
Technical term.
Yeah. As you can tell, I've never been involved in the process. That's swept. Oh, she's bowled. Bowled off stump, and that's Charlie Knott gone. Trying to sweep away on the leg side. She goes for 24. Capsey picks up her first wicket, or is it second wicket? I tell her, because of course she got rid of Alan McGacken. And the top 3 for Hampshire now have gone. Knott is out for 24 from 30 deliveries with 2 fours. Just watching this again, trying to fetch that from off stump, and oh, it's just gone through. Just clips the off stump, and Knott has gone.
Yeah, it was a straight delivery. I'm wondering whether it clipped the front pad of Knott, because generally you'd say, well, I mean, she's a quality player, so she'd be more than good enough to sweep that away on the leg side. But you just think a straight delivery, you're asking for trouble if you're trying to sweep that away. And if you do miss it, you're, possibility of getting bowled, of course. But also LBW's brought in to play. But maybe she just thought that it was going to slide onto leg stump, and it's just flicked her front pad and gone on to bowler. But nonetheless, she's had to go. 169 for 3 now, Hampshire. A little bit of pressure being caused in this middle part of the game. It's important for Surrey. New batter Rihanna Southby batted brilliantly last week for a 70.
Yeah, I have to say she
not
did
last week.
class.
It feels like a week ago. It's not. It was midweek.
Wednesday, wasn't it? Yeah. Batted class. Really did. There's 70s and then there's 70s. That was, yeah, very, very good indeed. She looks like her batting has gone up a notch since last season. I'm sure she'll be hoping to continue with that today. Also got runs against Surrey here in the friendly, with 42 from 42. Capsey then. Let's see the Hampshire wicket keeper. He's pushing forward out on the offside. Back to Neil's email.
Because he's doing all his coffeeing.
Yes, well, not at the moment actually. He says he's busy removing the seemingly infinite number of raw plugs from the walls before decorating commences, he says. Capsey in again. Southby's trying to whip that away on the leg side. Gets wrapped on the pad. But worry not. I've got to pick up Junior from Scout Hike later, and we've decided to head to the bowl to catch the last couple of hours of today's game, which appears to be going okay so far. How are you all? He says. I appear to have missed the start of the season, in brackets in men's, somewhat, but I've managed to catch almost all of the women's matches so far, he says. Southby works that up to mid-on, and there is no run. Pure Lucky says, still need counselling to get over the fact that Monners, that's Alice Monaghan, now plays for Surrey. She was such a talent. Wow. That news was announced about 5 months ago and he's still struggling. Oh, she's playing a miss in there as well. That hasn't beaten the stumps by very much. Chatley whips the bails off. Capsey stands there with hands on head. That can't have missed the stumps by very much. If you're watching the live picture feed, have a look at this. Capsey bowls and, oh, my word, that's close. I think the ball might have just straightened a little bit, which helped. Wicket maiden there for Alice Capsey. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 18 for 2. Who's the player you most miss or shouldn't have been let go from a current or previous Hampshire side, says Neil. Hopefully I'll see you in the pavilion at the close of play. He signs off by saying, yes, other coffee companies are available, but still smarting that Georgia took the entire team to a coffee roaster that wasn't us. Oh, wow. He's smarting from a couple of things, is Neil. Who's the Hampshire player you most miss? I'll tell you, mine is Georgia Elwes.
Gregory to start a new over. Pushes Adams back, defends that one back to and a follow through. Yeah, I think a combination of Elwes and Windsor in the middle order, especially in 50 over cricket, was almost Hampshire's pride, wasn't it? Just getting them out, both of them getting themselves out of situations. So I think they will miss them both equally. Gregory to Adams, uses her feet, meets it on the full toss, and it's a dot ball.
Yeah, the innings is relatively has stuttered a bit, isn't it, really? Because for a large part it was over 5 and over the innings, and now we've dropped below 5.
And 2 new batters into the crease as well. They've got to start again. It's a good position for Surrey to capitalise. Good delivery by Gregory again. She follows through over halfway down the down the pitch. And pushes Adams back once more. 3 dots to start this. The 36th over, but Gregory is 6th. She's bowled brilliantly, has Danny Gregory, with her right arm leg spin. Number 19 on her back with her 2 iconic long plats. As she bowls again, Adams works that leg side, just beats the left hand of Kalia Moore. That square leg. The ball goes out to deep mid wicket. Alice Monaghan gets the throw back in. 1 more to the total, 170 for 3. So I'm still struggling with this. I've had this, not a sore throat, but like a croaky kind of irritating, chesty cough thing that's not really going away, so apologies for that. There's no escaping. I've got to talk all day. So there's no escaping that today, so apologies for me clearing my throat occasionally, as Danny Gregory bowls a full delivery to Southby, who plays that in defence to Wyatt, who pings the ball back in and gets it very close to the batter. That's a new rule that the Vipers found out about last year, about pinging the ball back in close to a batter and getting penalised for it. Involved Charlie Dean and Katie George last year at Wormsley.
Yes,
I remember weird things. A shorter delivery cut by Southby out into the offside, runs the first one hard, single taken. Stonehouse gets the throw back in. 171 for 3 Hampshire. We've got 14 overs remaining of this, the first innings. If you're looking at the live picture feed, there's the iconic worm that spiked for a while, and it slowly declined over the innings. Very, very slowly, but it spiked up over 5. Up over 6, sorry, runs and over to begin with. And slowly declined and just ducked under 5 runs and over the last few overs or so.
As always, it's the wickets that make the difference, don't they? Here's Capsey then, from that pavilion end. Yeah, the Southby drives and misses there. Well, she hasn't quite started the way I thought she might. It's a little bit scratchy at the moment.
The box is becoming uncomfortable, just to let you know.
Is it?
I need a break from the box in a minute, I think.
We need to find you a cushion. Which you'd think, being in the hotel, there'd be quite a few, as that's played out on the onside, but it's not that easy.
Do you know what I really might like? Actually, is if they just created a little gap in it. We got these, up on the camera gantry, we've got these sort of blacked out, they're sort of meshy material in front of us. I'll come back to that in just a second.
Southby drives up to mid-off, can't find a gap.
The sort of meshy panels that I don't really know, because it's not behind the bowler's arm, because surely we're too high up out the way for this to be directly in view. They could cut out one of those, just for me, because I generally sit to the right of you,
Could
Kevin.
do. Yeah, that's true. Southby drives, goes out square on the offside. She moves on to 2, 172 for 3.
So I could just sit on a normal chair and just be able to see through the mesh, and then I'd be able to see the whole ground, and it'd be lovely.
That's true. Just wonder if 2 stools on top of each other might help. Yeah. But what about sitting on those couple of those black things?
These things on top of the...
On top of the ground commentary box thing.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll have a bit of a...
At the half-time or something,
yeah.
Fine sweep shot there from Georgia Adams. We'll pick up 2. Total moves on to 174 for 3 in the 37th over here at the Utilita.
There's got to be a solution. Because
Yeah,
if I just stand up on the ground... Well, actually, that's not... I think it's probably just about the same as if I sat on the chair, to be honest with you. Oh, gosh. I'm going to unplug myself if I go too far away. Maybe I'll just do that.
Yeah, do that.
Here we go.
Try that for a little while. Adams comes down the wicket, works it up to deep mid-on. Moves on to 6, 175 for 3. But I do think those black plastic things look like there could be a couple of those
Stacked
on top of each other. They're almost like plastic seats that you would sit on outside, portable ones. So they might be worth a try. End of the over. Capsey and Gregory are doing a good job in tandem here. Capsey has 2 for 22 from 6. Gregory is none for 16 from 6, and that's why, if you were watching the picture feed earlier, and Charlotte was explaining that the worm is slightly, well, it was levelled off, and now it's just tilting downwards a fraction. It's because the 2 spinners for Surrey are just keeping things relatively quiet.
Yeah, they're working in tandem. You say about batting partnerships and building good partnerships. And do the same with the ball. When you get a good partnership going and you can't score off either end, it becomes very difficult as a batting side to gain momentum. Gregory starts a new one, and that's a fine sweep, a paddle sweep by Adams. And she'll get at least 1. She's thinking about a second, but Kalia Moore is quick to the ball and they can't get back for that second run. She tries to gain access to that fine region that was completely vacant for Adams. They've blocked it off now with Kalia Moore remaining at short fine. Gregory makes her wait. Comes in now. Bowls a full delivery, driving through the covers. Goes out to Stonehouse at deep cover, just for a single. 1 more to the total. Southby moves to 3 from 11. 177 for 3.
Terrific stuff. Leg spinner. The control that she's had today is a great example, because there's no turn out there for her whatsoever.
For 1 by Gregory, his finger goes up. I thought Adams also thought, as she tries to turn it leg side, that it was a leg stump line and maybe it was going down. As you watch it again in the live picture feed, it's a full delivery. Hit Adams on the front pad, yeah, but she's moved across a little bit and she's dead in front. She does stand there for half a second or 2, does Adams, but she shuffled back across over to the leg side after the ball had pitched, and to me it was out, and she's had to go for 7. She's struggling first couple of games of the season, Adams. Good winter away again with New South Wales, and didn't play an awful lot in the Women's Big Bash for Sydney Thunder, but she was a good contributor for New South Wales again this winter in their title-winning campaign in Sydney. But she's struggled since she's restarted here in Hampshire colours. Hampshire teetering and declining in their run rate now. 4.72, lost 4 wickets, 177 for 4. Brings Abby Norgrove at number 6 to the middle. Young Abby Norgrove made a maiden first 50 for the Vipers last year in a professional outfit, and batted well I keep saying last week, it wasn't last week, batted well on Wednesday to support Southby.
Yeah, 28 or 46.
Yeah, just to steady the ship.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just
For a little bit.
not quite going to plan here for Hampshire. They were 166 for 1 in the 33rd. Here they are 177 for 4.
It's good for Surrey, a good period of play. Gregory, ball in hand. has her first. She'll be looking to capitalise. Norgrove moves across the stumps, tries to work it leg side unsuccessfully. Goes out on the leg side, but Chatley's quickly out from behind the stumps to make sure that no single is taken. Gregory, and once more. Bowls to Norgrove. She clips that one off her legs nicely behind square on the leg side. She'll get at least one as Dunkley comes round to her right and does the fielding. Just a single. Gets Norgrove off the mark. That's always a good feeling. Get off the mark.
Yeah, straight away. Captain England under 19s doing the World Cup, didn't it?
She'll be happy with that now, Abby Norgrove. The bat gauge has just come out just to check her bat by the umpire, Ben Peverill. Yeah. It's always a good feeling. Went straight through, no problems. Gregory to Southby. Short delivery on her back foot, pushes out onto the offside. Alice Davidson-Richards comes round from short third to a point area to do the fielding. Cuts off the 2, but a single is taken. Southby moves to 4 from 12. Hampshire haven't 179 for 4.
Yeah, you were saying about the partnership they both made at Edgbaston. 62 in 14 overs for the 5th wicket. Rihanna Southby and Abby Norgrove. That'll be handy today.
It was just an important period of play, just to steady the ship a little bit and make sure that they didn't sort of like tumble. Sometimes if you lose a few wickets, if you're watching the pitch feed now, you can see that those little white dots are the wickets fallen, and they fall 3 in quick succession with Knott, McCacken, Knott and Adams all falling.
Yeah, all within 11 runs. Capsy again then, not surprisingly, the 2 spinners are still on. Oh, was there an edge there? Was it dropped by Chatley? Southby giving herself some room outside the off stump, trying to steer that away square on the offside. It looks like that was a chance. Oh yeah, just fumbled out of the gloves. Capsy in again. Sorry, it's Bryony Smith, what am I saying? Bryony Smith bowling from the far end.
They bowl similarly.
They do actually, yeah, similar actions, and well, I'm going to say that because I've got it slightly wrong, but they do actually, they do look similar. So Bryony Smith it is, 179 for 4, as outside the off stump, playing a missing again, cutting away on the offside. Rihanna Southby.
It's definitely a period of squeezing.
It is, isn't it?
By Surrey and their spinners.
I think Surrey will be happy with this.
Yeah, they could have been looking at 300 at one stage.
Southby does get a bat on it this time, goes out towards extra cover, throw comes in, they complete the single. 180 for 4. Definitely runs a little more difficult to come by for Hampshire. Well, the spinners are on. It's quite often the case though, isn't it, really, where you've got to put pace on the shot, and always can be a little more difficult than when the seamers are on. You just use the pace a little bit more. Sometimes that can be a lot easier. Norgrove on strike. Smith bowls, flighted. Norgrove drives and misses. Just opening the face there, looking for that gap on the offside.
It's a definite period of pressure. If I mean,
it is, isn't it?
If Hampshire go on now to score at 5 and over, they'll be looking at 235. And it was definitely looking more like 300 at one stage.
It was, wasn't it? Norgrove drives up towards deep mid-on. Alice Monaghan trying to come across on mid-wicket, couldn't quite get there in time.
And they were obviously thinking at one stage, Hampshire, about 300, as I've mentioned, and I was saying earlier about the average score at this ground in ODIs over the last few years, men's, women's alike, and the one-day cup generally sort of been up around 280, which is, you know, a massive score to chase down. But for Surrey to bring this back, I mean, if they can get to 235, they'll be really liking 250 as a minimum from where they were. But if they can keep them below that, Surrey, they'll be very, very happy with their work. Danny Gregory, 7 overs, 1 for 20, starts her 8th, and Norgrove's on the back foot, cutting, and the fielding being done at point by Kalia Moore. No single is taken. It's a running theme of Gregory's actually to start with a couple of dots squeeze early in the over. She's in once more to Norgrove, a full delivery. She's on the back foot though, Abby Norgrove, trying to make room on the offside. They haven't really seen the batters use their feet, other than McCacken earlier on to Gregory, who was a little tentative, but no one's really tried to use their feet to Gregory and try and go over the top. Both mid-off and mid-on are inside the circle here, so it's on if they want it. Two new batters though, a full toss. That's an easy one for Norgrove to navigate. Out to Alexa Stonehouse at deep cover. A single is taken. She rehearses the shot. Norgrove looks to come forward. She's rehearsing a couple of shots, shadow batting with a left glove about coming forward and then going back, and probably just wanting to be decisive in the two movements. 182 for 4. Southby waits now. She's cutting on the back foot, finds Stonehouse at deep cover. Picks out another single. She moves to 6 from 17, 183 for 4. Run rate drops again, 4.61. It was up above 5, 5.5 almost, 5.35 for a lot of this game, a lot of this innings. And it's dropped now, almost a whole run and over. Full delivery, played nicely up towards us, up towards Paige Schofield, who was at long on. And Norgrove gets a single. She moves to 4. 2 dots, 3 singles, another brilliant over from Gregory. Can she get a wicket off the last to get Hampshire 5 down now? She just changes the field actually, so she leaves mid-wicket open. There's an easy single on offer on the leg side if Southby wants to take it. Gregory bowls. She does take it. She pulls a short delivery out to deep mid-wicket, and that single is taken. Monaghan does the fielding out there. End of the over, 40 overs gone. We've got 10 to go here at Utilita Bowl. Hampshire 185 for 4. It's Southby and Norgrove together in the middle. Bryony Smith bowled, she bowled the 2 balls that Phoebe Franklin couldn't complete before she went off. We assume poorly, but not entirely sure. She seemed poorly. Didn't seem like she was injured in any way, but couldn't complete her second over, opening the bowling earlier on. So Bryony Smith bowled the first 2 balls of that. Final 2 balls of that over, sorry. So she's 7.2 overs, 0 for 29. And between her, Gregory, and Kalia Moore a little bit, but Capsey as well, they've really brought Surrey back into this game. Smith continues on the front foot of Southby, driving out to deep point. Sophia Dunkley gets the ball back in. A single is taken, 185 for 4. So the spinners have just done the job, really. They got 9.5 overs left, Hampshire, to try and get towards 250 if they can. It seems like a bit of a way away at the moment from the current state of play.
Run rate's still dropping a bit, isn't it? Just over 4.5. Yeah.
Smith in once more. On the back foot is Norgrove, trying to cut that and missing. Through to Chatley. She comes down and prods the wicket. Does Abby Norgrove, resets herself now. She waits for Smith, who's in now, bowls to her. Back cutting again, finds the gap between point and third. It's Gregory that's after it, and she will pull it back in about 3 or 4 metres in front of the boundary rope. And Norgrove will get back for a second run. Takes her score to 4. No, takes her to score to 6. There's a bit of faffing around with the scoreboard, but they've got there in the end. 188 for 4. Straight to delivery from Smith. Worked nicely into the leg side. Danny White's racing in from deep mid-wicket. Picks up one-handed, gets the throw back in quite nonchalantly. And a single is taken. It's always quite stressful when a fielder absolutely pelts it in. One-handed pick-up, and you think, if you missed that, there's going to be an easy second on offer. Why not just pick it up with 2 hands? But there we go, it's Danny White for you. Smith, straighter in line again. Southby does the same thing, gets on the back foot and works it out to deep mid-wicket. This time she picks it up with 2 hands. She's obviously heard me and thought, no, I better not take that risk, Charlotte. You're absolutely right. Southby goes to 9, 190 for 4.
That's why you're the Sussex women's coach, or one of them.
Yeah, that's why. I'm on the panel. Smith in again, short delivery, cutting is Norgrove. This is good over for Hampshire, just picking off some singles, rotating the strike nicely. That one out to deep cover. Norgrove moves to 8, Southby to 9. That completes the 41st over of Hampshire's innings. They've got 9 left to make an impact. Big opening partnership between McCacken and Boucher for 116, and a 50 partnership between Knott and McCacken. And not much after that in terms of partnerships, so this one needs to be a goodie between Norgrove and Southby to finish off well. And it's always about building momentum, isn't it? You get to that point in the innings, you don't want to keep losing wickets and sort of just fall over the line and get to the 50th over and think, oh gosh, we've left a bit out there. You want to keep building momentum.
Yep, still 6 wickets in hand as Gregory bowls, and forward is Norgrove. Gregory's done a terrific job here, set the tone, and I think Capsey and Smith have really fed off that as well, and the slow bowlers have really put a break on the Hampshire innings.
And it's obviously a good change in selection to bring some spinners into the game, so well done both sides for making those changes.
Especially on a greenish wicket. That's cut away, but only as far as the fielder on the backward 45. I think that's Alice Davidson-Richards there at the far end.
Hopefully Hampshire will benefit from having that extra spinner in their lineup in Bex Tyson.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Both sides doing exactly the same. On a wicket that you'd think might have included an extra seamer, if nothing else. Driven up to mid-on, they're going to take a quick single. Throw comes in from Paige Schofield, misses the stumps. Norgrove moves on to 9, 192 for 4. Surrey definitely the happier of the two sides in the last half an hour, 40 minutes or so. And I suppose at one stage Boucher and McGacken were going nicely. We were thinking about a score approaching 300, but we won't get there now, and Surrey will definitely be happy with that. Off the back foot there is Southby, works it out to cover.
Well, when Boucher fell in the 22nd over, the run rate was 5.27. Now it's dropped to 4.61, so a dramatic change in energy. Runs being scored, so you can definitely see the benefit that that's had on the momentum of the Hampshire innings.
Definitely.
A couple of boundaries though changes things again, so
yeah, definitely. Gregory Bowl slightly short this time, pulled away by Southby, out hard, out to deep mid wicket. Alice Monaghan misfields, and that ball is going to creep. Oh, Westfall. Ooh, that's very un-Alice Monaghan.
It is, isn't it? Un-Monaghan-esque.
Correct.
As a mistake is made. It's a good shot. Rocks back and pulls hard into the leg side. As we're watching it again on the picture feed, she just gets it a little bit wrong. Gets herself in a bit of a tangle. Can't recover. 13
to Southby now. Gregory in again. Runs away from us. Bowls flighted. Driven. Inside edge. Ball beats Kira Chatley behind the stumps. Goes down. Trickles down towards fine leg. I think that's Danny Wyatt there. And that's the end of the over. So 42 done. There are 8 overs left in the Hampshire innings, 196 for 4, so 5 runs off that Gregory over, and it could have been so much less. But poor Alice Monaghan out there. She, we built her up earlier, one of the best fielders, and that was a regulation. Should have been a regulation stop, that one.
Yeah, it's exciting to me also because Nancy Harmon's due in next, and she likes to give the ball a bit of a bash. She hits the ball so hard. I remember in the indoor school last year or the year before, she hit one back at me and bruised my entire wrist and hand because she hit the ball so hard back at me. She's got a lovely flow of the bat, and when she gets going, she can be quite destructive. So if she comes in with, 4 or 5 overs to go, it could all change. Smith then from the pavilion end. Norgrove uses her feet down the pitch. Oh, I thought she got more of that, but she sort of clubbed it, and only for one now, as Southby can't get back for the second. It sort of pitched, landed on the green.
Yeah, no pace on that
Norgrove. Didn't quite get it. She rehearses the shot now. Causes a field change though. Schofield's gone back to long on. Southby, the batter on strike, uses the depth of the crease and carves that one back at a point for a single. Sophia Dunkley does the fielding out there. One more to the total, 198 for 4.
They need 250 minimum, don't they? Against this Surrey side on this wicket. It's going to at least need to be that.
Smith, and again, short delivery. Again, Norgrove using the depth of the crease, creating the space on the offside to get it out to deep covers. Sophia Dunkley is busy out there at the moment. 3 singles off the first 3 deliveries off Smith's 9th. She's in once more. Down the leg side this time. Good take by Chatley. The wide is called.
She's kept well today, Kira Chatley, isn't she? Very neat. So 200 up in the 43rd.
It's always a big milestone. You get to that 200, there's a different change in energy. Just makes you feel like you've got a few more on. The board. Pulling in the air, but it's safe. It's going to be 1 bounce, 2 bounces out to Danny White at deep mid wicket, single. Good aggressive shot by Southby. She moves on to 15 from 25. Norgrove providing good support, 11 from 17. 201 for 4, Hampshire. Nice positive cricket from Hampshire. Norgrove using the depth of the crease once again, gets it past backward point. Gregory, they're going to think about a second. Not on offer. Dunkley's quick to the ball. She comes in from deep cover to do the fielding there.
She did well, Dunkley there, didn't she? I thought they were going to go for 2.
They might have to look to take on those second runs before, sooner or later, because they need 250. You're absolutely right, Kev, from here. Full delivery outside the stump. Driving is Southby, given some width by Smith. Again, Dunkley's been busy in that over. She does the fielding again, this time to her right at deep cover. That's the end of the 43rd. We've got 7 to go here at Utilita Bowl. Hampshire 203 for 4. And I think that Smith's done now, because she's bowled 9.2 overs, but she wouldn't be able to complete another over without going beyond her allocated 10, because she's bowled those 2 balls of Phoebe Franklin. So Bryony Smith's spell of bowling is done today. So she's no wickets, not for 42, but it doesn't really do testament to how well she's actually bowled, because I think she's brought, you know, with the other spinners, really sort of brought them back into the game.
Yeah, definitely. Well, her runs per over is just, you know, marginally less than the overall innings. So if you're going for less than the innings as a bowler, you've done a good job, haven't you? Here's Gregory, who's gone a lot less. And that's cut away by Southby out on the offside. 17 she moves on to, 204 for 4. Do you know what? Just when the Hampshire 200 came up and I was just listening to the applause, there is a decent crowd here now. It's built up. I mean, there is a few hundred here. You know, all dotted around the ground, yes, and there'll be a few below us that we can't quite see, because there usually is. But this is a decent crowd. That's a full delivery, which Norgrove works out to point. And there is no run. That's Kalia Moore doing the cover point duties. Looks like Alice Davison-Richards is warming up to come on and take over from Smith at the far end. But we're watching Daniel Gregory, a leg spinner. Let's fall down the leg side. They're shouting for an LBW. Would have just glanced the pad because the ball's making its way up towards the rope. It's going to go for 4. That should be 4 leg byes. It is signalled by the umpire, Ben Peverell at this end. Well, I have to say, she's right across the stumps there a little bit, and it was literally a glance, probably on the outside part of the pad, which the umpire would have felt. I guess that's going down the leg side, but certainly worth a shout. 208 for 4. Gregory steadies herself, comes in again, and that's driven. Gregory picks up on a quite considerable follow through, as we've been talking about. She's been around a long time, hasn't she? Started with the Stars at the start of the regional era back in 2020. South East Stars, 48 wickets in 47 matches in list A cricket for Daniel Gregory. Always been a consistent performer. Although went for a few in that rain-reduced game against Somerset. 3 overs, none for 34. High scoring 33 overs a side game, which Somerset shaded in that last delivery of the game. That's turned away by Norgrove on the leg side. Wanted the 2, but quickly in as Monaghan from deep mid-wicket. That's more trademark Alice Monaghan.
Yeah. Pelting in, making sure she cuts off the 2.
Yeah, 209 for 4 in the 44th. And this Tier 1 Metrobank 50 over game. Second match for both these sides. Short, pulled away by Southby. He'll go to Monaghan once more. And that, I think, is the end of the over. Yes, it is. 44 gone. Shall we have a quick look at the other scores in Tier 1? Well, we're here. Do you want to do it, Charlotte?
I will.
Coming to the end of the first innings.
Let's have a little look. So, other games going on. Durham, the Blaze up at Chester Street. Durham 194 for 7. Up there, so they fell away a little bit. Armitage got 81. Villiers 45. 3 wickets for Sarah Glenn. Warwickshire, they've sort of really recuperated their innings because they were in a real hole, 5 down for 22. They're now 120. They were 123 for 6, now 215 for 6. Emily Arlott with 100.
Whoa.
Batting at number, known for her fast bowling, but batting at number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She's done brilliantly there. 4 wickets for Eva Gray. And the other game in this competition, I'll just come back to it in just a second. It's Clear Moore that will take over from Bryony Smith. Southby works that leg side to Monaghan, doesn't get a run. Is Somerset 171 for 8 at Taunton. 46 for Alex Griffiths, 35 for Emma Corney. That's a good shot by Southby, driven out on the offside. She's going to get 4, is she? Yeah, it beats Dunkley at deep cover. She had a lot of work to do, Sophia Dunkley, but the ball was just picking up speed as it raced across the outfield. And it was a full wide delivery, a bit of a gift from Kalia Moore. Takes Southby to 22, 214 for 4. And, sorry, 171 for 8, Somerset versus Lancashire. 2 wickets for Kate Cross. 1 for Tara Norris. That one balloons out on the offside by Southby, picks up another single.
So Kate Cross back playing because she's been injured, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's back playing. So there's pretty much just over around 5 overs to go in each of the games across the country. No rain anywhere in the country today, which is great news.
Yeah, it's good news because I think it's getting hotter during the week, and we're going up to Southport on Tuesday, Hampshire against Lancashire, and that can be cold. So it's good news.
Was that Ice Cream Gate, Southport?
Yes.
That's a short one from Clear Moore. Brilliant bit of fielding at point by Bryony Smith, the captain. Diving low to her right to stop at least 1, probably 2, maybe even 4. So she's done brilliantly there as the captain. Southby 23 from 31, waits for more. Pulling into the leg side, gets all of it, hits it straight down the throat of Danny Wyatt. Out there, who makes no mistake. And couldn't keep it down. Rihanna Southby, 23 from 31 for her. An important breakthrough again for Surrey. They just keep making little indents that you feel at key moments, especially since the departure of Boucher. They've just managed to claw their way back into this game. Hampshire not in a horrible position, but needing to capitalise on these last 5 overs or so. And it's exciting that Nancy Harmon has come into the middle with her firepower, and hopefully she can do just that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, just to explain, Ice Cream Gate. So I think it was about 2 years ago. Hampshire hadn't played particularly well. That was Hampshire men. They hadn't played particularly well in the game, and Lancashire batted last to win the game. And I just made the comment that watching that's probably a slight exaggeration, but watching several Lancashire lower order batters walk round to the ice cream van and order some ice creams would be my motivation for for being in the field and actually trying to get as many Lancashire batters in there as possible before they won. And that was all I said. And apparently that didn't go down too well with 1 or 2 people.
When you bought an ice cream though at the same?
Well, I say it didn't go down too well. I think a lot of people sort of thought, oh, right, but I know. I mean, I know me. If I was in the field and I'd just seen that would have gone. Oh, I'll show you guys. Sort of start of a new over. Oh, that's you, isn't it? Still you. Sorry.
Oh, so there was obviously.
Apologies. I thought that was the end of the over.
1, yeah, so did I. 1 ball to go. It was worked up to long on by Nancy Harmon. She's off the mark straight away. And that is the end of the 45th over, 217 for 5. Apologies.
Yeah, that's all right. So, yeah, I mean, having not played particularly well in the game, that would have been my motivation to at least try and get them a few down. And, and a few people sort of know, even on the ground, people were making comments about that. And then To be fair, the Lancashire media staff at lunch brought me over an ice cream, which was quite funny. And they did it in good jest, and it was quite funny. Yeah, but then people were making comments to that me for weeks afterwards. Some random person, I remember going to a T20 game, literally straight after that game, and I think somebody was announcing the game down at Taunton, because I didn't know who he was, just came straight over to me and said, "Oh, what's going on with that ice cream comment?" I was like, "It's some random bloke." Anyway.
But Southport for me will be forever known as Kevin James Ice Cream Gate.
Alice Davison-Richards is back into the attack, pulled away by Nancy Harman, out to her mate, Alice Monaghan. They used to.
Yeah, they are good friends.
Yeah, they were. I mean, I know you were good friends with them as well. But whenever I saw them, they were together. They were always. And they went up to a PCA future thing together from the Vipers a couple of years ago that I did a bit of a chat at. 2:18 for 6. Sorry, 2:18 for 5, I should say. Norgrove's on strike this time. That's Alice Davison-Richards with their medium pacers. That's hit up in the air, chipped up in the air rather. It'll bounce down towards deep mid-on where Paige Schofield comes in.
It's a slower delivery from Alice Davison-Richards. Not picked, I don't think, by Norgrove, who chips it on the green. Bit of backspin.
Got an email here from Jonathan McElroy, soloncricket@gmail.com. As Alice Davison-Richards comes in and runs away from us. And bowls and flicked away, but that'll be a wide, is it? Or is it flick the pad? Always flick the pad on the way through to Kira Chatley. Jonathan says, shout out to how good a value the Hampshire women's season ticket is. You get access to all of the women's home games at the Utilita, Arundel and at Falkland CC. That's near Newbury, in case you didn't know. This includes the double headers in the Blast as well. Well done to the management, says John. Well, that's a timely email. Because Greg's just sat next to us on the club. I'm sure he wrote that under the pseudonym of Jonathan McElroy and then just timed it to send it to me as he walked in. Ringer Fielders on the offside, trying to save a single. There's Davison-Richards bowls. Harman flicks that away into the gap on the leg side where virtually everybody is back on the boundary. Alice Monaghan comes in. And Harman moves on to 3, 220 for 5 in the 46th.
She's been busy, hasn't she, Harman, when she's come in? Looks to be running between the wickets hard, and she's 3 from 4, but always looks busy. You might not recognise her actually now. She's gone blonde in the last few days.
She?
So she's dyed her hair and gone blonde. So if you see her and you don't think, who's this?
Well, thanks for the warning, because I probably wouldn't have known. That's flicked away by Norgrove. That's nicely timed. 2 fielders on it, and they can't get there. Well, Alice Monaghan didn't, and Sophia Dunkley did, but only fingertips, but couldn't prevent it going over the rope. That's nicely timed from Abby Norgrove. Moves on to 19, 224 for 5.
Yeah, there's a couple of times, haven't there, when they've just struggled their boundary fielding. A couple of mistakes and missed opportunities. Surrey.
It's almost like the ball's on them a little quicker than they think.
Not overly a problem, but it's just maybe one area they might look at if they're looking back at this game.
Well, Hampshire inching up towards that 250 mark, which we think is a bare minimum, really, as Norgrove drives only up towards extra cover. End of the over from Davison-Richards. She's completed 4 overs, 1 for 27, picked up that very important wicket earlier on of Maya Boucher, who made a very fluent 61 from 69 before she was bounced out, edging through to Kira Chatley. And ever since then, the Hampshire innings probably hasn't quite picked up as much as they would have liked, much as maybe even we wouldn't have liked. 224 for 5, 4 overs left.
Yeah, it's an important 4 overs for Hampshire to get up to 250 if they can. That run rate's crept up a little bit. It was 4.6 for a while. It's now at 4.87. I think that Harman will only look to play sort of one way, as she generally does. She's got fielders out straight behind the bowlers in long off, long on. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. That's not found any of them. That's a rank ball down the leg side by Kalia Moore. She won't be happy with that. It's a full toss, and Nancy Harman just helps it on its way, picks up a boundary. That will help her confidence. That will help Hampshire's drive to 250. 228 for 5.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing Nancy Harman's new hair now.
Yeah, she really suits it.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Because she's been very dark hair.
Yeah. And yeah, she really suits it. She's hoping that the new hair will work the magic here. As Moore's in, she clubs that over to the leg side, hits it hard actually, and beats Danny Wyatt, who was positioned out there at deep mid-wicket, but it's been really, really well struck by Harman. Couple of steps down the wicket and heaves it over from way outside off stump, to be honest with you, over to the deep mid-wicket boundary. She moves on to 11. She's got one idea in her mind, Nancy Harman, for these last 3 overs, and it's not including a core defensive.
I tell you what, there's a lot of power in that shot, wasn't there?
Yeah, she's a powerful girl.
She's kind of reinvented herself a little bit, hasn't she? Because when she sort of arrived on the scene sort of 3 or 4 years ago, she was very much a leg spinner, wasn't she?
Yeah, and she still bowls a leg spin, but definitely more of a lower order finisher. As she works that one off the back foot out to deep mid-wicket, and she's smart with it as well. But I just feel like this is the perfect opportunity for her to come in. The last 4 or 5 overs, she can really launch and unleash her power. And she's done that with a couple of balls in that over. Picked up a couple of boundaries so far. Moore in again. Norgrove uses her feet, tries to get it past Kalia Moore, but can't. Fielder in Alice Davidson Richards is up for Norgrove at mid-off. The fielder at square leg has gone back. There's 3 on the leg side, deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on, and a deep cover in play. That one finds deep cover. It's a full toss outside off stump that Norgrove finds a single off of. Gets Nancy Harman back on strike. That's kind of what they might want now, just to give Harman the sort of
majority of the strike.
Yeah, just to see how many you can score.
Yeah,
really.
nudge it around. Yeah, you don't want Harman not out at the end, do you? Really, you want her to make the most of her time in the middle.
Moore's coming round the wicket. 235 for 5, Hampshire. Long off goes back. She pulls that one onto the leg side. It goes in the middle of Wyatt and Capsey out there. But they come back for a second. Good running from Harman. It was a stand-up sweep, really.
Yeah, that was way outside off stump, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Fetched across on the leg side. Do you know what?
Favours one way.
Number 7 is a very important position in 50-over cricket, isn't it? You want somebody that can come in and biff a few shots.
Moore in again, round the wicket. Harman uses her feet in the stumped as she again tries to work the ball from outside off stump over to the leg side, and is unsuccessful as she's loses her footing a little bit, dances down, and is stumped by Chatley, who's had a hand in another dismissal today. It was very wide and it should have been played on the offside. Let's see if you can watch it again on the replay on the live picture feed. Moore comes round the wicket, and it's yeah, a bit of an ugly one, a bit of an ugly dismissal, but she's had a bit of an impact, Nancy Harman. She made 14 from just 9 deliveries and gave the Hampshire innings a bit of impetus. 237 for 6. There's 4 overs to go. That's the end of the 46th, I think, or is it 3 overs to go? 3 overs to go. 47 overs have been bowled. It brings Lindsay Smith out to the middle, to the middle. She provides a different challenge, being a left-hander as well, so there'll have to be a change in tactics for the Surrey bowlers about where they bowl to Lindsay. She's a little whippet between the wickets. She'll be looking to run hard, and Norgrove might have to take more of the lead now to score as many runs as they can, Hampshire, off these last 3 overs.
So Davidson Richards starts her 5th over, 1 for 27, runs away from us and bowls. Slower ball, hit up in the air by Norgrove. Again, it's chipped, so it falls just short of Schofield at deep mid-on. I think apart from that nice bit of timing, Abby Norgrove off her legs. A couple of overs ago, it's not really hitting the middle of the bat.
No, and I don't think she's picked that one either. That's another slower ball. Alice Davidson Richards bowls a big slower ball out the back of the hand, and it's quite a common one that she goes to, especially later on in the innings. Most of the deliveries will probably be slower balls from Davidson Richards now, you would have thought, with the odd change up. So really Norgrove needs to set up for the slower one and react to the quicker one would be my advice. But at the moment she's pitching it just on the green with a little bit of backspin.
But
but it's falling safely at the moment for her.
Yeah, round the wicket then to Lindsay Smith. Pulls that away on the leg side. Only get one there as it goes out to deep mid-on. Again, Schofield in the thick of the action, down deep. She's mid-on for both batters, actually, so when the left-hander's in, she's more to our left. And Abby Norgrove's facing as she does the next ball. And Paige Schofield is fielding just below us. 239 for 6 then, in the 48th. That run rate is a fraction over 5, so they're on for 250 here. Hampshire, as Davison Richards bowls. That's flicked away nicely by Abby Norgrove. That should go for 4. Don't think Dunkley's going to get there. No, she doesn't. She's teased again, Sophia Dunkley. Again, she's flat out and just sees the ball hit some part of her body and just go over the rope.
That's a nice bit of timing, isn't it?
She plays that shot well. She's a couple of times in this innings. Yes, Dunkley just diving and getting part hand on it.
Well, she can definitely get 250 now, Hampshire. 243 for 6. I wonder if they can get up to 260.
Yeah, they're going to need it. This is a really good pitch. Norgrove is 25 from 30. Slower ball, wide. That's going to be a wide, yeah. Norgrove doing her best to reach that one.
Disappointed. Davidson Richards looks to the heavens.
Dragged that one a bit, didn't she?
Yeah, we'll try to get it away from Norgrove's legs. She's so strong there. Just try to take all the pace out of it.
What's this one going to be? Quicker one?
No, she'll probably go slower ball again. Yeah.
Let's watch. Comes in the game. Yeah, slower ball, you're right. Yeah. Nicely played on the offside this time by Norgrove. Picks the gap, moves on to 26. So you know these players too well, don't you?
Played against them for a long time. You kind of tend to figure out and remember. And also the stage of the game. I just know that this is the time to use your change-ups. You want to make it easy to score. Make them do all the hard work.
Comes in again on bowls. Down leg side, it'll be a wide. Of course, when you're trying to bowl a couple of different balls, you still have to remember that you need to bowl accurately, and it can be more difficult because actually bowling slower balls and maybe slightly quicker balls than your normal ball actually does take you out of your rhythm. So Alice Davison Richards probably slightly guilty of that. She was quite expensive in that rain-reduced game against Somerset. 5 overs, 1 for 42. And it was her that was bowling the last delivery that went for 4. Which then Somerset won the game. That's swung away on the leg side by Lindsay Smith. Goes behind square. Alice Monaghan, that's not Alice Monaghan, that's Alexa Stonehouse out there in the deep. 2 runs. Takes Hampshire on to 248 for 6. As I was saying earlier, this is an alright crowd here.
It's just got that feel about it, hasn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah, it's nice.
A few down to our left in front of the scoreboard that are enjoying the sunshine.
Yeah, it's alright.
It's lovely.
I'm sure the club would be happy with this turnout today. Nicely dotted around. Generally dotted around. 248 for 6. There's Alice Davison Richards again, driven by Lindsay Smith down the ground. I think they'll look for 2 here. Yeah, Paige Schofield runs around to her right. 2 runs, brings up the Hampshire 250, which will get a good round of applause.
If you
A
can
very
hear
good
it.
one.
Yeah, if you can hear it, it's really quite nice, and I think it's well appreciated by the fans that they've managed to get themselves to a, feels like a definitely competitive total. I don't know what, there was a big bang up here, I don't know what that was.
That was one of the meshing.
Oh, that's what I need to do. I need to sit there now and commentate because I've got a free view through the mesh to be able to sit to see the game now. If I could sit down, do my headset went. I need an extender cord. I'll commentate from deep mid wicket. And you can stand
And
here.
give everybody that OBW.
Yeah. 2 overs to go. The first innings, Hampshire versus Surrey. The first game for Hampshire at Utilita Bowl for the women in the Metrobank One Day Cup. And they'll need, if they can get them 10 or so more, would be really, really helpful. They look like they should have got 300 earlier on today, but I definitely think they'll take 260. If they can be really cheeky, 275 would be absolutely brilliant. Monaghan to replace Moore, was it, at the far end with her right arm seamers. The scoop's on offer for Norgrove and hits it straight to Stonehouse. That short fine. That's Monaghan's first wicket in a Surrey shirt. It's probably a good option for Norgrove actually, because the fine leg was up inside the circle, so all she needed to do was get it over and she would have picked up a boundary. But Monaghan saw her coming. Norgrove moved across to the offside and got followed by Monaghan, so it was a bit difficult for her to then get the angle to get it over the infield on the leg side. Easy catch for Stonehouse. That's the end of Norgrove.
Well, she had a plan, just didn't quite come off.
Yeah, I think it was a good option.
Yeah.
Like I say, if it had gone over her head, it would have been 4, and we've been congratulating her with all the sort of, you know, how inventive it was. So I'm just thinking about this field now because that fine leg fielder has now gone back for Freya Davies. So there's a change of plan from Monaghan to Freya Davies. Newly married Freya Davies. Got married last week.
Oh, did she?
I think so.
Oh, right. Oh, good stuff.
And that fielder now is at fine leg rather than inside the circle. Monaghan into Davies. A short delivery that Freya Davies tries to pull away on the leg side. This is a sort of a common tactic, isn't it, to the tail enders? Let's bowl them some short deliveries, try and rough them up a bit.
And it's a wicket you can do that on. We've seen that consistently throughout the Hampshire innings. The ball has been banged in and actually does get head high at a decent pace.
Especially from Monaghan, who's got that pace about her. She'll be happy with her first wicket for Surrey as well. 1 for 42 so far. She's into her 9th. Bowls a full delivery to Davies. Lindsay Smith comes pelting down the pitch. She's going to be not run out as she tries to turn around. Gets back just as Smith tries to take a single. It hits Freya Davies on the front pad. It goes out onto the offside. Davies says no straight away to Smith, who was halfway down. Do you think there was a single on offer there? Smith's way quicker than Davies, so
yeah, she'd have to go straight away. Yeah, great fielding as Monaghan though, isn't it? Good reactions, good throw. Yeah, it would have been tight.
A wicket and 2 dots to start the 49th. Monaghan in, goes past the umpire, bowls to Davies, down the leg side. That'll be called a wide. She'll have to bowl that one once more. Another one to the total, 251 for 7.
19th wide. It's been a lot. That's a lot, isn't it?
Monaghan's always struggled with the slower ball, about controlling that in terms of line.
I'm not sure she really needed to, really. Just
keep bowling bumpers. Get the field in the right place. She's in once more to Davies. That's a good length delivery on the pads of Davies. Works it leg side. Will get a single. She's off the mark. 252 for 7. If there's no more extras, there'll be 8 overs remaining in this innings. They can get to a ball. Is that a bit cheeky to ask? 270?
8 balls remaining. Yeah. Well, it'd be nice, wouldn't it?
270 they'd be really happy with if they can get there.
But I think Surrey would be happy with that as well.
18 off 8 balls.
Be nice. Who's bowling the last over? Davis and Richards, I suppose.
Yeah, I would assume so. I can't see that they'll bring Moore back. Capsey back, I wouldn't have thought so. Davis and Richards, 5 overs, 1 for 40. A bit expensive, but
8 and over, yeah, that is.
Monaghan round the wicket to the left-handed Smith. A wide delivery. It's on the wide line though, so it's a dot ball. Smith leaves that one alone.
Good pace.
There's no speedometer. We don't know quite how quick it is, but
it could carry, isn't it? I mean, you know, this is an old ball. I know they're using a white ball at each end. Even so, it's just got that through well.
Final ball, Monaghan's spell. She bowled 9 overs after this delivery. It's another wide one. It's basically off the pitch. Lindsay Smith moves across to get a single off of it, as it was literally off the cut strip. But there we go, a single taken by Lindsay Smith. She moves to 6. Hampshire with 1 over to go, 253 for 7. Monaghan 9 overs, 1 made and 1 for 45.
She had time to get over there because it was a slow ball. Bizarre cricket in a way. So yeah, 260 would be a bit of a psychological total, wouldn't it really? It'd be nice. Sounds a bit better than 250 something. But I don't know. I look at that Surrey lineup and I think
from where they were.
They've got to bowl well, yeah. They've got to
from
bowl
where
well.
they were as well.
Yeah.
But a score's a score. A few early wickets.
Yeah. Surrey are still going to have to bat well, but they do bat deep. So Davidson Richards it is to bowl the final over of the Hampshire innings. Bowls, and Lindsay Smith works it up to mid-on. If it's picked up cleanly by Paige Schofield, which it not really is, but they'll keep it down to 1. I think they might have risked 2, but even though it bobbled out of her hand, it didn't go very far. 254 for 7 then.
I think if it was Smith coming back to the danger end, she would have been off. But
do you think so?
Yeah.
She'd have gone for it.
But it was Davies that was going to have to be running back.
Playing against a lot of her former teammates, Freya Davies. South East Stars days, a couple of seasons ago. Though she didn't really play loads, did she? Because she was an England contracted player in those days. She was at university this time last year as well. Is that all finished? I think she was at the University of Surrey, wasn't she, studying something?
Yeah, she was. Oh gosh, was she doing a law?
Yeah, I think it was. Yes. So is that all finished now? I haven't asked.
I don't know actually.
Yet, really. No, I've very briefly spoken to her this year. Not a lot. Tries to cut that one, misses.
Vital dot ball for Surrey.
Yeah.
I think she went into wedding mode.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
So lots of the conversations were around wedding prep and that kind of thing.
Okay.
But I don't see that a lot of the girls anymore not being in the dressing room as much.
No,
so
it's more of the
nice.
Sussex people now.
Yeah.
That's flicked away. Nicely timed by Freya Davies out towards Alice Monaghan. She picks that cleanly, so no chance of a second run. Hit rather too well, really, out into the deep. 255 for 7. Davies on to 2. There are 3 balls left now of the Hampshire innings. Just a half an hour break between the innings, so if you are thinking of joining us for the Surrey reply, just remember that. Break coming up very soon as Davidson Richards slower ball pulled away by Lindsay Smith, but only as far as deep mid wicket where Danny White fields. Keeps that down to 1. 256 for 7. A boundary now would be nice. Off one of the last 2 balls.
Yeah, where's it coming from?
Yeah, it's a deep boundary away to our right on Davis's leg side. We've seen several out there, but they've been really timed when they have gone over the rope. As Davies got that in, predominantly in as a bowler, of course. Bowls, pulls that away on the leg side. It's done well there, but straight to Sophia Dunkley. That deep square leg. And that's a 1. And that takes the total on to 257 for 7. So the last ball coming up.
It's been a good over, isn't it, for Davidson Richards? 4 singles off the last over of the innings is just what they need. If Lindsay Smith, though, can get a boundary off the last and get them over 260, that mentally, the momentum going into the Hampshire bowling innings will be with them. On the flip side of that, if Surrey can keep it to a dot or a single or even better a wicket, just to get their momentum going into their batting innings.
It's amazing what those little things can do as you walk off the pitch. Just taking time here, there was a bit of a discussion going on between 2 or 3 of the Surrey players with Davidson Richards. Here she comes in, round the wicket to Lindsay Smith. Pulls that away. No, she's missed. It's down the leg side. We're going to get another ball.
A bonus.
Yeah. Right, inching closer to that 260 mark. 258.
They're just delaying your jacket potato now, Kev.
They are, yeah. The jacket potato's getting cold. Not too many more wides now, thank you very much. What have you ordered? I've ordered jacket potato with cheese and beans.
Same.
Have you really?
Yes.
Oh, we've got the same. There we go. There's 2 waiting for us on that hot plate.
Can't go wrong.
Here comes Davidson Richards then. Bowls. Lindsay Smith swings away on the leg side. Danny White comes in from the deep mid-wicket boundary, or they're going to go for 2. Surely there's going to be a run out. Yes, there is. Lindsay Smith dives in, but she's out. They will pick up 1, which means it's 259 for 7 at the end of that inning. So Surrey, of course, will need 260 to win. It's showing 258 on the
There's still a ball left. I think it'll be
Yeah,
2:59.
it will be 2:59. Yeah, it's even showing
when it clicks over. 260 to win for Surrey when they come back out after the break. A good contributions from McCacken and Boucher at the top of the order, and starts down the order from Knott, Southby and Norgrove. They petered off a little bit in the middle. The Surrey spinners brought them back into the game massively. Brilliant bowling from specifically Danny Gregory, 10 overs, 1 for 32, and 2 wickets apiece for Capsey and Moore, and it's going to be a good chase, Kev.
It will. I think Surrey will be the slightly happier of the two teams as they go into lunch, and that's where we're going as well, and we'll be back in just under half an hour's time. Well, welcome back to the Utilita Bowl for this Metrobank One Day Cup game between Hampshire women and Surrey women. 50 overs a side, of course. We've had one innings, and Hampshire, who won the toss and elected to bat first, finished on 259 for 8. It did look at one stage as though they would get a lot more, because openers Maya Boucher and Ella McGacken both scored 60s. They put on 116 for the first wicket, but then wickets started to fall a little bit more regularly, and in the middle, the spinners, Daniel Gregory, Bryony Smith and Alice Capsey, did a really good job just holding Hampshire back a little bit. Hampshire then came back towards the end, but 260 Surrey need to win. I have to say, my guess is that Surrey will be the slight favourites here. I'm Kevin James. Next to me, as she has been throughout the game so far, is former Vipers off-spinner Charlotte Taylor. Do you agree with that assessment, Charlotte?
I agree. Wholesomely agree.
Oh, wow. That's good. We've also got Naomi Datani with us for this second innings. She's a Hampshire women's player, of course, not playing in this game, as we watch Lauren Bell get the reply underway. She's bowling from the pavilion end, right arm fast, comes in and bowls, and play a miss outside the off stump by Bryony Smith. Gets the reply, Surrey's reply, underway.
A bit of a loosener to start from Bell.
Now, I loved watching Lauren Bell up at Edgbaston a few days ago, because it is Lauren Bell Mark II, 2.0. We've watched her bowl for the last few years, hooping the ball into the right-hander. Now she slides it away with a new action, and it looks very good, I have to say. She looked very good up there. Picked up a couple of wickets. Here she is from the pavilion end once more. Bowl short, pulled away by Bryony Smith, but only as far as mid-on. And there is no run. So a couple of short balls to get things underway. She'll probably just take a couple of deliveries just to get into her rhythm. Got an email during the break from Graham McDowell, sunandcricket@gmail.com, who said, loving the coverage of the women's game, but why aren't the cameras level? Or does the Utilita now have a Lords-esque slope? At the risk of sounding like a broken record, anything technical has nothing to do with us. Just email Hampshire Cricket. It's short, it's up in the air. Oh, it's going to go over the top of the slips, and it's going down towards third. Not a great bit of cricket, I think it has to be said. Nancy Harman runs around to do the fielding with her new look blonde hair, which I can see streaming out the back of her cap. My word, she'll look totally different when I see her for the first time. You mentioned it in the first innings. You said it suits her.
I do. I stand by that.
Good. Do you stand by another thing in this over? Wholeheartedly.
Yeah, sorry.
You agree with me about the Surrey reply?
Yeah, sorry. I'm just agreeing with you. Maybe I should stop.
Right. Well, it's great. Here's Lauren Bell. Let's see, Bryony Smith was way down the leg side. Great stop, Rihanna Southby. Diving low to her left. It's not the best over I've seen Lauren Bell bowl this season. But as I say, I'll just take her a couple of deliveries, I'm sure. Yeah, terrific up at Edgbaston. Got the ball to slide away nicely, and really nice action. Much more upright now, isn't she? Wrist behind the ball.
A real threat. Well, she's always been a threat. But.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? And we've discussed up, again, how when you're an England player and you totally remodel your action, that can't have been easy. Bowls again, that's a better delivery. Smith works that to backward a point, fielded by Lindsay Smith. Can't be easy when you're at the, at the top level of the sport, and then somebody comes along and says, do you know what? Forget what you've been doing. Forget what's got you into the England side. We're now going to get you to do this.
But good players will be receptive to that change and be open to it. And they'll want to get better. So she's obviously done that. And now she can get it going both ways. Well, that's a real threat, isn't it?
Well, yeah. That'll be handy. Comes in again and bowls to Smith once more. Smith drives in the up, but safe through the covers. That'll be 4 runs. That was at catchable height. I don't think Smith really worried where that ball was going. It was wide, so she was determined to throw the ball at it. It's a bit like Bryony Smith all round, really, isn't it? That's the way she plays, and a bit of swing on that one.
Yeah, it was a bit uppish, and it could have quite easily got into the hands of Abby Norgrove, but lucky for Smith, it went perfectly in the gap and raced along for a welcome boundary. 7 for no loss so far.
I think the fact that it swung a bit means that she probably wasn't trying to hit it in the air. It just ended up being above ground, as they say. Pulls that one, doesn't time it. Ball goes out to mid-wicket. And that's the end of the over. Bit of a mixed over, 7 without loss Surrey. From here, need 253 to win.
Yeah, it's going to be in a good chase. Like we've said before, Surrey have got the depth, they've got the firepower. Smith, White Hodge, Capsey, Dunkley, Davidson Richards and Schofield, all with international experience. It's quite a daunting lineup when you look at it on paper. So any indents, especially early on, that Hampshire can get 2 or 3 wickets in quick succession, that'll make them feel a whole lot better about the situation.
That's right. Get them 5 down, you think, oh yeah, we're into them, and then Alice Davison Richards walks out to the middle.
And you think, oh no. Freya Davies to take the new ball, or the other new ball. Obviously they bowl with 2 new balls. The other one, from this the hotel end. She'll as well swing the ball gently away. Not as much pace as Lauren Bell.
She bowled well against Warwickshire as well. It was right in those last few overs that were really tight. Yeah. She had to bowl accurately, and she did. Yeah,
she really leads this attack, doesn't she? And having the comfort of Lauren Bell at the other end will be a much needed boost for her as well. She's right arm over the wicket, she's down the leg side. It's going to be called a wide as it goes past Danny White-Hodge.
It's a little odd, isn't it, seeing Danny White in an opposition?
A little bit. Obviously she plays here for the Brave as well in the 100. Plays a lot of her home cricket here. So she'll be used to the conditions, that will be beneficial for her. Freya Davies at the top of her mark, runs away from us, past the umpire, bowls to Danny White-Hodge, who creates a bit of room and plays that off the back foot nicely to Ella McCacken at deep third. They pick up a single.
Incredibly, Danny White only played 11 matches in list day cricket for the Vipers from that COVID year onwards. Only 11. I know she's been an England regular. And
we said earlier it's a change of tactic. All of the England essentially contact play, bar a couple. That Siva Brunt obviously on maternity leave, and there was a couple that were coming back from England A duty that were involved in the Test match. I think they're all involved today, so I think everyone is pretty much playing these first 7 fixtures, which is really good for the game in total as well. Davies in, beats the outside edge of Bryony Smith, goes through to Southby behind the stumps. That's a good delivery. Watch that again on the live picture feed. Bryony Smith stands a little bit leg side of the ball, always has done. Moves across, but that just seems away a little bit.
Doesn't it? Great delivery.
Not as much carry as we'd seen. I mean, Monaghan's a different bowler entirely, hits the pitch a bit harder than Davies. Davies gets it up there a bit more and swings, but still a good delivery, still enough movement in the pitch, off the pitch. It's a green seam up. Davies bowls, back of a length delivery, defended by Bryony Smith, back to her and a follow through, and there is no run taken. 9 for no loss.
Yeah, just keep it there. That's ideal, isn't it? Just short of a length on or around off stump. Let the ball do some work for the first few overs.
Especially to Bryony Smith. Don't, and both of these two actually, don't give them any width.
Give them nothing.
Give them nothing. Keep it tight to the body for as long as possible. Davies in once more, bowls to Smith, who's driving nicely. Full face of the bat to Lauren Bell at mid-on. That's a lovely looking shot. Doesn't get a run.
I thought like that swung in. Looking at some of the reaction from one of the 2 of the fielders, got a bit excited. Nicely played by Bryony Smith though.
It's just, when it hits the middle of the bat and you see the full face, especially from our angle, that's pretty much directly behind, bar a couple of strips, but especially when we're looking on the picture feed, we can see. You play with a straight bat, and you get that sound. It's very pleasing as a batter to know you're in good order. Down the leg side this time from Freya Davies. That one's called a wide as well. A couple of those in the over so far. Just getting a little bit too straight. Another one to the total. 10 for no loss. Surrey in their response to the 260 runs required.
How much do you think pressure there'll be to get a win here, having lost their first game? Because they are favourites for this tournament, aren't they?
Quite a lot. But there's always been fierce rivalries between these two clubs. In men's cricket, down the leg side again. Southby can't, she gets half a glove onto that one. It's running away. It's going to run for 4 as Adams is chasing after it. Can't get there. It's going to be 5 wides. as umpire Ben Peverell stretches out his arms, signals 5 wide, sorry. But I think in men's cricket there's been a fierce rivalry in the county championship, in the Blast and so forth, but also between these two sides in the regional, think like their counterpart sides, Vipers and Stars. It's been a big rivalry, local sort of derbies if you want to call it that, over a number of years. So yeah, they'll be wanting to get one over, especially there's a lot of crossover between players, you feel, like someone that have moved across to Surrey, so they'll be wanting to get a win across the board here. There's a back foot punch from Smith, goes straight to Smith. Smith to Smith. No run.
No relation?
No run, no relation.
Right.
I mean, it's quite a common English
yes.
name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, there's 25 million Taylors in the world, but...
Is it really?
No, there's not. Well, I don't know. I'm assuming there's way more Taylors than there are, I don't know, Monahans.
Datanis.
Yeah, or Monahans. There's a lot of Davies too, probably, in the world, as she runs away from us here. Driving is Smith. That's a lovely looking shot up to Lauren Bell at mid-on. Throw comes back in. A good over for Surrey. 15 for no loss. First over from Freya Davies goes for 8. A few extras in there.
Should we do one more over and then bring maybe
Yeah, let's
Titania
do
in?
it.
Yeah.
I'm easy. You know me.
We'll do one more.
It's a bit of a cross breeze. See those? There's a couple of bannery, flaggy things over to our left. I don't know what you call them. Banners? Don't know. That are wafting
Ones
in
that
the
like
wind.
the wind.
Yeah. It's not really a flag, but it's not really a banner. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a flanner.
Is that a word?
No, I just made it up.
No, but it's good. Yeah, the
But
one
that, you can just see the cross breeze across the ground.
like a feather.
Yes.
It's going to be Lauren Bell.
There better not be 3 of them, so they're not the 3 feathers. That would be a really poor design choice.
Otherwise Surrey will feel that they were playing at home. That's full outside the off stump, missed by Danny White. As the ball goes all the way through to Rihanna Southby, who made 23 today off 32 balls before she was the 5th wicket to fall. Caught by Danny White. Hodge by the bowling of Kalia Moore. Trying to think where that was. That was over deep mid wicket, wasn't it? Yeah. Away to our left. As mentioned before, it's not a bad crowd actually for first women's home game of the season. Here's Lauren Bell again, right arm over, bowls, and White Hodge just works it out to point, fielded by Lindsay Smith.
I just want to point out there's women's football. I know we're not talking about football, whatever, but women's football, Southampton women are playing today up at Sheffield. And Lucia Kendall, do you recognise that name?
Yes, she used to play for Hampshire women.
She did. They scored 2 goals, and they're 2-1 up against Sheffield
good on
United women up north.
Well, hopefully at the end of that game she'll rush back in the dressing room and look at the score from here, just to
Hopefully.
check on her former teammates. Yeah, a lot of them played with her, didn't they, a few years back? You
I'm
played,
not
you
sure.
played with her, didn't you?
Yeah, but I'm not sure too many of this group would have done, actually.
True.
It's a fair while ago that she was playing.
There's Lauren Bell bowls. That's nicely cut down to third by White Hodge. Down to third where Nancy Harmon fields once more, and the Surrey total moves on to 16 without loss. In reply to that Hampshire total of 259 for 8. A total which at one stage looked as though it would be a few more after the brilliant start they were given by Maya Boucher and Ella McGacken.
Boucher comes back into second slip. No, she's going back out again.
It's just having a chat.
Was it to Gully now?
Said a piece and then...
Well, she was at, they did have 2 points in play.
Ah.
And now I think they're going for another catcher, but they've opted for Gully rather than second slip. Nancy Harmon sits in the middle of the 2.
As Lauren Bell runs towards us once more and bowls, and that's nicely driven by Bryony Smith, but only as far as mid-off. That'll be Freya Davies doing the fielding. Newly married Freya Davies, as you said. No honeymoon for her then?
Yeah, it's here.
Oh, of course.
No, it's Edgbaston actually. Honeymoon to Edgbaston.
Really?
No, I don't know. I'm not sure her new husband went to Edgbaston.
It's a bit difficult, isn't it, really, during the cricket season?
Yeah, you basically can't do it.
No, not really. You might be able to squeeze a night in or 2 nights in
It's
somewhere.
very.
But
I think it's actually quite uncommon that people go on honeymoon straight away now. I feel like they leave it a little bit anyway.
that's interesting you say that. I've got the feeling. Let's fall down the leg side. Another brilliant take from Rihanna Southby, but it'll once more be called a wide. Yeah, that's true, isn't it? That's a trend, isn't it?
I've been to a few weddings in the sort of. I mean, I went to a wedding at the beginning of April, and actually that couple have gone away pretty much straight away. but one of them is definitely a teacher. I'm not sure whether they're both teachers, and it was the Easter holidays, so it kind of worked out that was kind of a good time to go. But again, if they didn't go then they have to wait until the summer holidays.
Sure. Lauren Bell in again. Oh, that's short outside the off stump. That's a wide. Well, Hampshire are bowling their fair share of wides in these opening 2 or 3 overs. They're trying to match Surrey, who finished with a total of 20 wides off 50 overs. I have to say, at the current rate, I think Hampshire will overtake that.
But yeah, both teams haven't started well with the ball, have they?
No.
Surrey didn't start brilliantly.
Yeah, poor old, well, not old, but poor Phoebe Franklin, who didn't look particularly well. That's pulled away up in the air. This could be caught at mid-on, and it's caught. Bryony Smith goes. Short delivery there from Lauren Bell, and Bryony Smith whacks her pad hard with the ball. I think that's Bex Tyson that's taken that one. The ball was in the air a while. Bex Tyson had to steady herself at mid-on and took a really good catch, and that's a big wicket. They're all big wickets in this top 5 or 6 in the Surrey side, but she's trying to pull out from way outside off stump, Bryony Smith.
Simple catch, really. She did well, got underneath it early, but that's a classic Bryony Smith dismissal. I don't know how many times I've seen her get out like that, trying to pull the ball from outside the off stump over to the leg side, and it's one of her strengths as well. She can do that so well and play that sort of short arm jab, but also it sometimes gets her out, and it has done on this occasion. She falls in the 3rd over. Lauren Bell has her first wicket of the day, and that's a nice early one, and I think they'll be pretty happy with Hampshire to get a wicket on the board.
Yeah, she's a dangerous player, Bryony Smith. Likes to get on top of the bowling, as you say, and I for one am always pleased to see her walk back. Seen her score some good runs, although she, I think generally against the Southern Vipers over the years, she has got out early actually, hasn't she, on the whole. A couple of times when, just as she starts to get, she almost gets carried away sometimes when she hits boundaries and you think, oh, she's making this look easy. Alice Capsey is the new batter for Surrey. Just 20 years of age.
This is where Hampshire needs to capitalise, put the pressure on these players early. If you let them get away too quickly, they'll capitalise and capitalise quickly, because they're of high quality.
Here's Lauren Bell then into Capsey, and Capsey's forward, convincing, but goes out on the onside. I remember at Beckenham 2 years ago, I think it was, when Lauren Bell was on a roll. Capsey was one of the wickets. I think she was nearly on a hat-trick, about 3 and 4. Capsey was one of them. Lovely big hooping inducker. Right, thank you very much, Charlotte Taylor. She's going to take a bit of a break, and Hampshire all-rounder Naomi Ditani will come and join me for a few overs. She's never done this before, but I'm sure she'll take to it like a duck to water. How are you, Naomi?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. It's a lovely day to come and watch some cricket at the Utilita Bowl.
Always a good day.
Always a good day at Utilita Bowl.
So what do you reckon here? The overall match situation, I mean, we've been saying that maybe Hampshire would have hoped for a few more. How do you feel? Yeah,
I was following along earlier, and Ella McCacken and Maya Busha had a great partnership. So when I was watching, I thought 300, if not a bit more, was on the cards. Knowing what we have down the middle order, they could have had some fun at the end. But Surrey done really well to pull them back a little bit there.
They certainly did. The spinners in the middle, didn't they? Daniel Gregory, I think, probably as accurately as I think I've ever seen a bowl. Here comes Freya Davis then. It's pushed out on the offside by Danny Wyatt-Hodge, and there is no run. It's interesting because it's quite a green wicket out there, and yet the spinners bowl really well in the middle.
Yeah, I think some of the girls just earlier saying it was just starting to hold in the wicket a little bit as time went along, so maybe the spinners were getting a bit more grip and just slowing down, making it harder to score. Yeah,
of course you've got to put pace on the shot then, haven't you, with the spinners, rather than using the pace of the quicker bowlers. Here's Freya Davis then. Well, it goes in the air, it could be caught at mid-off, or Danny Wyatt-Hodge has gone.
Great catch.
Oh my word, that's a mistake, and that's another big wicket, and it's Bex Tyson again, I think.
She's in with the catches. I think she had one at Edgbaston as well. Done really well to hold on there, and a big wicket of Danny Wyatt-Hodge. So Hampshire have pulled back with 2 early wickets, which puts pressure back on Surrey.
Well, if Bex Tyson does nothing else in the game, having been brought in replacing Poppy Tulloch, then having got 2 good catches to get rid of two big players. She has certainly and already has played her part. Danny Wyatt-Hodge gone for just two. But it brings in another England player in Sophia Dunkley. It's relentless, this Surrey lineup.
Yeah, it's a very good lineup, and it's one for Hampshire to keep plugging away at and making sure they're on the money from ball one with every batter that comes in.
So Freya Davis picks up her first wicket to go with Lauren Bell's wicket earlier. And Surrey have lost 2 wickets, both their openers, with the score on 18. And we are in the 4th over. Still 242 runs needed by Surrey. And, well, that will give them a big heart. Danny Wyatt returning to the Utilita Bowl in Surrey colours. Has gone. So there's a slip in here for Freya Davis. Sophia Dunkley, another England international, 6 tests, 34 one-day internationals and 64 T20 internationals. Made 22 off 28 balls in that last ball defeat to Somerset a few days ago. Here's Freya Davis, runs away from us. And bowls to Dunkley. Dunkley drives, that's a good delivery. It looks like it's just swung in a fraction there. Dunkley just taking the bottom hand off the bat. If you were bowling at Sophia Dunkley, Naomi, what would you be looking to do early on?
Yeah, I think the length against actually all 3 players are really important for Dunks. It's trying to get the ball as full as possible. Feet movement probably not the best at the start, so trying to attack that front pad, getting an LBW, just like Freya did on that ball. Yeah.
We've got an insight to what you do then when you bowl, so I'll know in future. That's a nice shot off the back foot, steered out into the covers where it's fielded by Lindsay Smith. So you've missed the first couple of games?
Yeah, injured at the moment, so bit of a shame. I was really looking forward to getting going with Hampshire, obviously signing here, especially after a good winter as well. So it's a shame, but I'll hopefully be back on the pitch soon.
Good. So what have you been doing during the winter? Tell me this after this next delivery. 18 for 2, Surrey. Both batters out there, yet to get off the mark. Davis into Dunkley. Again, it's full delivery, it's driven but not timed back to the bowler. So how's the winter gone?
Yeah, it was great. Went over to Perth, back to Midland Guildford. Now a home club for me, I guess, in Perth. And that went really well and materialised into playing for WA for 4 games in the new year. So that was a really great opportunity.
Wow. So, and that wasn't planned, that just happened?
That just happened. I've been pushing the needle in the couple of times I've been, and an opportunity presented itself to open the bowling for WA, which was something I never imagined doing. So, yeah.
Fantastic. That's cut away, only as far as Lindsay Smith.
So yeah, fantastic opportunity to get that play at the Wacker, and just show off what I could do at that level. And bowling against people like Meg Lanning is pretty cool as well. So I learned a lot from that experience, and which is why it makes it more frustrating coming back with the trajectory I was going on.
Yeah. So that's the Women's National Cricket League, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
So obviously Georgia Adams was playing out there. Was one of your 4 against Georgia?
It was my first game. My debut was against Georgia, New South Wales at home at the Wacker. So that kind of made it a bit more familiar and not too daunting, actually.
Fantastic. And Charlie Knott plays for
Queensland.
Was one of those 4?
Unfortunately not. I think they'd played all their matches.
Okay. Here's Lauren Bell then from the pavilion end. Comes in and bowls. It's full to Capsey, who quietly plays that out on the offside. And is the Wacker, the wicket, still as quick and as bouncy as ever?
Yeah, pretty much. It's I've done pretty well at the Wacker. It suits my game pretty well. So yeah, very quick, very bouncy. And so yeah, 300 is definitely par at the Wacker, and anything's chaseable there too. Great
stuff. So runs and wickets at the Wacker at all?
I got for my club team, we had a T20 final there. Scored.
Here's Lauren Bell. Capsey again in behind that one.
In a losing defeat, I scored 103 not out, which was great to get the 100. Not so great to be on the losing side. But yes, got some runs there and a few starts batting at 6 for WA in the 2 games I played there.
Wow. Are you plans to go back next winter?
I hope so. It depends how this injury materialises. I'd love to go back and get some more games under my belt. but we'll see how that pans out.
Okay, here's Lauren Bell again, then 2 slips wait. Oh, I thought that was edged through to the keeper. She was off the back foot, Capsey trying to steer that through the offside. Ball beats the outside edge.
I thought that was a really good length from Lauren Bell, really hitting the top of off area and encouraging Capsey to play and get stuck on her feet there. So that was a really good length, something that we probably need to do a little bit more of between the two bowlers.
Yeah. 18 for 2 then. Surrey, again, these batters out there, Capsey and Dunkley, still to score their first runs. They've faced 4 balls each so far. Short outside the off stump. Capsey lets that one go and then practices the shot over the top of the slips once it's into the safe hands of Rihanna Southby. And what about Lauren Bell then? Because I know she's been working on this action, and I think she had this action last summer, but this is the first time I've seen her. Well, second time actually this season. But what are you making of this new look Lauren Bell?
I really like it. I always thought Lauren Bell had lots of potential, obviously playing for England, but just the potential to bowl faster and have a bit more skills up her sleeve, and it's definitely threatening to have the ball swinging away and swinging back in. So that's going to become a real threat as she moves forward in her international career and some domestic stuff, and this is a great place to practice it as well almost and get some confidence doing it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you would have faced Lauren Bell when you were playing against the Vipers previously, and of course she used to swing the ball in quite late, which was very dangerous, wasn't it? Would you prefer to face Lauren Bell doing that, or now what she's doing now? What is as a batter, what would you say was probably the least dangerous?
I think
Here's Bell comes in, steered out into the covers, no run.
I think it depends on the batter. So for me, as a left-hander, she was naturally swinging it away from me, which I thought was really threatening for me. So I can imagine for a right-handed batter, having the ball swinging away early on is quite threatening. But you can also set up batters really well if she goes away, and then that just gets that one that goes a bit fuller and swings back in. It creates that gap between bat and pad that she could probably use in terms of setting batters up. So it's definitely a threat to go away, and then bring that ball back in to create that space.
Yeah. But she looks in a good place, doesn't she? She seems very happy with this new look action of hers. She's settled into it quite well.
It looks very smooth now.
It does, doesn't it? She looks she was a proper bowler before, but she really looks a proper bowler now, doesn't she? Freya Davis then to bowl over number 6 with Surrey 19 for 2, still needing another 241 from here. As Davis comes in, right arm over and bowls to Capsey, who's forward. And that goes back to Freya Davis, who's into her 3rd over here. Has 1 for 8. That was the wicket. Danny White-Hodge.
They've done really well, both Bell and Davis here, to put pressure on the 2 new batters and not let them score, and work really hard for these runs, which they hopefully will continue to do through this power play.
Yeah. Into the 6th over. Here's Freya Davis then, runs away from us and bowls. Capsey drives straight to Lindsay Smith, the cover. Little bit of width that time from Freya Davis, but Capsey didn't commit herself too much with that delivery. Just steered it towards Lindsay Smith rather than try and hit it a little harder. Maybe just chasing that one, felt that it might have gone a little bit aerial had she perhaps tried to hit it a little.
That's where that length is really important. It's making her drive, and you just don't know how convincing she may or may not hit it compared to bowling on that shorter length.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, here's Freya Davis bowls. Davis again. Capsey's very watchful. So England players very much on show in these first few rounds. It's an interesting move, isn't it? This is all coming from Charlotte Edwards, isn't it?
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, through the years, I've always been crying out for the England players to come back and play, and it just makes the competition so much stronger, and it also develops the talent that are coming through as well.
Yeah, it definitely helps, doesn't it? Here's Freya Davison again, bowls. Let's come back into Capsey, but she drives nicely, pleasantly up to mid-off where Rebecca Tyson fields. And Charlotte Taylor was telling me they're available for the first 7 games or something, which, I mean, that almost takes them right up to the first of the internationals, or it was close, and close to anyway.
I always think playing games is way better experience than training and bowling your overs in a training environment. So better to do it out in the middle and gain that exposure and experience ready for the international series.
Oh, Oh, she's playing a missing outside the off stump. It's Capsey, good delivery. Well, it's interesting. I mean, Lauren Bell's second game today, she didn't play 150 over game for the Vipers last year.
Okay.
I mean, I'm only singling out because that's off the top of my head. I mean, there'll be other examples. I mean, I know Capsey hasn't played much for the South East Stars last year either. So, you know, that just gives you an example about how much Charlotte Edwards had an influence already in the short space of time that she's been there.
Yeah, I mean, knowing Charlotte for a few months or so, she is very much about getting runs on the board and taking wickets out in the middle and kind of proving your point and your worth to play for England and any other honours that you might have during 100 or in franchise cricket. So the more you play, the more you learn, how to play under pressure as well, and I think that's a massive part of what Charlotte's always spoken about, and it's only going to prepare them for those international series and World Cups coming in the future.
Start of a new era, that's for sure. Now, Naomi, I know you've never done commentary before. Would you like to do this over?
I'll give it a try.
Yeah, go for
we'll
it.
see what happens.
Nobody's expecting loads, but it'd be just nice.
So Lauren Bell is continuing from the pavilion end. She runs in, really good length again. That ball looks like it's still got a bit of a way swing on there, and Dunkley defends that pretty well.
Do you know when the first of the internationals is? I think it's May sometime.
I think so.
Yeah.
Is it against West Indies? Yeah, West Indies. They've had a tough run-in with their World Cup qualifiers, West Indies, I think. I was watching their last game against Thailand. Here comes Lauren Bell running in again. And again, really well defended by Sophia Dunkley. Bell giving her nothing, attacking the stumps really well and keeping the pressure on. Still 19 for 2, and Dunkley yet to score after 7 deliveries.
Stuck a little bit Surrey here, aren't they? So going back to your injury, when are you hoping to sort of start? Are you actually doing any training at all yet, practicing, or have you got
I just started batting on Friday, so I'm hoping to get back around the T20 time and be back as a batter, and then bowling will have to take its time. Dunkley advances down through, and it's hit through the cover region for 4 runs. Just showing some intent there from Dunkley, obviously getting stuck with the length that both Davies and Bell have been bowling. She's obviously thought she needed to try something there to put Bell off her length, and she's successfully achieved that by hitting through the covers for 4.
That's a nice looking shot, wasn't it? I was looking at Sophia Dunkley's figures for the South East Stars, and she started in COVID year on this day. She only played 12 matches, but she averaged 86.
That's a pretty good average. Pretty good average.
Yes.
She's one of those players that, when she gets going, she can really hurt you. So this period of play is really important. Bell's come back really well there with a good length and still swinging that ball, and Dunkley's defended that out again. So there's a good little battle going on here between the 2 internationals. Who's going to win, we'll find out, I'm sure.
Yeah, Lauren Bell didn't have to bowl too many balls at Danny White. She's already gone. Yeah, it's been some real battles with internationals, being so many in the sides between these 2 in this game.
Here comes Bell. She's put one down short, bouncer. Dunkley's had to duck under that one. Really good bouncer there, aiming for that Surrey badge.
There's a few short balls bowled by the Surrey bowlers as well, wasn't it? Alice Monaghan stuck in a couple, as Davies and Richards got the wicket of Maya Boucher with it.
There must be some bounce in the wicket to be doing that, or it could just be a tactic for certain players who might not be so good at the short ball. But they're definitely becoming more into play. Here comes Lauren Bell for the last ball of the over, and takes a wicket, takes the off stump. She's been hitting that off stump area for the last few balls in this over, and she gets her reward. As I said, there's been a bit cat and mouse in this over, and Lauren Bell bowls an absolute peach of a delivery. Nice and full, swinging in, top of off. That is a bowler's dream. That is a top of off wicket. You can't ask for much more than that. So Hampshire have got the better of Sophia Dunkley, and they are 23 for 3 off 7 overs. Hampshire definitely in the driving seat now with 3 wickets in the power play and still 3 overs to go to really make a damage.
What a ball that was. Here we go, watching the picture feed again. Just look at this. Oh, my word.
Oh.
That straightened off the pitch, swung a little as well. I mean, what a delivery is that? That's a delivery you don't really want to face, isn't it? As
Not at all. Not at all. If your defence is not there, then that ball, but she, as I said, she's been plugging away in that area, in that over, and definitely got a reward there. So maybe that short ball did come into play as a little bit of a tactic to get her onto the back foot. It looked like Dunkley was a little bit stuck there in the crease, maybe anticipating it a bit shorter, and then she takes the top of off stump.
Fantastic. Well, what a start by Hampshire. Stay on for a few more overs, just a few more, and because I've got to go off. Charlotte Taylor is coming in alongside Naomi Tatani.
Thank you, Kevin. He's got to go and do an update. I should have brought my box back. I've got to stand on a box.
Oh, where's your box gone?
It's next to you.
Do you want it?
No, it's okay. I'll stand up here. It's only because these barriers that are just in front of us in the camera gantry are so hard for me to see over when I'm stood at a regular level.
It's okay, I can feel your pain. I'm only 5'4", so.
Freya Davies to start. A new over from the hotel end. Bowls to catch. Oh, that's a great shot. Bowls to Alice Capsey, who finds the gap. It's going to run away for 4 actually, but it was a catchable height. Lindsay Smith sprawled out at cover point. I don't think she was actually anywhere near it, but it was a catchable height.
It was a good dive.
Picture feed. Yeah, she wouldn't have caught it. She might have stopped it, but nonetheless, it's gone for 4. It's a bonus boundary for Alice Capsey, who just swings her bat through it. Probably doesn't need to be taking adverse risks. And Surrey are 27 for 3. Davies is in again. That's a better delivery, and straight back to mid-on. The throw comes in from Lauren Bell, and it's not a good one. Southby cleans up. 27 for 3, Surrey. It's a great position for Hampshire to be in. That was a beauty, wasn't it, from Bell? You must have loved that.
Oh, I absolutely loved that. As I said, it's a bowler's dream. If I bowled that, I'd be running around the field.
Doing a lap.
Doing a lap.
It's a good one to get as well, Sophia Dunkley. Big player, full delivery, work leg side. Bell's got to do some work in the field now as it's being clipped leg side. She's running after it. It's running away from her quite quickly. She's done the majority work. They're going to come back for a third, and they make it. Capsey's quick and comes back, makes it comfortably in the end. 30 for 3.
That's good running by the Surrey pair out in the middle, putting pressure on Lauren Bell there, but a really nice shot. Flicked through mid-wicket and mid-on for 3.
Just kept running away from Bell, didn't it? I didn't think he was actually going to catch up with it. I thought, surely this isn't going for 4.
Tough ask for a bowler who's just bowled to go and chase one to the boundary.
Especially a big quick bowler. She's got her hands on her hips now. There's a brief moment of pause as Freya Davies composes herself. She's running in now and will bowl to Alice Davidson Richards, who's driving. This time straight to Bell, who does the fielding. Better throw this time. She celebrates that one as the throw goes straight into the gloves of Southby. And there is no run taken. Sorry, 30 for 3. 3 wickets have fallen, all big ones. I mean, all of their top 6 are big wickets, but to get rid of Smith, White Hodge and Dunkley.
Yeah, Hampshire definitely needed to make a breakthrough through this power play to have a real chance of defending this target.
And they've done just that. Davies in, bowls Davidson Richards, width and offer, slash through point, 4 more. That's a great shot from Alice Davidson Richards, just lent on it really.
Yeah.
Didn't need to overhit the ball, but width on offer. And she just climbed straight into that one and picks up a welcome boundary. Sounded good, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a lovely shot out the middle of the bat through that cover point region and just flown to the boundary.
So we've got one ball remaining. 11 off this over so far from Freya Davies. It's been a bit of a loose one. She's in again, and more width on offer. This time it's gone forward of square. Back foot.
Chase hard here.
Maya Boucher's going to win the race. And they come back for just 2. But more width on offer. 36 for 3. Sorry, at the end of the 8th. We've got 2 overs left of the power play. And let me just grab my notebook. Sorry. To see at the end of the Hampshire power play, they were 57 for no loss. So they say win the power play, win the game. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah, generally. But I think those stats sometimes do change in 50 over cricket, with it being so long. It's whoever can ride the roller coaster, the wave through that 50 overs as much as you can, and winning different phases of play. So generally, if you can win, I would say 2 out of the 3 phases, you would say the power play, middle overs, or middle overs and death, generally you'd win most games of cricket.
Whereas T20 cricket, you generally say if you get a blinding start in the power play, that's a good place to be.
Definitely. Here comes Lauren Bell again for her 5th over of bowling to Capsey, who's now 7 off. Sorry.
She's 9.
9 off 16.
These scoreboards are difficult to read sometimes, especially the glare off the screen as well. 9 from 16. A bit of a tame start. I think she's probably itching to get going.
She is itching.
Here.
You can see her moving her feet and her crease, trying again, similar to what Dunkley was doing to change the bowler's length. But here comes Bell for the first time against Davison Richards. Really good length there. Still looks like Bell's got a bit of swing moving through the air, which is really good signs. So definitely keeping both slips in play, really putting pressure on Davison Richards to keep her defence nice and tight here.
Yeah, well, I assume she's been sent in above Schofield to just sort of steady the ship, maybe?
Yeah, Schofield's probably more of a attacking player, someone you'd see in the middle overs and the death, so probably a little bit of shift. Here comes Bell, again hitting that length, and that's defended really well under Davison Richards' eye.
Yeah, she needs to bring in all that. She would get 100 on Test match debut, didn't she?
Yeah.
She now needs to channel all that experience and put it into practice here.
Yeah, Davison Richards, I remember last year we were playing her in the semi-final. She definitely doesn't give you many chances, and when she does, you've definitely got to take them. So, and if you don't, she will capitalise. So
you'll learn the hard way.
Yes. Here comes Bell coming in. Davison Richards looking quite intentful with her defence. Looks really positive with intent. So
Bell's definitely eyeing up that deep sort of cover area, isn't she? It's completely vacant at the minute with the fielders out in the deep behind the bat. So you've got a deep third and a fine leg, both on the boundary rope. Every other person is either catching or in the inner circle, so to pierce in front of the field would almost certainly end in a boundary. Oh,
another short ball which has gone outside the off, so that's a wide for Bell. She's definitely got a plan here, most overs, to dig in a short one and maybe set up batters. Sometimes if it goes wide, that's okay. It just makes the batters think about what ball's coming next. So
yeah, Davison Richards did it enough when she was bowling, so now she gets the same treatment.
That's what happens when you're an all-rounder.
It comes back at you.
Oh, that's a really well bowled delivery from Bell, hitting that really good length, and that one actually climbed a little bit more above the stumps. Good swing on offer.
Yeah, if you're watching this one again, if you're a young fast bowler out there and you want to know where to hit, that's the line and length you want to hit as much as you can.
It's really well left by Davison Richards actually.
Do you reckon she left that?
Well, she kind of just pulled away just a little bit. Didn't give it the full shot, otherwise there definitely would have been an edge.
You're too kind.
Again, really well bowled. That ball's gone down to second slip, and Boucher stopped that as Bell completes her over with only giving 2 off the over.
Yeah, I think so. It's a good over from Bell, good pressure. She looks like she's well in order ahead of this long summer. Obviously there's an international summer as well, so you've got the series against West Indies at the end of May, and then India come over. That'll be a big one in the middle of the summer, and obviously a World Cup at the end of the year. So these players that are playing in these England players that are playing in these first 7 games of the domestic summer will make a big impact. You know, new coach. They got to impress the new coach. A lot of them, you know, from here will know all about Charlotte Edwards and how she operates and what she wants to see from you, but there's still a bit of that pressure, isn't it? That there's fighting for positions.
Yeah, you always want to do well, and especially if a new coach comes into the role, you want to make your stamp on it and show what you can do. So it's healthy competition, and you kind of see who comes out and shows their best self, and that's pressure as well. Who can perform when it's really needed. So it's exciting to see all the England players play in this domestic competition.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how many different faces you might see over the summer as well, as they try and find good combinations for the World Cup at the end of the year. It's in India, they might be looking at different spin options. Obviously Lindsay Smith a big part of that now as well. So we're going to see her as a change of bowling. She's going to take the place of Freya Davies. She's got a catcher in at extra cover in Maya Boucher. She starts with a full one that Capsey just defends back to Bex Tyson at mid-on.
I really like this field from Lindsay, with a short extra cover and a second extra cover just covering on the left-hand side.
She bowls a good length delivery again, defender back to her and a follow-through. Yeah, it just brings that sort of drive on the up that Capsey does like. She likes to swing her arms through the ball, and she's got to keep it along the ground if she's going to try and find the gap through there. You've got Norgrove and Boucher both waiting. Another good length delivery from Smith, and defended carefully by Capsey. She will be wanting to bat for a long time here, Alice Capsey.
I forget how quickly Lindsay Smith goes through her overs, which is probably a really good tactic at this stage.
She's round the wicket, bowls to Capsey, who again is defending, and finds Charlie Knott at mid-wicket, who's again close in on that single. They're really going to hunt down the dots in there. Smith once more, rapid throw over, as you say. Naomi on the back foot this time. Capsey back to Lindsay Smith and her follow through. That's 5 dots.
They've got a bit of protection out at deep cover and deep square leg. Hopefully close out this over.
She's in once more. Good length delivery on the back foot once again. Half stopped by Smith and her follow through. But doesn't matter. Adams is there. It's a maiden for Lindsay Smith. Great start from her.
Probably in about 60 seconds as well.
Actually, should we time it? I'm going to time one of Lindsay Smith's overs. The next over, I'm gonna forget. So you're gonna have to write. I've put my phone. Look, I'll put it right in front of me with the timer app open.
It's a good tactic, I think. Kind of rushing batters, trying to take them off their rhythm and their flow. Sometimes causes an error in the way they play. So I think that's a really good tactic from bowlers. I know, having faced Lindsay in the past, I've always had to take my time purposefully. So yeah, it's a good tactic, and we finished the power play really well here, Hampshire, 38 for 3 off 10 over. So we could say Hampshire have won that power play versus Surrey.
I think that's safe to say. I think it's a safe bet. 57 for no loss was the Hampshire power play. And this one at the end of 10 overs here, Surrey 38 for 3. So they're a bit behind the 8 ball at the moment. But it's a long game, 50 over cricket. We were just saying a couple of moments prior to this, if you've just joined us, that 50 overs is a long time. A long time to bat, a long time to make a difference. And that's bell in, almost a full toss. Worked leg side. Fielded by Charlie Knott. It's a good bit of fielding.
Yeah, that was a good bit of fielding. Ball was slightly uppish from, I'm going to say 80 up, because it's just a bit easier.
Lots of people know, I think lots of people know who you mean.
Yeah.
It's definitely a lot easier to say, that's for sure. Bell at the top of her mark. She's a hop and a skip, and she runs towards us, away from the 10. That's a bouncer. That's a good one as well. I think it's been called a wide. It's gone too high over the head of Davidson Richards. She's not the smallest.
She's not. That's a very high bouncer. That's really dug in half on the, I'd say on the bowler's end half of the of the pitch there.
The wrong half. But it just keeps Alice Davidson Richards on her toes, keeps her peg back. Is she going to double up with a full one? No, she's gone back of her length again. It's too wide though on this occasion. It's running across the outfield. Norgrove can't catch up to it. Through cover it goes. And it goes over the boundary for 4. That's a welcome boundary for Surrey. Releases some pressure. Too much width on offer, really. Good wrists for Davidson Richards to get it where she needed it to be. But it's a bit of a gift.
Yeah, I think I was just thinking whether Bell was going to follow up that with a fuller delivery, with still having 2 slips in place and creating a false shot, but that length was probably too short to execute that type of plan.
See what she comes up with now. Bell down the leg side this time, and it's worked into the vacant square leg region. Charlie Knott's quick will get after it, and she stopped the second. That's good fielding from Charlie Knott, because she had a bit of ground to make up, and she got the throw back in quickly, which was important. 44 for 3. Davison Richards moves to 11. Capsey with her on 9. There's careful play by Surrey. They can't afford to lose another wicket or 2 now. It will be really putting them in a bit of a sticky situation. They've got a long time to bat. 39.3 overs, in fact, remaining. Bell, another short one dug in. This time ducked and swayed out the way by Davison Richards. It goes through to Southby.
It's keeping the Surrey batters on their toes with these bounces, and that one was more well directed at the badge again. Capsey struggling a little bit, 9 of 23. She might be getting itchy, and maybe we might see her using her feet a little bit more again.
Let's see what she does for this one. She waits for Bell. She stands still on this occasion, on the back foot carving. That's a nice shot through cover for 4. That's a really nice shot. She got on top of the bounce, used the pace of Bell, didn't overhit the ball. Maybe a little bit too wide from Laura Bell once again, especially with no protection out there at deep cover. But it's a really nice looking shot from Alice Capsey.
That's a lovely shot, playing it on the up on the back foot. It's probably one of my favourite shots, playing a back foot punch. Just makes you feel quite good. So yeah, that's a really good shot from Capsey to stay still and stay patient.
48 for 3, Surrey. Bell in once more to Capsey. She's over-capitalised on this occasion, Lauren Bell. She's gone full-on leg stump. It's a full toss that's been worked to fine. Ella McCacken does the fielding. It's 1 more to the total. Lauren Bell's bowled through 6 overs now, 2 for 28. She's bowled well. A couple of gifts in that over, but generally bowled well. 49 for 3, Surrey. Right, now I'm timing Lindsay Smith's over. This is what's going to happen. I think we're going to do 1 more over together.
Yep.
And then Kevin's now ignoring me. I think he's going to come back in for me and chat to you. No, I think I'm coming in. Wait, so hold on. Let's get this straight. I'm getting flustered now.
I'm learning from the pro, so you tell me what to do.
I think I'm going to go and switch places with you. Kevin James is going to come back into his usual spot. I feel like that's the way it's going to go. Right, I'm timing Lindsay Smith's over now because she's rapid. Starting now. She bowls the first ball, and it's played to one of the extra covers. That's Abby Norgrove, and there is no run.
I think this is the stage of the game for Hampshire to stay really patient here and keep building overs where we can control the run rate.
Absolutely. Another good delivery from Smith. Good length. On the back foot, though, is Capsey. Plays it to the second of the extra covers, the closer of the 2, Maya Boucher. And there is no run. Smith round the wicket. Another forward defence. This is good bowling from Smith. She's really, she always angles the ball in.
Yeah.
But she's really targeting the stumps and giving nothing away.
Yes. 9 dot balls for Smith in a row at the moment, so she's bowling well on the money.
As she most often does. She's in again on the stumps once more. Another back foot shot from Capsey. She tries to make room through the offside. Hits one of those. These 2 extra cover fielders are going to be busy, I feel.
Yeah, as I said, it's a really good tactic from Hampshire to cover those areas.
A back foot punch from Smith. Sorry, from Capsey off the bowling of Smith. Lauren Bell does well to do the fielding. What, 1 delivery left of this, the 12th. It's not quite a minute. I keep looking at my timer.
Still quick though.
We'll wait until the big reveal after this delivery. This is the final delivery of the 12th. Lindsay Smith bowls this one. A forward defence pushed up to mid-on. That's the end of the over. I'm stopping the time at 1 minute 30.
1 minute 30 is pretty quick for a pace bowler who probably bowls an over in about 3 minutes. I've always had a lot of pleasure bowling with spinners, and I get quite tired when I have people like that bowling pretty fast. So I remember back in the day bowling with Alex Hartley, and she used to be pretty the same, like bowling really quick.
You didn't get any time to rest.
And I was like, "Ow, please slow down!" Like I've only just finished bowling. So yeah,
they've got no care for you. We literally had no care for you. I think Naomi's going to stay on. Yes, you're going to stay on for a couple more overs. Kevin James is going to go jump in here. So here's the next voice that you'll hear.
We've got a change of bowler at the pavilion end here. Bex Tyson's coming on, so left arm spin from both ends. She's come in to the side today for Poppy Tulloch. She made a debut last year with me. We'd have made our debuts together, which was really lovely. Yeah, up in Yorkshire for Vipers last year. So former Middlesex counterpart as well. So have played with Bex Tyson a lot in the years. Here comes Bex Tyson for our first delivery of her spell. And she looks to have a very similar feel to Lindsay Smith, with a short extra cover and a second extra cover sitting slightly on the ring, with deep cover and deep square leg just in front. As ADRs hit that towards mid-on, full toss, wide of mid-on, but that's well covered by Georgia Adams just for one run.
Not sure that came out the middle of the bat.
Not quite. Handy for Hampshire.
Yeah, she Middlesex and Hertfordshire she played for, didn't she? I mean, Charlotte Edwards obviously saw something there, didn't she?
Yeah, she actually used to bowl pace, left arm pace before. So playing with her through her teenage years as she was developing, she bowled left arm pace. And being a left arm pace bowler myself, it was quite nice to work with her. Here she comes again. Really nice delivery on the stumps there, and that's worked through the covers for a single by Capsey.
So what is it about Bex now with her spin that makes her stand out more than when she bowled pace?
I think she's got really good flight on the ball. She gets really on top of it and definitely can get some spin. I've been really impressed with actually how she's developed over 3-4 years. As I said, she has worked for MCC cricketers, and I occasionally bump into her, and I just saw her developing over the years, and she definitely gets that top spin on the ball, and that really good flight that encourages batters to get potentially stuck on the crease. That's a really good over from Bex Tyson, just 2 or 3 off that over, so that's a good start by the other left-arm spinner, and will be followed up by another left-arm spinner, Lindsay Smith.
I didn't time Bex, but I don't think it was quite as quick, but it's close. Can you imagine 2 teams full of Lindsay Smiths? The game would be over by 1 o'clock.
Yeah, probably. I think everyone would probably be quite happy about that, to be honest, rather than being out in the field for 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Yes, she certainly doesn't hang around, Lindsay. It's been a feature of her bowling over the years, isn't it? Apart from the fact, of course, she's very, very accurate indeed. So 52 for 3, 13 overs gone, 37 to do if we go that far. And Surrey need from here another 208. 3 batters out. Bryony Smith for 6, Danny White Hodge for 2, Sophia Dunkley for 4, 2 wickets for Lauren Bell and 1 for Freya Davis. Here's Lindsay Smith from our commentary end. Bowls around the wicket, and that's steered out to extra cover by Davidson Richards. And there is no run.
The 13th dot ball from Smith. 2.1 overs, no runs scored. She'll be itching to get a wicket, but she'll stay patient, I'm sure.
Oh, that's gone over the top. That's a beautiful shot from Alice Davidson Richards. That's gone all the way. That is a maximum. That's a beautifully timed shot over mid-on.
That's a lovely shot. You can just see the Surrey batters just trying to put a bit of pressure back on Lindsay. She's bowled really well, and they've had to do something coming down the wicket there, hitting over long on. Lovely shot from ADR.
Yeah, she's just held the pose as well. I can tell how much she enjoyed that. 19 from 16, 58 for 3 now, Surrey. Smith comes in again and bowls. Davidson Richards drives pleasantly to extra cover, but there is no run. Who's that there? Is that Abby Norgrove there?
I think it is.
Ella? Yeah, Abby Norgrove. Abby, yeah, it is Abby Norgrove, who made 26 from 32 before she was the 7th wicket to fall in the Hampshire innings. Is that driven? Oh, is that caught and bowled? Oh, not quite.
Great stop there from Lindsay. Full length dive that.
I got excited. She's sort of on but she's back in the England fold a little bit now, Lindsay, isn't she? She played the last T20 of the Ashes series.
Yes, she did.
Yeah, I know she was out there for a bit more. Obviously, she's only played in that 1 game, but... Oh, is she LBW? Yes, she has. She's picked up a wicket. And it's Alice Davidson Richards that's gone for 19. Plumb in front. Didn't move the feet very much. Looked to play that towards mid-on. Just got it wrong. Just watching this again on the replay, and oh yes, wrapped on the back pad, top of the back pad, but it looked adjacent, that's for sure. Another big. Well, they're all big wickets. I keep saying it, but they're all big wickets.
That's a fantastic wicket by Lindsay Smith. She's been plugging away here in her first 3 overs. She got hit down for a 6 by ADR, and she's come back really well, following up with 2 dot balls and then just being patient and consistently hitting the stumps. And she eventually wins that battle against ADR, who's been bowled LBW for 19, I think she scored. So yeah, in comes batter number 6, and as that Paige Schofield comes out to bat, and she's another one who's been scoring really freely. I think she scored 100 in the England A stuff in the test 4-day game that they just had. So she's in some form, and also must know this ground very well from her previous years being a Viper.
That's right, yeah. Played 20 matches for the Vipers in List 8 between 20 and 22 before she moved to the South East Stars, where it seemed like her career just took off, didn't it? Scored runs straight away for them. Yeah, 164 in that unofficial test in Sydney.
Wow.
Yeah. Charlie Knott got 150 in that game as well, which I think went late into the game, didn't it? And Australia won it.
Looked like a very well fought 4-day game.
Yeah.
Lots of runs scored and really competitive 4-day game, which is really cool to see at that level just below 4-day cricket being played.
That's right. Right, here's Lindsay Smith then to Paige Schofield. It's down the leg side. Did it flick the pad? Is this a leg bye being run, or is it a bye? What's the umpire going to signal? It's a leg bye. Good over from Lindsay Smith. Not quite as quick as the others, of course, because we had to wait for the batters to cross with that wicket. 14 overs gone, 59 for 4. Naomi, call this over, and then you can have a little bit of a break.
Perfect.
Only a little break, huh?
Only a little break.
Well, no, it's great having you up here, and it's really good fun. Really good fun.
I hope I'm doing okay with the
more
commenting.
than okay. More than okay.
So here comes back Bex Tyson from the pavilion end. She had a good start in her first over, just giving off 2 or 3 runs. And again, she'll be bowling against Paige, who's on strike. Hopefully keep the pressure on the new batter. That's slightly gone down leg side as Schofield plays a sweep, but it's hit her. It's really well fielded there at the boundary. Is that... I'm not sure who that is down there. But really well fielded diving stop at the boundary to save a run there. The batter's run 3, and Capsey is back on strike.
Megan Sturge
got
on as a sub
fielder. Here comes Bex Tyson. Bowled really full there in the block hole there. Capsey hitting the toe of her bat. Sometimes you see bats break when that happens, but looks like it's okay. Bex comes in. Capsey's using her feet down the ground, and Bex fields off her own bowling there. So again, just seeing some movement from the Surrey batters, trying to put Bex off her length and do something different. Bex comes in again. Again, really good length that, and Capsey gives herself some room to hit through point, and it's a dot ball. Just building these dots here nicely.
It's amazing how the spinners have had a bit of a hold on this game, isn't it? Both sides.
Yeah, I think it's a common feature in women's cricket as well. The spinners tend to dominate those middle overs pretty well, and it's whoever can play spin the best. That's driven down to mid-off really nicely through the middle, on the middle of the bat of Capsey's bat. Again, another dot ball though from Tyson, and she's holding her nerve. They've just sent out mid-on back to protect their over. Here comes Bex for the last ball of the over. And again, that's directed well on the stumps, and Capsey's defended that nicely. Really good over there from Tyson. Just 3 off the over. And I'm going to go and have a little break.
Naomi Titani, everybody. Thank you very much, Naomi. First time she's ever been on commentary on the mic. Absolutely brilliant. So she's going to stick around to do a little bit more shortly. So 62 for 4. If you're watching on the live picture feed, you can see the worm where Surrey are just a little bit behind Hampshire at this stage after 15 overs. Hampshire were in the sort of late 70s area, so not a lot in it, but they have lost 4 wickets, have Surrey. Here's Lindsay Smith then, bowls, and again there's no room there for Paige Schofield as that's turned up towards mid-on. And there is no run. Welcome back, Charlotte Taylor.
Thank you, Kevin James. Do you reckon
Yes.
that you could bowl an over in a minute and a half?
That's driven to extra cover. I mean, my run-up was a little longer, but it was about the same pace.
But if the challenge was set to you, do you reckon you could have
Well,
done it?
I suppose...
It takes some going, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it is some doing, but it's played out to extra cover. But, you know, I think cricket has a history, men and women, of bowlers who... That was part of their dynamic as a bowler, to try and get through the overs as quickly as possible and rush batters. I think there's been quite a few. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I think it's a few. And there's a quick signal to extra cover. It's actually good running by Paige Schofield.
She went straight away, didn't she? Which was the key.
Abby Norgrove, the fielder there, just slightly to her left, which meant that she had to readjust, and of course that gives the batters just that extra couple of yards. It's good going, but that's been Lindsay Smith over the years, isn't it, really? And it's very much part of her.
I almost feel like she gets bored if she stays still for too long. She's got to keep moving.
Bowls again, another good length ball. Capsey's playing very quietly here, 15 off 40, almost as if she's quite happily staying in a little bubble, not getting phased by
It's a good
wickets
test for her,
falling.
isn't it?
It is actually a very good test, you're right.
And this is what playing regional cricket will get, or playing county cricket now, sorry, will get you.
Agreed. Comes down the wicket, works it into the gap up towards mid-on. You know, it's not like she's facing average bowling. She's got Lauren Bell out there.
It's international
current England
attack,
bowling.
isn't it?
Freya Davis that did play for England. You've got Lindsay Smith who's playing, you know, one-day cricket or T20 cricket for England. So yeah, she's getting top standard bowling and good batting time out in the middle, and having to work out a bit of a tough situation for Surrey here. 64 for 4.
And actually, it's like just better for her development if, for an England point of view as well, if she's able to sort of find her way through this and find her way and steer Surrey to a victory and really lead that, that'll do more for her in the long run as well. Bex Tyson then to continue, left arm round the wicket to Alice Capsey, who works that into Charlie Knott, who stood at mid-wicket patrolling that area. There's a big space behind her. She's got to defend. Sorry.
Yeah. No, sorry. Go on. I'll say after this after this ball.
Tyson in once more. A sweep by Capsey, and it balloons just behind square as Freya Davies picks up and throws the ball in.
Because one of the many arguments about England's performance down under in the Ashes was that they couldn't handle pressure situations. You only handle pressure situations by playing in them more and more.
Absolutely. Tyson in once more. Defence. Solid one from Paige Schofield to Maya Boucher, extra cover. Yeah, you learn that by playing more cricket and getting yourself in and out of sticky situations.
Yeah.
Tyson in once again. Good delivery, driven nicely by Schofield. It's beaten Boucher, extra cover. It's running away from Bell as well. She's going to pick up 4. That's a lovely shot. One of the shots of the day from Paige Schofield.
Well, there's a narrow channel between 3 fielders, and she's found it.
That's just the reign of form that she's in at the moment. Is just when you're on song, you can find gaps like that. It's a glorious shot. Sorry, 70 for 4. Schofield waits for Tyson. She's forward in defence this time, back to the bowler. It's a better response from Bex Tyson. This is going to be a very quick period of play. These two will rattle through overs, and you'll be through 25 before you know it. Tyson once more, a loftier delivery. This time finds Boucher. It kind of hits her rather than actually being stopped. It's a half stop. It doesn't concede a run.
Oh no.
She's actually still down. I think it's hit her hand. She's a brave warrior, is Maya Boucher. She's going to shake that off. And she's going to carry on, which is great. It's hurt her a little bit, maybe the pinky. Sometimes it just gets you on the pinky or the...
pinky?
The pinky is the little finger.
Oh, okay.
Have you never heard that before?
No, never.
No, surely. Are you having me on?
No, I'm not actually. This time I'm not.
A drive from Schofield finds Boucher again. She's a bit of a ball magnet at the moment. She stops that one as well. So good over from Tyson. She's through 3 overs, none for 12. Hampshire, 70 for 4. They require a further 190 runs to win this game at Utilita Bowl. And Kevin James has never heard of the pinky.
No,
I can't believe that.
Well, I know. It's sad, isn't it, really?
I'm not really sure it's like a thing to sort of hang your hat on, but
No.
it's definitely a more common phrase than maybe I gave it credit for. Well, I thought it was. But.
No, it's a good. I like that. I shall remember it.
Okay.
Yeah, I shall remember it moving forward.
What would you call it? Just the little finger?
Little finger. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
It's as simple as that. Here's Lindsay Smith. New over, driven pleasantly up to mid-off by Capsey, but no run. Nice email here from Paul Williams, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, Naomi was really excellent for a first-timer. It's nice, isn't it? She's right next to me, so she can hear that, Paul. Here's Lindsay Smith again, and driven again pleasantly by Capsey. They want a single. It's gone to extra cover. Abby Norgrove throws the stumps down, or tries to at the bowler's end. It hasn't missed by very much. And looking at one or two of the reactions there, I think Schofield might have been struggling a bit. The umpire would have had to make it a very close call there. Paul says he remembers Peter Sainsbury was very quick with his overs. Former Hampshire left-arm spin bowler. He was. He got through his overs very quickly. Lindsay Smith bowls again. And that's pushed back by Capsey to the bowler. Very watchful there is Capsey here. 16 from 45. You just wonder, as we go a little deeper into Capsey's innings, whether how she's going to play the rest of it. How she going to? Well, she's working hard at the moment, but is she going to make a mistake somewhere along the line? That's tossed up and driven to Norgrove, and Lauren Bell is pushed back at mid-on. Capsey wants to push that up there for a single to finish the over, which is pretty common. Has been common for quite a while in games, in one-day games, where you allow a batter to hit through the mid-on area. That's driven to Boucher on the short extra cover position. Maiden coming up if this next one's a dot ball. Surrey from here required just under 6 and over to win this. They're scoring at just under 4s. Smith bowl slightly shorter this time, allows Capsey to rock back. What a great bit of fielding from Norgrove, diving to her left, picks it up, transfers ball from left to right and throws it in to Rihanna Southby. The only problem with that was that the batters had already completed the 71 for 4.
But aesthetically,
yes,
beautiful.
That's right. If you didn't watch the batters,
yeah, and you just watch that as a.
Yeah.
Hopefully, somebody's going to clip that up, put that on the next coaching video about how to cover ground. You know, transfer ball from left to right hand, get up and throw. Hopefully, that's just going to be clipped in on the next coaching video. I will not be clipping it up because I have no idea.
will you not? The run rate again, if you're watching live picture feed, you can just see Surrey consistently below Hampshire.
Yeah, the blue line. Significantly below the black line. Tyson then to continue her 4th over, and it's a bit of a hack from Capsey. She's got away with it there. She plays across it. They complete a bye. I think the umpire. Oh no, she's got a little feather on it.
Oh, little nick on it.
She's got lucky there, Capsey. It's a bit of a mistake
That was, wasn't it?
because the bat didn't come through in a straight path. It was a bit of a life, really, for Capsey. Gets a single. She's up the other end. Tyson to Schofield on the back foot, punching out to deep cover. Nancy Harmon with her new hair does the fielding, gets the throw back in. New hair Harmon.
Do you know what? I did see a picture on Instagram a little earlier of Nancy with the new hair. Yeah, very fetching.
I think it suits her.
Yeah.
Bright blonde. It's just a complete change-up. Why not? Maybe I'll do it. I won't. That was a complete 180. I'm not going to do that. Bex Tyson into Alice Capsey off the back foot, trying to find that gap at cover. I'm not going to do that.
No?
Not sure it's going to suit me. I've never dyed my hair once, actually. Not even like highlights or anything.
No? Not blue?
Not really my vibe. Tyson to Capsey, a good-looking shot on the onside. Played up to long on. Georgia Adams up there. There's a lot of fielders that look very similar. Bell, Davies and Adams, all tall with blonde hair. Adams is a little bit different because she wears her hair in a bun. And Tyson as well, when she's got her hair in a pony as well. And she bowls that one up to Schofield, who drives that to Lauren Bell at long off. And they complete another single, 75 for 4. But there's 3 of them, Tyson, Bell and Davies, that all have their long blonde ponytail. It's difficult when you're a long way away like us. Good length delivery Worked up to long on once again for a single. Good batting by Surrey. They pick up another single. Capsey moves into the 20s. She's 20 not out of 52 deliveries. Schofield Weather on 10. Surrey are 76 for 4, and they need a further 184 to win this fixture against Hampshire.
Yeah, you just got the feeling in that over they kind of figured things out. Just keep the scoreboard ticking along. Don't take any chances, apart from that one shot from Alice Capsey. And this is where, you know, this is more telling. Having them out there in the middle, these England players, and just seeing, because this is a tight situation for Surrey at the moment. They've lost 4 wickets, lost 4 big players in Bryony Smith, Danny White-Hodge, Sophia Dunkley and Alice Davidson-Richards. It's Capsey and Schofield out there at the moment. You'd think Kira Chatley is the next one in, and that's where you start getting into the I'd say normal players, you know, if you count people that haven't played for England. And then of course it gets a little harder from there. Lindsay Smith to start a new over. Forward is Capsey, plays it back to the bowler. So Smith has bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. Tyson is 4 overs, none for 17 at the pavilion end.
They bowled well in tandem, haven't they?
They have, yeah, just like a couple of the Surrey spinners did as well. It's pulled away nicely through mid-wicket by Alice Capsey, who waited for that one, rocked back on the back foot and hit that pull shot very much in front of square, past Charlie Knott's left hand at short mid-wicket.
The first boundary conceded off Lindsay Smith. It's a rare bad ball, really. Short one from Lindsay Smith. She doesn't very often bowl one of those, to be perfectly honest with you. She's normally straight as an arrow, and 9 times out of 10 gets her length right as well, but missed it on that occasion. Causes a field change. 2 fielders back, straight back past her. There's a long on, long off, deep cover and deep square just in front, patrolling the boundary.
Lindsay Smith bowls to Capsey. There's the gap up to deep mid-on, created, which means there's a single every time that she can get it past the bowler, left or right. 25, she moves on to 81 for 4.
I kind of understand why she's put them back for
You
Capsey,
can.
but it was a bad ball, so I would be thinking keep them up a little bit longer if you can.
Yeah, and she hasn't hit one over the top, has she? As far as I can remember, that's driven back to Smith. I don't think Capsey's hit one over the top, so you're right. I mean, it's always a delicate, this is where captaincy is quite difficult at times, isn't it? What do you do?
Because if you still need to run a ball, then you still want to keep squeezing for a little bit longer, trying to get that run rate up a bit higher.
Capsey just comes out of that shot of fraction. Schofield just bounced a bit there from Smith. She was trying to cut that one, just didn't try and hit it too hard as it bounced a little bit on it, just followed her a little bit as well on the angle. 81 for 4. Fascinating contest this at the moment. Schofield drives, that's not completely where she was aiming. It's gone out towards mid-wicket, end of the over. 20 overs gone. Myself and Charlotte will stay together for a couple more overs and then we'll bring Naomi back in. And 179 needed. So there's the card for Surrey, if you're watching the live picture feed. Couple of wickets for Lauren Bell. To go with the 2 wickets she picked up against Warwickshire. Do you know what? We've seen more short balls in this game than I think I did the whole of last season watching women's cricket. I guess it's been that sort of pitch.
Yeah, I wonder whether there's been a request, you know, from the ground stuff. We want a pitch with a bit more zip and a bit more bounce. Leave a bit of green on the top of it just to see whether you can extract a bit more pace out of the wicket, possibly. Yeah. I don't know. Be interesting to see whether George Adams will allude to that in a post-match interview, if you get to talk to her. Tyson, left arm round the wicket, bowls to Capsey, who's defending on the offside.
Well, I'm hoping it might be somebody else, actually, at the moment.
You got way up a few people.
Well, I mean, obviously Maya played particularly well, didn't she? Maybe Lauren Bell with a couple of wickets.
It could all change. Who knows?
Options.
Tyson, left arm round the wicket, driving up to long on as Capsey. Picks up another single. Playing carefully, Alice Capsey. 26 from 57. Schofield with her on 10 from 16. Sorry, 82 for 4. Schofield waits for Tyson. She bowls. Quicker delivery. She's driving back to her, and a follow-through picks the ball up cleanly. I said earlier on about fielding off your own bowling is really important as a spinner, especially when those fielders are back. Yeah. If he gets past you, it's easily a single every time, if not more. Tyson in once more. Flightier delivery this time. He gets past Tyson, past Bouchier as well at extra cover. They do collect a single as Lauren Bell does the fielding at long off. Another one to the total, another one towards the target, which is 260. Still a long way away from that, Surrey. 83 for 4 they are. A sweep from Capsey in the air, but goes over the head of Adams and will go for 4. Deep mid-wicket, there's nobody out there. It's a good shot from Capsey. A tiny bit of aggression shown, but a good shot is well controlled. She moves into the 30s. Sorry, 87 for 4.
Just watching this again. That's way outside off stump, isn't it, really? It's the right shot. If she misses that, it's not bowling her.
Tyson, and again, a better delivery, closer to the stumps on this occasion. Brings out the forward defence of Capsey. She's played that a few times today. 87 for 4, Surrey. Bex Tyson through 5 overs, none for 23.
So, they are a bit behind Surrey. At this stage, Hampshire had 115 without loss, but they were about to lose their first wicket, which was Maya Boucher in the 22nd over. So, a little bit behind, but they're having to build. Surrey, you can see that on the worm. Started off all right in the first couple of overs, but they've always been behind Hampshire. But this partnership beginning to build came together when the score was 58. Alice Davis and Richards out on the 14th over. 173 needed. Charlie Knott is into the attack for Hampshire, so Lindsay Smith is taking a bit of a break. Charlie Knott will be bowling her off breaks in her cap. As she comes in from our commentary end and bowls. Worked away on the onside by Schofield. She moves on to 12 from 19 deliveries.
So I was at the Sussex game yesterday and Ria Thakral was bowling in a cap and sunglasses, and I thought, is this catching on? Because honestly, I've never seen her do it before. I forgot to ask her about it actually after the game. I said, surely not.
She just started doing
Pardon
that.
the pun. Yeah.
I can't remember if Charlie did it last year. It's
Yeah,
pushed
she did.
into the gap.
She's
She
always
bowled in the cap. Yeah.
Always bowled with the cap on.
Single to Capsey takes her on to 31 and 89 for 4. Oh, sorry, should we have a quick look at the other scores?
Erin Burns has always done it as well. Bowled with the cap.
I remember her doing it, and I remember making a comment because she did it in Birmingham on a very average day. And I just happened to say, made a flippant comment about, has anybody told her she's actually bowling at Edgbaston rather than somewhere hot? That's off the back foot. And somebody who shall remain nameless actually pulled me up on it a little while after that. Thought I was serious. So you don't know me.
He's very rarely serious.
Yeah, very rare. Very rare. That's cut away by Schofield out into the deep. Oh, they were thinking about 2. Ellen McCacken out there around about the tunnel area as we look. 90 for 4.
You were going to take us round the grounds, Kevin, weren't you? Do you want to
Oh,
do
I
that?
was. Do you want, shall I do it? Or do you want to do it?
I can do it.
Yeah, go on, you do it. Do it during this over. Here's Charlie Knott. Bowls. That's work to mid-wicket. Good shot from Alice Capsey. Just punched that to wide mid-on. Past a diving Lindsay Smith.
Other games going on in this competition, the Metrobank One Day Cup. Tier 1 fixtures. Durham were 200 exactly all out, and the Blaze chasing it down actually quite comfortably. Need 37 runs to win from 22 overs.
Wow. Not bowls. Forward off a top part of the bat there, outside part of the bat from Schofield. Picks up a single, 92 for 4.
Amy Jones with 35, Catherine Bryce 54 not out, George Relwis, your most missed player, 9 from 8 deliveries. So they look like they're going to canter home at Cheshire Street. Warwickshire women after a brilliant 100 from Emily Arlott, 130 she made at number 7, brilliant innings. Essex are chasing 290 to win, they're 95 for 1. So Essex now need a further 195 runs to win from 28 overs, 9 wickets remaining. Scrivens, the in-batter there, with 51 not out. And the last game in this competition at the moment, Lancashire women have started brilliantly against Somerset. They're 135 for no loss, needing 71 runs to win from 10 overs. George Adams to start a new one here. She bowls a straight delivery to Paige Schofield, who works at leg side and will pick up a single. She'll move to 14 from 22. In Taunton, just going back to that game where Lancashire needs 71 runs to win from 23 overs, they look like they're going to canter home at the moment. Eve Jones 72 not out and Emma Lamb 51 not out. Emma Lamb in the runs this week with a good 100 on Wednesday. Another good delivery from Adams. Brings out a defensive shot from Capsey. Defends it back to her in a follow through. Some high scores.
Yes, there is some high scores.
Adams to Capsey. Driving outside edge, finds Lauren Bell. No, it's not. It's Freya Davies. I will always get that wrong.
Because they both got
They
long.
both long, tall, blonde ponytail. And I'm really sorry, but I'm just always going to get it wrong. Does the fielding. No run taken. Good pressure from Adams. A single and 2 dots so far. She's in once again. Shorter delivery. Capsey tries to work that into the gap on the leg side. Can find only Charlie Knott. It's not, it's Abby Norgrove. Now I'm getting everyone wrong. Abby Norgrove at mid-wicket. And there is no run. See if I can get this one right. Adams bowls to Capsey. It goes... Oh, there's going to be a mix-up, I think. Paige Schofield comes tearing down the wicket for a single. A bit of a fumble from Southby. It ricochets in front of the stumps. And Paige Schofield set off for a single. And Alice Capsey didn't move a muscle. And by that point, it was way too late. Lindsay Smith picks up the ball at extra cover, and it's a simple run out. Oh, Capsey hits it into the floor. Sorry, my beg your pardon. I thought that it missed everything, but Capsey hits it into the floor, ricochets into the offside, and Paige Schofield said, "Yeah, I'm coming," and Alice Capsey had other ideas, and there was a massive mix-up. Lindsay Smith gets a simple throw into Georgia Adams, and there is a misfortunate run out at the non-strikers end, and Schofield, she's going to have to go, and that's a big, big wicket for Hampshire.
Wow. Well, that's a gift, isn't it, that one? It always happens.
It
does always happen, and it's so annoying, though, isn't it? I mean, Paige has worked really hard there to try and get Surrey, you know, a bit of a start with a partnership. Just watching this again. Yeah, hit into the ground. Capsey wasn't going to go, and then saw Schofield go, and then started to. And I suppose Schofield then thought, I've got to keep going. And by then she was committed.
But there was never really a run there.
No.
Unless both batters go off at the same time, which didn't happen. I think Schofield's got to be a bit mindful of the fact that it's Capsey's call. She said, well, I'm assuming she had said no because she didn't move. She didn't even look like she really wanted to take the single. So just a big mix-up, and not one that Surrey would have wanted. And it's come at the wrong time because they were just starting to feel a little bit settled, sort of steady the ship a little bit. And they didn't need that. Capsey's got some big responsibility now. Monaghan, the new batter, joins her at the crease. This one's driven back to Adams in her follow-through by Capsey. She's 32 not out, and she's got a long way to go.
Do you want to take a break?
I would love to.
Okay, let's bring Naomi Datani back alongside me. Yes, 35 in 9 overs. Paige Schofield and Alice Capsey put on, and they were starting to manoeuvre the ball around and get the Surrey innings flowing. So that was a timely wicket from a Hampshire point of view. I'm sure you agree, Naomi.
That's a perfectly timed wicket. Yeah, an absolute gift to get Schofield out there, and just puts Hampshire back on top again after they were building a really nice partnership out in the middle.
Interesting, Alice Monaghan has come out ahead of Kira Chatley. I know she did against Somerset during the week. She was batting up the order. Didn't actually make any runs. Here's Charlie Knott to Alice Monaghan, who's on the back foot, steers that out to point, and there's no run. She's certainly been given a good go by Surrey, Alice Monaghan, isn't it? Because that was something when she was at the Vipers. It wasn't really, you know, she was in and then she was out, and mainly out than in sometimes.
Yeah, I think obviously that must have been part of her decision to move, and you know, just to have a solid role in the team. And you know, all-rounders are valuable in teams, especially someone like Monaghan, who can probably flex into different phases of the game as well. So being adaptable as an all-rounder is very handy to have.
Yeah, it's good to see her getting a good go. She tries to sweep there. There's a chance caught behind. Is there? No, out. Not out, says the umpire. Tries to sweep that on the leg side. Not given as a wide, so I presume it's probably hit the pad or something. Just watching that again.
Oh, it looks like it might have been a call for a caught behind more than LBW.
Yeah.
So
Not out, says the umpire, though, as Monaghan tries to find room there and steers it out to point, but there's no run. You're right about the all-rounders being valuable, Naomi. Yourself being an all-rounder.
yeah, it's being an all-rounder. You know, you just want to be involved in every part of the game, and it's more fun sometimes.
Charlie Knott bowls. Monaghan gets an inside edge onto that as it goes down to Bex Tyson at short, fine leg. That's a good thing, isn't it? Don't get any runs. You've got your bowling to look forward to, and vice versa.
Yeah, I think it's good for the mindset. I think sometimes when you put too much pressure on the one skill, it can be a strength but also be a weakness.
Sweeps a full toss there. Monaghan goes out on the leg side. She's off the mark, 94 for 5.
But yeah, just having the opportunity to be involved in different phases of the game, and it can be sometimes quite challenging being a seaming all-rounder as well. It's quite hard yards you have to put in sometimes. Some days you might have a day out and you bowl 10 overs, bowl really well, and then go out to bat and you might be batting really well. So it can be quite tough at times, but you wouldn't have it any other way.
Sure. So the more tired you are, the better you know you're playing. Whereas if you come off the field feeling quite, haven't used much energy, you know you're struggling.
Definitely, and I always play better when I'm tired anyway, so it's a common feature of my game. So Adams comes on with her second over. She just went for the single in her first, and she is bowling to Monaghan straight away. Really well bowled there, middle stump, full delivery as Monaghan works that into cow corner for a single.
Yes, and it's interesting seeing Alice Monaghan with these extra responsibilities. Open the bowling. Here she is batting 5. She was batting higher than that at 7. She batted 5 against Somerset.
As Capsey uses her feet down the ground and hits it for a single through cover. Capsey's going pretty well here now. Just a nice solid 33 off 67 balls. Kind of she looks like she's being the anchor for the Surrey innings. Gads comes in against to Monaghan. Really lovely length. That's just held its line, just misses the outside off, misses Monaghan's outside edge. And that is a very close ball to the outside edge of the bat.
Yeah, it's just gone with the arm, isn't it?
That is a lovely delivery by Georgia Adams. As this one, she floats it up a little bit more, and that's worked into cow corner again by Monaghan for a single.
Yeah, she's somebody that doesn't really hang around, though, does she, Alice Monaghan? So she's not going to put pressure on Alice Capsey.
No, she's quite an attacking player. Capsey just back foot punches that through to cover for another single. So just dealing in singles here in this over and keeping the scoreboard ticking along. But Hampshire would also argue that they're in control with the run rate and their field settings. Oh, again, that's an attempted cut by Monaghan, and that just bounces back into the wicket and taken by Southby, and Gads finishes her over for 4 runs off that over. So we come to a drinks break now. 25 overs gone. The score is 98 for 5 for Surrey. Bell taking 2 for 28 in her spell of 6. Smith and Tyson bowled well in the middle, taking a couple with Smith taking a wicket, and then Davies 1 for 21 off 4, and Adams is 0 for 5 off 2 overs. So 5 wickets down. It's still in Hampshire's favour, I'd say, at this moment in time.
Yeah, 135 Hampshire had at the halfway stage. Just the one wicket that had fallen then. That was Maya Boucher. Ella McGacken was going along nicely until she was out in the 33rd over. So, yeah, Hampshire well ahead at this stage, but then, as we mentioned earlier, they were pegged up back a little bit in the middle. So Surrey's certainly not out of it, but 5 down at this stage. I think that's at the top end of probably Hampshire's calculations at this stage.
Yeah, I would say so. I think Capsey's really key here for Surrey in terms of steadying the ship and being the anchor throughout here. And she's going to have to go on to score big if they have any chance of winning. The lower order of Surrey all can hold a bat and very much can get handy runs. So the job's not done yet for Hampshire, and every wicket is just as important as we go along for the second half.
Yeah, just a reminder, Hampshire tying their first match against Warwickshire Edgbaston on Wednesday. What an exciting game that was. Oof.
I was in the car actually. I was following along on the radio, and then I was like parked up my car, and I was like, gosh, this is getting closer than I thought it was going to. And Hampshire pulled it back so well to get to actually be in a winning position to try and win that game. And so to get a tie out of it is a massive win, I think, for Hampshire. I think we came back after that, and I'm sure they reviewed that with saying getting 2 points out of that game was a massive bonus. So really well fought, I thought that game was.
Yeah, and of course the Surrey Somerset game could have gone either way. That went down to the last ball before Somerset got over the line, courtesy of a boundary.
No, that was an incredible chase, actually. I think I, again, turned that on when it was 31 needed off 10 balls. And Amanda Jade Wellington had an absolute blinder. She scored, I don't know, what, 27 odd off 8-9 balls and stole the show, and they won. So I'm sure Surrey were pretty disappointed after that loss, because they were very much in a winning position for a large part of that second innings.
Yeah, high scoring game, 33 overs aside. Surrey 243 for 7. They would have felt that was more than enough, but Somerset had other ideas. Slightly revised target of just a couple of runs or so less, but nonetheless still a lot of runs to chase. Fran Wilson hitting the last ball of the game. Alice Davis and Richards for 4. So 98 for 5. It looks like the refreshments have come on and are being consumed and are now making their way off. And we are just about ready to resume the second half of this Surrey reply, chasing 260 for victory. They are 98 for 5. They need 162 from the last 25, and that run rate required has just crept up a little bit more now. It's 6.5 and over from here on in. Here's Charlie Knott joining to Alice Capsey, who drives down towards deep mid-on where Lauren Bell fields. And Surrey move on to 99 for 5, and Capsey on to 35 from 69. Has played very much within herself, very much as though she's determined to be there at the end to see Surrey home. Just the one mistake where she had that little swipe, but got away with it. But other than that, it's been a very watchful innings on the whole from her. That's a watchful shot from Monaghan, quietly played out in the offside.
I think it's really important here for Charlie not to keep honing in on those stumps against Monaghan, massive LBW candidate. So really trying to attack those pads and those stumps as much as possible. Trying not to give too much width, which was width just on offer there, but safely into point for a dot ball.
Yeah. If the batters are going to play across the line, make sure it's nice and straight, because they will feel like they can. They look at the board and the run rate's going up all the time. That's when you're tempted, isn't it? Not bowls. Monaghan is forward, plays out on the onside, no run. Yes, that's when the mistakes come. When you're looking at that run rate, and almost every ball it starts to
just creep up. And I think every over is really important for Hampshire to control, and they could probably afford, as they have got 4 fielders out.
Not bowled, slightly slower this time. Monaghan works that back to Knott. Doesn't pick it up cleanly, but it doesn't matter. Yes, this is going to be important. Sort of, I don't know, 10 overs or so here. Caps is still there at the end of it, and perhaps Monaghan as well. Then Surrey will probably feel that that run rate can be upped a little bit, and then we've really got a game on their hands. Slightly quicker ball, swept in the air, but safe backward of square leg. Goes out to deep square. I think that's Nancy Harmon out there. I'm dying to see her in real life with this new blonde hair.
Me too. I haven't seen her. I've not seen her yet. I also saw the Instagram photo. She had been talking about doing it, so I was wondering when it was coming. So yeah, I'd love to see it in person. And new season, new hairstyle.
There you go. So you're not tempted
to go for blonde streaks? No, definitely not. I don't think that will suit me at all.
You never know.
I've had a few highlights in my hair now and again, a few lighter ones, but I don't think I'm going for the whole blonde look. Comes Georgia Adams again. Monaghan sweeps hard, and that's gone for 4 just in front of square. That's it's gone in the air. That's gone for 6.
Wow.
That's a great shot. Not quite sure how that got that much elevation, but really good shot from Monaghan, and Georgia Adam walks back to her mark smiling. Just have to admire that one. And she comes back here with ball on the stumps, and Monaghan defends straight back into that mid-wicket region. That was a great shot.
Wasn't it just low and flat? Right out the middle of the bat, that sweep.
Here comes Adams bowling. And that ball has gone uppish, and it's gone over mid-off, over Lauren Bell's head, and that's 4 runs again. So Monaghan just looking to be a bit more attacking more than Capsey here and take the pressure off her. Again, that's a good shot, but also arguably risky. Could have been catchable as well. So Georgia Adams won't mind that. Won't mind seeing her do that. And this is the way that Monaghan plays. So bowled really well there. That was a fantastic delivery by Georgia Adams. Monaghan's got some bat on it and just in front of that front pad. And as I said, that front pad is vulnerable, and that's where you want to bowl. So that was very close.
Keep it nice and straight.
Capsey's back on strike. Georgia Adams bowls, and that's hit back to Adams. She just misfields it, and it goes for a single towards mid-on.
It's been a good over for Surrey, this one so far.
Yeah, you could potentially see those roles starting to play out between Capsey and Monaghan, and I think whether there was a discussion about how they were going to go about this chase at half-time. Monaghan plays a lap towards short fine, but it's a dot ball as Freya, is that Bex?
Yeah.
Tyson fields that and straight back into Southby's gloves.
So over completed, 23 overs to do. That run rate required from here was fractionally over 6.5 and over. It's down to fractionally under that after a decent over. But of course Surrey have to keep things moving along at a reasonable pace from here on in, and you do feel as though, well, these two are in, they've got a great chance. Very different, aren't they? They're approaching their innings, as you say. Alice Monaghan very positive.
Yeah. I think they're both attacking players. You know, we know that Capsey can go up the gears quite well whenever she decides to.
I think that's the worry, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a slog sweep on the leg side, bounces away down to Lauren Bell at mid-on. That's the thing, isn't it? You know there's a couple of more gears from Capsey yet.
Yeah,
Monaghan, I think, is playing at top whack.
Yeah, with the 6 and the 4, that's already been
113 for 5 then in the 28th over. Here's Charlie Knott, bowls to Monaghan, who hits that in the air out towards deep mid wicket. Is there going to be a catch? Oh, not quite. Great effort, Maya Boucher. Thought she was going to get there, and in the end the ball just dropped on her. She dived forward and looked like she almost had the ball in her hands.
That was a really good effort from Maya. I actually think she might be slightly gutted that I think she got there. I think her hands were there, and you never. Those are the chances that you just know that if you take, that can definitely change the game. So, but a great effort, nevertheless.
Well, Monaghan drives up to mid-on, having taken 2 runs in the end. She moves on to 16 from 22. 115 for 5 Surrey. Need another 145. Yeah, great effort. Don't think there have been too many people who have got that close, to be fair. She is a superb fielder. Here's a quicker ball from Knott, swept away by Monaghan, and that's going for 4. Very fine. That's definitely a quicker ball there from Charlie Knott, and Monaghan down on one knee very quickly indeed, helping that away behind square.
It's a lot flatter and just got the line wrong there. Don't mind a change of pace. We just need to make sure still getting it on the stumps and bowling to our field.
Yeah. So 119 for 5. Monaghan's 20 from 23. Partnership building here. It's not again in the bright sunshine here at the Utilita. Bowls. That's flighted this time. Monaghan waits and drives up to mid-off. She'll take a single.
That was a tempting one.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was in the air a long time from Charlie Knott. Definitely varying her pace here. Coming to the end of her 4th over, has conceded 16. Brings Capsey back on strike, who's on 37. Not in then, past the umpire and bowls. Capsey uses her feet and drives, goes out to point, half fielded. And they'll come through for a single. Capsey will keep the strike. 28 overs gone, 22 to do. And that run rate has come down fractionally from here on in. It's just over 6.25.
You can definitely sense a change in tactic or an approach from Surrey from Drinks. Just establishing those 2 roles. Monaghan's now 21 off 24, and she's looked to be the more aggressor in the 2, and Capsey's just going along nicely, doing her thing. Hampshire can probably sense that there is probably a change in tactic and need to possibly adapt, which they're doing. Made a change of bowling from the pavilion end, and oh no, they haven't. Thought Lindsay was coming into bowl, but Gads is back on. That's a really quick work single. Lindsay Smith fielding in extra cover, and they take a quick single there in the middle.
29 these two have put on since the 23rd over when Paige Schofield was run out.
It's come in good time and probably much needed to keep up with the run rate required. Here comes Gads, and bowls slightly shorter, and it's gone for 6 at Cal corner from Monaghan. So she's definitely being the aggressor and taking Georgia Adams on here. It's a slightly shorter length delivery from Georgia Adams. I'm sure she didn't mean to bowl it there, so well executed by Alice Monaghan. Here comes Georgia, bowling slightly fuller, and she works out through the covers for a single.
Wow. Well, I mean, I think I saw Alice Monaghan. I think she was batting with Nancy Harmon at Radlett last year. I think it was Radlett, where they put on a lot of runs towards the end against Sunrisers. And Alice Monaghan hit some big shots then.
That's driven down to long on by Capsey for a single.
But she never really had a chance to, did she? You know, she had never a chance to sort of play innings like this. You know, when she came in, there was only ever a few balls there, you know, to face.
Yeah.
Seen a different side of her game here.
Yeah, she's definitely been quite an attack. That's driven lovely through wide of mid-off there. Lauren Bell putting a dive in and not getting too much on there, so it's gone for 4. Hampshire need a response from the way that Monaghan's playing at the moment.
She's playing a blinder here. 32 from 27.
She's definitely hitting the ball pretty hard at the moment, and obviously this is the way she likes to play, and very much attacking and putting pressure back on Hampshire bowlers. Georgia Adams comes in, flights that one up as a low full toss, and that's worked to Cal corner for a single. And Capsey, that's the end of the over. So quite an expensive over from Georgia Adams. Monaghan's really taking it to the Hampshire bowlers and trying to get this run rate back up to something manageable.
Yeah, looking at the worm on the picture feed, that's about as close as Surrey have been for a few overs now. Creeping up, and that run rate required now is down to 6 and over, having been fractionally over 6.5 not so long ago.
Yeah, they've pulled it back in the last 3-4 overs, so it's an interesting passage of play, and it's, as I said, 50 over cricket goes in waves, goes in roller coasters, and anything can happen. A wicket will definitely change it here for Hampshire, and I'm sure they're looking to take, we might see some strike bowlers coming back into play soon, some pace bowlers to maybe mix it up between the spin that we've had for the last 19 overs or so.
Yeah, it's cut away Monaghan, start of a new over from Charlie Knott, 136 for 5. Now Georgia Adams from the Pavilion has bowled 4 overs, none for 30. Would you take her off at this stage?
I would just to change up the type of bowling. We've got 2 right arm off spin from both ends, so just even if we brought Lindsay Smith back on, Bex Tyson, just a slight change of angle.
Capsey works that down to mid-on, moves on to 41.
You know, we're gambling with either Freya coming back in for a couple of overs, giving her the ball, seeing what happens, just to change it up and not letting them settle.
And it's Monaghan to face Charlie Knott. Comes in and bowls. Monaghan just turns that away behind square on the leg side. She's certainly changed the momentum of this Surrey innings, as Alice Monaghan. Playing quite beautifully for 35 off just 30. Capsey's been able to still carry on playing her own game, 41 from 75. 122 needed by Surrey, with just over 20 overs remaining in the game. Full delivery, driven, well stopped by Charlie Knott.
It's a great stop.
Diving low to her left there. Capsey hit that back quite strongly.
It's a really interesting phase of the game where Hampshire probably trying to find some dots at the same time as protecting boundaries.
Yeah, this is a decent partnership. That's a lovely shot over the top there from Alice Capsey. Just helped it over Georgia Adams at mid-off. Quite deliberate and beautifully stroked away. She moves on to 45, Alice Capsey now.
She used the feet really well there, really well controlled, and didn't try to overhit it, just held her shape and got that over between the bowler's head and mid-off.
Yeah, super shot. Well, this is probably the first time Hampshire have been under pressure, I think, in this game. 118 needed by Surrey. The momentum definitely with them at the moment. As Knott comes in and bowls. Slightly shorter this time. Hammered away by Capsey on the leg side. It split the field as well. 4 more. Another good over here from Surrey. Takes Capsey on to 45. That's the 50 partnership up between Capsey and Monaghan. That's come off just 43 balls, and Alice Monaghan's contributed 35 of that 53.
Yeah, it's a really quick fire partnership there, and something that Surrey are probably really needed at this stage of the game to have any chance of chasing the score down with 5 wickets down. So this partnership needs to be broken, and it seems to be a crucial time of the game for Hampshire to respond with. I think we're having a change of bowler, and they're bringing back Lauren Bell, so she's coming on from the pavilion end just to change things up. She's bowled really well in the power play, 2 wickets, so bringing her back on as a strike bowler to hopefully break this partnership. Yeah,
they had to, didn't they? Naomi Tatani, just going to stay on for a few more overs if that's all right, and you're going to be joined by former Vipers off-spinner Charlotte Taylor.
I was just checking whether my laptop is cooking in the
sun.
Oh yeah,
it's
actually
quite hot.
warm.
Yeah.
I was just I'm going to put it over here if I'll stretch that far, which I will. As Lawrence Bell starts a new one from the pavilion end. A change of pace, like you say, Naomi, just works that to point, and there is no run. As Abby Norgrove does the fielding. Yeah, it's just I was just stood literally just to the left of where we at a desk where we commentate from, and I'm actually cooking.
Oh.
Very warm. It's picked up.
I'm not sure how I've got 3 layers on still, to be honest, but
you're just fighting through it at the moment.
I spent the whole winter in Perth, so it's probably still on the colder side for me.
That is so true. Yeah, I'm used to the cold UK. Bell running towards us. Tall, quick, right arm bowler. Gets that one through, and it goes through to Southby. Monaghan tries to cut the ball. She's really changed the momentum, hasn't she? Blimey. You know that, played a lot of cricket with her over the years. I mean, she's been at Hampshire since she was about 12, and I've seen her play a lot, but I've never quite seen her really thrive and change the game, and she's doing it today, and she did it on tour as well, I think, for Surrey. I think she scored a good 70 in pre-season.
Yeah, and quick time as well, I think. It was a 50 off 20 odd balls, I think I saw.
Bell in again, short delivery, not called wide by the umpire, whose hands stay firmly by his sides. Good delivery, left alone by Monaghan.
I always think a change of environment can just unlock your potential sometimes. It's not necessarily about the environment that you've left or anything like that. It's just about a new environment, new people, and just establishing yourself and having a bit more responsibility. I think sometimes it can bring the best out of you.
Yeah, it's just a new challenge in general, isn't it? Bell to Monaghan. It's a good length delivery. It's a lovely shot. Full face of the bat played up to Lauren Bell in her follow through. She stops it successfully, so there's no run taken. Did you find that sort of when you left, sort of you've gone through a couple of regions, did you find each time it sort of gave you new challenges and new environments, and you had to adapt and your roles change and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely think moving from Sunrisers, where Middlesex was my home county, to Lancashire, that was definitely, I felt a breath of fresh air and just a bit freer, which was really nice.
Bell to Monaghan, an uppercut, it's in the air, it's going out to deep cover, it's Nancy Harmon, and she's put it down. She made good ground in the end, did Harmon, and she got there. It was in the air for an awful long time, and Monaghan gets back for a second. It's a couple of lives that Monaghan's had in this innings.
I think this is a really good plan from Bell. She's dug it in pretty short for the last 2 or 3 balls, and she knows that Monaghan will probably play and attack the short balls. That's a massive strength of hers, similar to Bryony Smith actually, in that she'll go for the short balls, but it also brings chances. So I think Hampshire just needs to keep being patient. They will get a chance, but we do need to take them.
She going again here, 3 out on the leg side, 1 at deep cover still. It's a good length delivery, a push back in her bowler. She uses her football skills, does Lauren Bell in her follow through to do the fielding. It's a good over from her. 2 runs conceded, she's bowled brilliantly. 7 overs, 2 for 30.
It's a really good bowling change actually from Georgia. As I said, we had 2 right arm off spinners. We needed to change something, create something different. bring your strike bowler back on Lauren Bell. She's created the chance, and we just got to keep plugging away at that. And Nancy's done a really good job in trying to get to the ball, but we've had arguably 2 catches that are half chances that, as Hampshire, we would probably want to take, and that would definitely change the game. So we need to keep being patient and try and take these chances when they present themselves, and hopefully in the next couple of overs, as we have another change of bowler, and they're bringing back on Lindsay Smith. So left arm spin, so from 2 right arm off spinners to a pace bowler and a left arm off spinner. She's bowled really well in her first spell, 1 for 14 off 6 overs. Can she break this partnership?
That's what she'll be looking to do, won't you? I'll leave you to talk us through this one, Naomi, as the field changes.
So we've got back with a short extra cover, another extra cover on her left, deep cover, deep square just in front, and the 2 straights back. So that's a dot ball straight back to Lindsay as she fills off her own bowling. So we've got 2 straight and 2 square out at the moment against Capsey, who's on 49. Lindsay Smith comes in, and Capsey drives that to the second extra cover fielder for a dot ball. Started really well here against Capsey. She's looking to drive the ball pretty hard. And on Smith, and that's driven down to long on for a single, and that brings up Alice Capsey's 50 off 81 balls. She's had to work really hard for those runs. She's been patient. She's being the anchor of this Surrey chase, so she's doing really well here, and she'll be really key to Surrey's chase as she continues along, as she's just past 50 off 81 balls. We know she can go in a couple of more gears, so her wicket is still very much valuable to Hampshire at this stage of the game. So Lindsay comes in for a 4th ball over against Alice Monaghan. She bowls that a little bit shorter, and that's just cut towards extra cover for a dot ball.
Yeah, brilliant innings from Alice Capsey. Just looking at her stats of her career.
Alice Monaghan has worked that through square for a single, just kind of flicking it in front of her front pad for a single.
So that would be her second first class 50. First class being obviously county cricket or higher. Doesn't really count regional cricket.
And that is a quick single taken to mid wicket, and that is the over, scoring 3 or 4 off that over. So well controlled by Lindsay. So we've had 2 good overs, just potentially changing the momentum, but sorry, batters out there looking very much in control with this partnership.
Yeah, it's a good period of play, isn't it? Because the momentum's changed, and Surrey are now well back in this game. Required, I can never say that. Rate required, whatever. Required run rate, however you want to say it.
There you go.
Yeah, I said it eventually. 6.1 at the moment, so it's climbing back up above 6. But the change of pace with bringing Bell back on, and the change of angle with Smith is sort of being very proactive. Both teams trying to take it to the opposition to come out on top, so it's really, really good cricket to watch. Bell to continue at the pavilion end. This is over number 8 for her, and she bowls to Caps, who beats the outside edge and goes through to Southby, who rolls the ball back at the stumps, thinking that Capsey's maybe just wandered out of her crease slightly, but she manages to get back. Surrey 151 for 5.
Capsey just walking down the wicket there, actually trying to put Bell off her length again, being proactive in that first ball of her over. See how Bell responds.
Just feel like something's happening, something's building here as Bell bowls, and driving is Capsey. They're going to take a quick single, they need to be quick, and a direct hit, and she was short. That's Adams there, the captain, with ball in hand. I don't know, what do you think? We're probably not going to see the right angle here, to be perfectly honest,
it would have been close. I think a direct hit.
She was struggling, Capsey. She took the single straight away, but just running towards the danger end. We're not going to see it again, I don't think. If you're watching the live picture feed, I thought we might get another another look at it to see whether a direct hit would have been close, but I told you something was building. Bell to Monaghan, and it's in at her hip, and she works it nicely for a single on the leg side, settles for one, no real need to push for the second. 153 for 5, Capsey 52 not out, Monaghan 39 not out.
Just having a look at Bell's field here with deep fine, deep square, cow and cover, so she's probably potentially looking to bowl some more shorter length deliveries, maybe the odd slower ball with this field that she can probably bowl.
Bell to Capsey this time, a short ball, you called it, it's way over the head of the batter once more, called a wide, so she needs to rein that back in, Lauren Bell, because it's gone too far over the head of Alice Capsey. Definite pace in this wicket. It's been a change from wickets here in the past, slightly on the slower side at times.
I do remember it always to be a bit slow and a bit spinning. It wasn't one of my favourite grounds initially, but it's definitely...
You want to bowl on this one now, don't you?
Now I want to bowl on it, yeah.
Bell to Capsey, bowls, and that one's got another short one outside the off stump. That one's called wide as well. It's not challenging Capsey whatsoever. When it's that wide, it's a real waste of effort, because it needs to be well directed, like you said earlier, Naomi, right at the badge, and it's not quite been as effective as Lauren Bell might want. I always think when a fast bowler digs it in, it goes way over the... I was like, what a waste of energy. You must build up so much energy, and
it's quite tiring.
and then it doesn't go where you need it to. Bowls another one. Good length delivery this time. Still a bit shorter, and Capsey gets away for the single. She's going to take it comfortably, as the throw from Norgrove is at the bowler's end. They scamper through for another one. 156 for 5. Capsey moves on to 53. Monaghan with a 39, a runnable 39. They need a wicket here, Hampshire, just to change the momentum back in their favour. Bell to Monaghan. Will she go short again? She does. It's a good length delivery. Mona's stands up. Mona keeps on going Mona's. That's just out of habit, isn't it? Stands up tall and plays it back to Bell in her follow through. One delivery remaining if it's a legal one.
I wouldn't mind seeing a slower ball from Bell at this stage with the field that's set, and the balls that she's currently bowled have been all on that shorter side. I think Mona's likes a consistent pace at her, to something to hit through, so just changing the pace with Monaghan so she doesn't have that swing might be a really good option.
Well, she's not done what you've asked. Bowled another pace on delivery that gets worked into the leg side for a single. Monaghan nicks the strike. She's into the 40s, 40 from 41, and Surrey 157 for 5. They need a further 103 runs to win at just a touch over 6 runs and over for the rest of this innings, which will be 17 overs from now, to take victory.
You can see the Surrey worm is catching up to the Hampshire's one, so almost in the same stage as Hampshire were at the, what is this, 30, I can't see, 33 overs gone. So
it's interesting, isn't it, because this is when Hampshire started to lose their little cluster of wickets, so almost we don't want, as Hampshire, to we don't want Surrey to sort of come to the same issues by the wickets falling in clusters. That would leave them in a real hole, considering they lost so many early on.
Yeah, Lindsay Smith comes back on for her 8th over, and that's taken, caught and bowled. What a fantastic catch that is. Alice Monaghan has hit that straight back to Lindsay. She's had to jump up to her right slightly to take that catch, but it's a fantastic catch and just exactly what Hampshire were looking for to break this partnership. And as I said, this combination of left arm spin with pace against Monaghan, who wants to swing her bat freely, has worked into favour, and I think that's a really well needed wicket from Hampshire, and Capsey's still there.
Yeah, she's grinding it out, isn't she? She's going through the partners at the moment. She's yet to find one that's going to stick with her to the end. Monaghan did a good job. She changed the pace of the game. She got Surrey back into the game, which is important. But it's a half and half shot, wasn't it, really? She wasn't quite sure whether to go along the ground and pick up a single and be happy with that, or to go over the top, and she got caught in between. Good catch from Smith, She'd be disappointed if she dropped it. She didn't. She took the catch cleanly, and Surrey now 6 down with the new batter Kira Chatley, the wicketkeeper, coming out to the middle.
Yeah, Lindsay's been bowling really well here. She's 2 for 17 off 7.1 overs and rewarded well with that second wicket. And someone who comes in to change the game, and she came in and changed the game against Warwickshire in Edgbaston and took a few wickets in their pursuit to defend their score a few days ago. So Lindsay Smith really here becoming a game changer for this match, and she's got a few more overs to hopefully make an impact and take a couple more wickets.
This is an important phase, isn't it? Squeeze the new batter, squeeze Chatley at the striker's end, try and get her to face as many deliveries as you can for the next 10 minutes or so. Just really try and squeeze her and keep Capsey away from the strike.
Lindsay Smith comes into Chatley, and that is just past her outside bat for a dot ball. They've brought, as you said, they've brought mid on and mid off back up into the ring, and they've just gone back with 2 fielders out on the boundary at square and deep cover. So putting that pressure on the new batter. That's driven through the covers by Chatley for a single, and Capsey is back on strike. So I can assume they're going to put the field back out. They've gone long on deep square cover at the moment, and they've just sent out long off as well. So 4 fielders out, 2 straight, 2 square, 1 square and 1 at cover. So trying to keep Capsey off strike. Here comes Lindsay Smith bowling, hit full and up the stumps, and that's driven down to long on for a single. So Kira Chatley back on strike.
That's good batting from Capsey. She's not panicking here. She knows that it's about a run of ball, so she's just trying to do that. She's probably saying to Chatley, do the same. Just try and get at least a run of ball.
So another single through to covers by Chatley. Just controlling, this is a really important phase of the game. It's 100 runs off 97 balls, so pretty much a run of ball at this stage.
It's a game of 100 now.
Yeah, it's 100. Here comes Lindsay, that's swept to cow corner for another single. So 4 off that over with a wicket on the first ball, with Alice Monaghan hitting it back to Lindsay Smith, caught and bowled.
16 overs to go. 99 runs.
This is what
It's
the
gonna
fans came for,
I
isn't
know,
it?
and it's a really good turnout actually. And I don't blame them. The sun's out. Hopefully they've all got their sun cream on.
I haven't.
I think you're just about safe enough up
Yeah.
here. I think if you were sort of slightly closer to the action, I think you'd be struggling. But we're covered here, luckily.
I need to top up my
majority
tan.
of the
I don't know what you're talking about. I need to be out there topping
Yeah,
up
no,
my
it's-
tan.
I think we're all feeling the same. A little bit of sunshine, and we're all out there trying to, especially us cricketers, we're a sucker for the sun, I feel.
Yeah,
Another change of bowling. Lauren Bell out of the attack. They're going to save her 2, probably for the end, you would think, unless needed to come in and make an impact. But they've gone back to Freya Davies, who bowled 4 overs at the start, 1 for 21. But wasn't the most fluid I've seen her.
No, she probably just looked like she was struggling with the swing.
Yeah, a little bit. That's a good delivery to start with. A full delivery that Capsey drives to the captain, George Adams, at mid-off. I think she just had maybe 1 over that was a little bit loose. And she's back now for a second spell to make an impact. She's brilliant in the last game at Warwickshire when she came back. Really tried to squeeze. I mean, they had to squeeze for a long time, Hampshire, in that game at Warwickshire, and she did just that. Davies in, bowls to Capsey, who's on the back foot, pushes it to Smith, who's hunting down the singles in the position of extra cover. And there is no run. Those positions are key, aren't they? Extra cover and mid-wicket, you can squeeze in there and at point. Yeah. And now they've brought another fielder up inside the circle behind the bat on the offside. Long on's gone back, and those 4 positions. And Adams at mid-off if she can. Just try and squeeze the batter. Don't know any easy singles in there. That's a bit of an easy one as it's worked out to deep cover. Nancy Harmon out there does the work, gets the ball back in nicely. Another single to the Surrey total. And Capsey
I think
Picks
they
up
could
another one.
squeeze here a little bit more. I think they've got 4 out, but I wouldn't be against bringing cover up just for a couple of balls against Kira, who's only faced 3 balls, just to put
That's
that
what you'd do.
doubt in the mind.
Davies to Chatley, driving on the up, doesn't get any real timing behind that one, and it finds Charlie not at mid-on. So you'd be saying to Captain George Adams now, maybe just bring up Nancy Harmon inside the circle.
Just for
put
one or
pressure
two balls, I think.
and see
It's
if
going
he's-
back to my captaincy days at Middlesex. I'm going more of the aggressive style, but
I'm with you. Why not try and take another wicket or two right now? Davies to Chatley. So, oh, it's a good drive. It's gone. I didn't really see where it went because Freya Davies jumped over it in the end. Went past the umpire, straight back past her for 4. It's a good shot by Kira Chatley, actually.
I don't
all
think
the
she
way along
wanted
the floor.
to get it to hit her ankle. That was...
Oh no, it went over her
went
head.
over her head.
It's just the way that the sun's gleaming on the ground. It obscured vision a little bit, but it's a good shot from Kira Chatley over the head of the bowler for 4. Brilliant shot. She moves on to 6. Surrey 166 for 6. Required rate still at 6.2, so around the same. 94 runs required. 15.1 overs to get them in.
Long on's gone back and third's come up.
Another drive from Chatley gets... Oh no, doesn't get it past Lindsay Smith. She stops it cleanly. No single taken. That's a good over. Again, 166 for 6. 15 overs remaining. 94 runs to get. Naomi, you are done. I'm going to jump in there. Stay on for 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds while Kevin takes this headset.
No problem.
And you're going to get some time off.
Thank you very much. Naomi, brilliant. Absolutely top draw. First time. We had a nice email earlier about all that. And what a game. What a game we are seeing here. What a partnership that was between Monaghan and Capsey. 64 in 11 overs. Has got Somerset back in this game. Somerset? Surrey back in this game. It starts with S. That's driven back to Lindsay, the start of the 36th over. The run rate required is just over, fractionally over 6 1/4. It's sort of hovered around 6 and a bit.
It's Hampshire, Shropshire. Yeah.
Oh, the Shropshire, yeah, that's another S. Staffordshire.
Shoaling, too far.
Shoaling. That's
Sorry.
an in-joke. That's a southern joke.
Yeah. It's an
Being
in-joke.
a suburb of Southampton.
In-joke with Roger from Shoaling.
Yes. That's cut away by Capsey Bone as far as extra cover. Well, Capsey is very much key. Kira Chatley, what a shot that was in Freya Davis over her head. She can certainly back Kira Chatley, but we are into the non-England players coming in now, aren't we, in terms of batters. But Capsey has kept her cool throughout her 94 deliveries, and that's a lovely cut shot off the back foot. It'll be 2. No, it won't. That's great fielding by Ella McGacken just in the front of the tunnel. That looked like to be 2. McGacken keeping them down to 1. That'll be important to do that as we move along these last 14 and a bit overs. Just the odd run saved here and there could be the difference. 93 to win. Lindsay Smith in her 9th over here. Economical as ever. Oh, it's a low full toss. Driven back to her, she's gone! Well, that's Kira Chatley gone. Low full toss. Chatley hit it back in the air, and Lindsay Smith took a good high catch above her head, and Chatley goes for 6. That puts more pressure on Capsey.
It certainly does. It's another good catch from Lindsay Smith. I mean, Kira Chatley could have hit that anywhere she wanted to. It was not Lindsay Smith's best delivery, but it's ended up back in her hands. Good strong catch, strong hands, and an important catch to take because it does get them into the tail, I believe. Now, I think, so just a little look actually who's coming in next. It's carded to be Franklin, but I don't feel like she was... Well, she is going to bat. That's good to see that she's feeling a little bit better because she went off earlier today. We assume ill, but no real confirmation. We might be able to get some after the game. And we might be able to update you sort of post-game, but initially we just thought that she was maybe feeling a little bit unwell, but she's come back now to bat, which is a good sign that she's feeling a lot better, and she's got a bit of work to do, to be honest. Surrey are still needing 93 from 85. They're 167 for 7 at the moment, and Phoebe Franklin can again bat, so I thought that maybe she wouldn't, which would then, but then again, Moore can bat as well. She made 100 in the pre-season, Kalia Moore, so they've got some depth.
Yeah, they certainly have.
But it's
But Capsey's got the class.
she's the glue.
Yes, Capsey's the class out there. Well, she's out there, you can never call it. So Lindsay Smith with 2 caught and bowls in the last 2 wickets. Comes in and bowls, and driving is Phoebe Franklin off the mark straight away as it goes out to Ella McGacken. Yeah, Phoebe Franklin played 32 matches for the South East Stars. Highest score was 29 in list A cricket. Another good round of applause for Lindsay Smith. 3 for 23 from 9. Bowled well against Warwickshire, picking up 4 for not too many there either. Very dependable is Lindsay Smith.
Yeah, she's brilliant, isn't she? And she's really deserved her chance in an England shirt as well over the last couple of years, especially in T20 cricket. She's been brilliant in the 100 for the Northern Superchargers. So yeah, she's just been brilliant over the last couple of years and really found her own way of doing things. She's a brilliant athlete as well. Brilliant off her own bowling. Freya Davies to continue. She's bowled 5 overs so far, 2 maidens, 1 for 26. She's running towards us, bowls to Franklin, who's cutting back with a point. Good fielding by Abby Norgrove. She's been brilliant today in the field.
Yeah. Right in front of that sprinkler as well. That's a good effort, that. Never easy, is it, when you've got that wooden board buried just below the surface and that artificial grass on top of it. It's not easy. She did well there. It's right in front of her.
I just move.
Yeah, well, it looks like he has moved slightly to the right of it, actually.
Davies to Franklin then, a back of a length delivery. It's an outside edge. It's running towards the boundary. Bex Tyson comes round to her left, doesn't quite get there. And it concedes a boundary. Should be a bit disappointed with that, I think, Tyson, because I think she made the ground, just sort of dived over the top of it. Good delivery from Davies, cramped Franklin for room. A genuine edge. And it's another 4 to the Surrey total, 172 for 7. Franklin moves to 5. She's got to provide some good support for Capsey. She can't do it alone, Capsey. She needs partners to stay with her. They've only got 3 wickets to play with now. It's turning out to be a very good battle. Davies to Franklin. Forward in defence is Franklin.
Yes, we need a Freya Davies spell like we saw against Warwickshire a few days ago, where Warwickshire just crawled along for their last wicket pair, which they did exactly the right thing. They had so much time left. But Hampshire just needed to take it as deep as they could. They took it to the last ball. And eventually that tie. But Freya Davies was very accurate in her spell in the closing 2, 3, 4 overs.
Davies to Franklin. Cutting as Franklin to the right of Bex Tyson this time. This time she does a lot better and keeps it just to a single. And she gets another one to her total. Phoebe Franklin moves on to 6, which is the same. No, my mistake. 173 for 7. Sorry, 87 from 80. 6.5 and over now. It's crept up again. Davies to Capsey this time. Careful in defence as Capsey pushing up to mid-off. And there is no run. I was just going to say, ball for it, 6 runs, same as what's required per over, but it wasn't. It was just crept over 6 now. It was 6, steadily 6.1 for a good probably hour.
Yeah.
And that was brought down by Monaghan because it was over 6.5 for a while. It's back up there now since she's departed. And that's a leading edge. It's ballooned up in the air. There's 2 fielders converging. Adams is underneath it. She takes the catch. That's Capsey gone. Is that the game gone with it? Surrey, 8 down now. Their glue that was holding them together. Freya Davies with the wicket. Bring back your senior bowlers. And hopefully they do the business. They've done just that. It's a good catch from George Adams.
It was.
Coming round to her left because it was dipping on her, wasn't it?
It was, and it just looked like it might have got away from her grasp as well, but she kept her eye on it all the way into the hands. And out of a number of big wickets, that might be just the biggest. Because Alice Capsey had got to a point where she really had to bat out the innings. 57 from 96 with 6 fours. But you always felt, while she was out there, Surrey always had a very, very good chance. Now, that swung
It's
big
looking
time in
unlikely.
Hampshire's favour.
However, I would never say never, because if you remember the semi-final or the eliminator last year, Vipers versus South East Stars, Kalia Moore come in near the end, and she was batting with, I think it was Davison Richards, but she stayed out there for an awful long time and grinded and fought the South East Stars across the line and into that final against the Blaze last year. So she's got it in her, Kalia Moore. She's got 100 in pre-season. She's got a lot of work to do though. Only 2 wickets to play with now. Surrey.
Yeah, that's the other thing as well, isn't it? Have to keep a mind on that.
87 from 78. Required rate 6.7. Currently going at 4.7. Smith to continue. Left arm round the wicket. Yorker length delivery played up to long on. Charlie not there. Does the fielding. Another single to the total.
Kalia Moore, 52 not out of 52, which was quicker than I remember. That was a really important innings. Yeah, keeping Alice Davis and Richards company with her 90.
Whether she can do something similar here, and although Franklin's not, you know, probably, well, she's not going to make 90. She can't. But whether she could, you know, between the two of them, find a way to just get closer, tick them off at 10 at a time, even 5 at a time. So we'll just get 5 more, 5 more, 5 more.
Is it me? I can't remember.
I can do it. Smith to
shot.
Moore. It's a great shot, great drive. It's running away from McCacken. She's not going to win the race. It's a brilliant shot. Kalia Moore starts with a boundary. 4 off the first. 174 for 8. She can bat this girl.
It's a nice looking shot, that one, isn't it?
She's been known to open the batting in the past for the Stars. Like, she's batted all over the shop. To now be carded at 10. Back of a length delivery, played carefully by Moore to Lauren Bell at mid-off, who's inside the circle, and there is no run. Smith with three deliveries left. She tends to get bowled out early, does Lindsay Smith. She's going to be bowled out again here after these 3 deliveries. Driving is Moore and finds Abby Norgrove at extra cover.
Yeah, that 52 night was comfortably a high score in this competition last year for the South East Stars.
A full delivery from Smith, driving again with no real timing is Kalia Moore. Another dot ball to Hampshire. 5 from the over so far. Last ball of Lindsay Smith's spell. 9.5 overs. Now completed her 10. And it'll be a dot ball to finish. The reverse sweep from Kalia Moore, not paying off. 10 overs from Lindsay Smith. 3 for 28. Brilliant from her. Another round of applause from the crowd. They know how important that spell of bowling has been to really tie down Surrey and really put the foot on the throat, if you like, to really try and strangle them out of this game. Required rate 6.8. It's climbing ever so slightly every delivery, every over.
4 for 39 against Warwickshire, and here we are with maybe a match-defining 3 for 28. She certainly started well, hasn't he, with Charlotte Edwards in the driving seat in the head coach's role at England.
Yeah, are you watching me?
Hello, Charlotte.
she probably is here today.
Here's my figures.
I don't think you can keep her away from this place for very long. She's got a lot of players to look at.
Certainly has. Freya Davis then from the pavilion end comes in, starts a new over, and that's cut away down to 3rd. Now, a bit of work to do for Lauren Bell. Is she equal to it? Yes, she is. Does really well. Just hooks the ball back on the 3rd boundary. They're coming back for 3 on the throw. That's good running as well. Good fielding, good running. And so we move on to 178 for 8. They need another 82 from here. Sorry, 181 for 8. They need another 79 from here. And we have just under 12 overs remaining. Still a very, very good game. And I suppose Hampshire might have felt when they had Warwickshire 9 down, they might have won that game, but they tied it. This one could go not equally as close, but yeah, as close. Now, there's a quick single out into the covers. Lindsay Smith dives in with an underarm throw. That's good running as well. 182 for 8, 78 needed.
They tick off every run.
Yeah. Well, they certainly bat low down here, sorry. No doubt about that. Those England players at the top, they were 58 for 4 at one stage, 93 for 5. Here's Freya Davis, bowls flicked away on the leg side. Is that a wide? We'll wait and see. Throw comes in from Rihanna Southby at the bowler's end. Did it flick the pad of the keeper? Oh, it was a pad. No, it was off the bat. Little inside tickle by Phoebe Franklin, who moves on to 10 from 7. 184 for 8 live. Metro Bank Cup 50 over cricket here in the first division between Hampshire and Surrey. That's turned away on the leg side. More runs here from Kalia Moore. See, I used to say Kalia Moore, and I'm saying Kalia now because you did, and I thought that's probably the right way to say it.
Just jumping on the bandwagon.
Yeah, well, I thought you'd know.
I've always called her Clear when I've seen
that's fine. Yeah.
Or Cal. I call it Cal though.
Oh, Cal.
Yeah, sorry. That's probably just to stop me saying it wrong. If I could just cut out 2 of the letters.
Yeah, just cut out the contentious bit.
Yeah.
Cal, is that Cal? That swung away on the leg side, not particularly timed. In fact, the ball just ballooning up in the air, falling just short of Charlie Knott, who ran around to her right at mid-on. Single. Not a particularly elegant shot.
She was eyeing up the dive, Charlie Knott.
And decided against it. It was just dropped a little too far
Yeah.
away from her. It's not a bad over here for Surrey, as they've moved to within 74 of winning this game, but with only 2 wickets left. Kalia Moore facing Freya Davis from that pavilion end and bowls. It's a bit of bounce, well taken by Rihanna Southby. I've got a couple of emails here actually, which I forgot to read out. Actually, I'm enthralled in this game, and I shall read them out.
Please do.
As we go along. sunandcricket@gmail.com if you still want to be in touch.
We will read them.
We will. Here we are. Here's Freya Davis bowls. It's pushed up towards extra cover. Fielded by Lindsay Smith. Another over ticked off. 11 to do. 186 for 8. Stephen Clark, sunandcricket@gmail.com, says that the Wrinkleys are now 3 Neil strong. There were 2 earlier up in the Shamebourne stand. We've been joined by the other Neil from the Other Coffees Available company. That's right. Our
Did say he
numbers
was
are
going
going
to stop
straight
by.
in. Explorer Coffees, of course. And Neil actually has also been in touch. He's the MD at Explorer Coffees. Other coffee companies available. Have now arrived, he says, and clocked Harmon's new hairdo. It's very blonde. To be fair, I had my hair done like that once. When I was a tutor at Watford College, we used to let the students do their end of the year assessments on the staff, and I so ended up going to a formal dinner with shocking blonde hair that no one was expecting.
Brilliant.
Yeah. I think you need to be warned when you have blonde hair like that. You need to be warned, don't you? Otherwise, you go ah.
What, as a
when
viewer?
you see somebody, yeah. If you didn't know and you saw them.
Tyson replaces Smith then. Left arm for left arm spin up. Drifts down the leg side. It must have caught the glove or the pad of the batter as it goes through to Lauren Bell at short fine, but no run is taken. She comes from behind the umpire, Bex Tyson. Slinging air action, and that's driven up and over the top of the infield. It's losing the battle, is Georgia Adams. Losing the race as it goes over the boundary. That's a good shot from Phoebe Franklin. Just lifted it, didn't she? With
lovely shot.
Elegant timing. They're ticking off runs here. Sorry, they're keeping up with that rate as well. Still at 6.5.
Yeah, they're not letting it touch 7s, are they?
70 required from 64. Now, the minute it goes above seriously above runnable into 7/8s and above, that's when it gets really tricky.
Yeah.
But if they can keep it as it is at the moment, around a runnable, just over, maybe a boundary and over, that'll be really helpful from here on in. Tyson, through the, is it a mis-stumping opportunity possibly? And I think it's going to be called byes as it goes past Southby as the throw comes in. Leg byes, it's just flicked the pad of Phoebe Franklin as she came down the wicket to try and negotiate Bex Tyson. 192 for 8. Every run helps. 3 deliveries left in this over from Tyson. She bowls another delivery. It's full and the batter's gone back to try and cut it through point unsuccessfully. Should have come forward really. Dot ball. Franklin 15 more with her on 6, 68 from 62, 2 wickets in hand. Good game here at Utilita Bowl, if you're in the ground or if you're watching at home or listening online or on the app. It's a good finish here, and if you stayed all day then you're in for a real treat. Tyson, batter moves across, Phoebe Franklin, it's given. It looked plumb in front as she moved across her stumps, opted for the sweep shot, and she was struck plumb in front of all three. She needed to make contact, did Phoebe Franklin, and yeah, that's as out can be, really. Hits the front pad as she tries to open up the leg side, tries to negotiate the field, and unfortunately for her was unsuccessful in her attempt. 1 wicket for Hampshire for victory. Surrey need this 9th wicket partnership to go the distance. It's Danny Gregory at number 11 walking out to the middle to join Kalia Moore, and they need 68 runs off 10, just over 10 overs, 10.1 overs remaining. And that's first wicket for Bex Tyson today. Well deserved, I feel. 1 for 27 so far for her.
Yep.
First wicket in a Hampshire top. She'll be delighted.
Let's go with their 2 catches right at the start of the innings. Bryony Smith and Danny White-Hodge. At mid-on and mid-off respectively. She's had a good game. Good contribution from her.
Good change in the team as well, paid off. It's always nice, isn't it, when you make it, well, I don't know, maybe I will in the future in my coaching career.
Well, I was going to say, at Sussex, it sounds like you do need to make some changes, to be honest.
But, Kev, I thought we weren't going to talk about that.
No, we won't. Anyway.
But, yeah, back to Bex Tyson and her, and Paul Pritchard's brilliant, obviously, change of team and introduction her into the game, and it's obviously paid off for him. He'll be delighted. Left arm round the wicket. Bex Tyson bowls to Danny Gregory, who's on the back foot cutting away for at least 1. She's thinking about coming back for the 2nd, but McCacken has been brilliant outside, out on that offside boundary all day in front of the groundsman's quarters. She's been brilliant out there, gets to the ball quickly and cuts off the 2nd. So we've got 10 overs left of this innings. Hampshire need 1 wicket for their first victory. They got a tie on Wednesday against Warwickshire. Surrey, if they lose this, which is looking a little bit more likely at the moment, considering they're 9 down, is to start this competition with 2 losses. Well, that's not how they wanted to start this campaign.
Who would have thought that? It's not over yet, of course, but looking at the worm, Surrey are keeping up now with Hampshire, but they are 9 down. 67 needed off 10. Of course, I won't talk too much about your Sussex players, but I'm just wondering, after 2 heavyish defeats, are there other players to bring in?
Well,
is there a pool out there? The
thing is with Tier 2, there's sort of changes in availability all the time for people's work commitments. We had a couple of girls on Saturday miss out because they've had to work, and then obviously some players might get called back to their Tier 1 counties, and there's going to be lots of changes. Naturally, but I think about it's just working with the group of players that you've got and just trying to turn them into better cricketers. I think we are about the results, and obviously we want to win, but I also think it's about the development of those players, and hopefully in a couple of years' time they might find their way into Tier 1 counties, or in Sussex themselves move up.
Here's Lauren Bells back into the attack. Forward is Daniel Gregory, back to the bowler.
Yeah, so in a few years' time you might see that Sussex, hopefully, I think they've got a 5-year plan to become a Tier 1 county themselves, and those players that might be 16 now or 16, 17 playing in a Tier 2 side, or in 5 years' time they're going to be in their sort of prime 20, 21 and 22 sort of age group, when they're really maybe not their prime, but have a bit more experience behind them.
Sure. And
hopefully playing Tier 1 cricket, and that's what it's all about.
Lauren Bell from the pavilion end comes in again, right arm over, bowls. That's cut away to backward a point, fielded by Norgrove. So 193 for 9 then Surrey. 67 to win. Just over 9.5 overs left, and that run rate creeping up towards 7 and over required from here on in. It's going to be tough. Daniel Gregory's top score when she was playing for the South East Stars in List A cricket was 20 not out. I know she bats low down, wouldn't have had that many innings. Just pushes that out to extra cover, fielded by Georgia Adams. Lauren Bell's picked up 2 wickets so far. Picked up Bryony Smith, caught by Bex Tyson at mid-on when she was trying to pull Lauren Bell from outside off stump. Also picked up Sophia Dunkley bowled for 4 with an absolute beauty, probably the ball of the game.
Yeah, agreed.
That just slid past the outside edge. Beautiful line, beautiful shape on the ball, and it knocked the off stump. Here's Lauren Bell then, the new look Lauren Bell. That's worked out on the offside, but again no real pace on the shot from Daniel Gregory. It looks as though she was just trying to give herself some room.
How do you play this? Now numbers 10 and 11. Do you say to Clearmore, right, have a bit of a dart here, see if you can score, because she's, you know, naturally I think quite aggressive in her, you know, way that she approaches it. Can she get sort of a quick fire 20 and just see where that puts them? Yeah. Whether they can then get ahead of the game, ahead of the rate, or do they just keep sort of trying to get one a ball?
Bell bowls to Gregory. Again, it's reached cover point where Norgrove Fields. You're right, it's tough, isn't it?
Because at the moment Gregory isn't getting one a ball, and that's kind of, you need both partners to be getting one ball for that to sort of work. But the more dots that kind of, now it's almost 7.5,
yeah.
and there's been 5 dots. So really, I think Clearmore might need to say, right, I'm just gonna have a dart now and see if I can get 20 in no time at all, and just see whether we can get the rate back down again to be able to go back to plan B.
Agreed. Bell in again. Gregory again can't find an angle, goes back to the bowler. That's a really good over, a maiden over there from Lauren Bell. Knew exactly what she was trying to do there. Just keep it straight, keep it on a length, keep it tight, and then the pressure goes on Clearmore for the next over. 9 overs, 2 for 36. That's the first maiden bowled in this game by Lauren Bell.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to send a message on now as a Surrey contingent on the sideline, saying just to Clearmore now, come on, let's see if you can have a little bit of a dart. You know, if we get bowled out, then fine, but we need to do something to change the game back in our favour, because at the moment one a ball is not cutting the mustard, as they say. You surely heard of that phrase.
Yes.
Right, left arm round the wicket, Bex Tyson defending. You hadn't heard of the pinky, Kev, so I just had to make sure that I wasn't going to be saying things that you never heard of.
I think phrases have just moved on with the game.
Okay, fair enough.
So phrases we used are obviously obsolete, some of them.
Flightier delivery, Bex Tyson. Brilliant fielding and a follow through, stops a single. Brilliant pressure. Moore is trying to use her feet here. 2 dots to start. Bex Tyson's 7th over. She's in again, right at the stumps. She's got a single more down the ground. It does bring Gregory back onto strike, which is probably more preferable from a Hampshire point of view, but another one to the Surrey total nonetheless. 193 for 9, 67 from 52 required. Rates up at 7.8. Tyson to Gregory, she gets a single. It'll be at least one as it goes off her legs to backward square. Nancy Harmon does the fielding. Another one to the total. Clearmore back on strike. Important for Surrey that she faces as many of these last deliveries as she can. 2 singles from the over so far. 2 balls remaining of it. 65 from 50 required. 1 wicket remaining. It's a good shot from Clearmore. It's pierced the field. It's gone all the way to the extra cover boundary for 4. That's the kind of thing that Surrey need to see from Clearmore a little bit more often than not in these last few overs. She gets to the pitch of the ball and opens up the offside. A welcome boundary for Surrey, 61 from 49. Rate comes down a touch, 7.5 now. Tyson to Moore. The reverse, little scoop. She's going to pick up 1 as Freya Davies is after it. They're going to come back for a second. That's a good option by Clearmore. She picks up a couple. She does give the strike to Danny Gregory for the start of the next over though. That's Surrey's 200 up. They're 201 for 9. 59 required off 58. 59 off 48 balls is the equation.
It's difficult. I mean, obviously, having seen more with that half century to help the South East Stars over the line at Beckenham, as we talked about earlier in that semi-final game last year, and you see the way she's batting now, I mean, there's no way she's a number 10, but how's she going to get any higher in this Surrey side? I mean, who's she actually going to come in higher than?
That's the issue with Surrey. I always look at their lineup and think they've got so many all-rounders, so many players that can bat in lots of different positions, and it's actually quite hard to guess their 11 at times because they can sort of play in lots of different positions.
Lauren Bell with her last over, bowling to Danny Gregory. Nudges that away. And the offside, they're going to take a single. Well run. Lindsay Smith was a little deep there in the covers, and that brings Kalia Moore on strike. So 58 to win. There are just under 8 overs remaining in this game, and it is not done yet. These two came together at the score at 192, so they've put on 10. Doesn't sound a lot, but 10 precious runs at the moment, but still another 58. A long way to go for Surrey, but Hampshire still need to take that last wicket. Moore swings that away. That's runs. It might even go all the way over mid-wicket. No, it's 4 runs. It bounces just in front of the rope. Good swing of the bat there from Kalia Moore.
She moves to 13. That is a good heave of the bat, isn't it? Looking at this one again on the pitch feed, it was pitched halfway down. Clear Moore says, "Come to my side." She hoiks it over mid-wicket for a welcome boundary. It's forced a field change as well. Protection's gone out there now in Maya Bouchier.
Has to. 54 needed.
Rate required back down to 7.
Well, 206 for 9 as Lauren Bell comes in, and Claire Moore cuts it away on the offside. Slightly slaughtered delivery this time. Goes out to Smith, who's been pushed back on the cover boundary for Moore, but she'll come up for Danny Gregory. 207 for 9. 53 to win here now, Surrey. Well, when I was up at Edgbaston and I thought the game was all over, the last pair inched Warwickshire closer to Hampshire's, I think it was about 208, I think it was.
Not quite sure they had to make 53 though.
No, they didn't, no, but I don't know, the way Moore's playing. Here's Lauren Bell. Gregory gets wrapped on the pads going down. They'll run through for a leg by. Moore calls Gregory through. I think that was going down the leg side. Just watching it again on the replay. Felt leg stumpish. Bell interview now. And bowls and
yeah,
it's going
sliding.
down, isn't it? Yeah.
Good decision by the umpire. Wasn't really interested, was he? He walked away. You know, when the umpire walks straight off the strip, you just know.
Yeah, I've not seen too many give for mid-off LBWs. Too many umpires. Can't think of one at the moment. Here's Lauren Bell. So hoiked away to mid-on, and it's put down by Charlie Knott. Oh, right in the midriff. She had to move to her left. It was hit reasonably well by Moore.
It was a.
But it was a chance.
And off Charlie Knott standards, it was a fairly simple one.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest, she had to move slightly to her left, but maybe she thought it was going to be hit harder because it was clothed a little bit. A chance for Moore.
Danny Gregory back on strike. Lauren Bell bowls, plays and misses outside the off stump. Well, I wouldn't say it was a catch that might yet alter the outcome of the match, but we may look back on that. Lauren Bell finishes with 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 43. And Surrey are still going with 42 balls remaining and 51 runs needed. Yeah,
it's a good game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a good game. Yeah, it was a difficult-ish chance, but you would say, yeah, Charlie Knott with her standards, probably.
I just think she was maybe expecting the ball to come to her a bit quicker than it did, because it was clothed a little bit, and yeah, didn't adjust quickly enough. But a chance for Moore, a chance for Surrey. They're still in this game, 51 from 42. Required rate 7.3, currently going at a touch under 5. Tyson then to continue, bowling to Kalia Moore. That's stopped in a follow through by Bex Tyson. A good looking shot from Moore, strong shot down the ground to no avail. Tyson, left arm round the wicket, again in a follow through. She's been ricocheted onto the stumps and run out at the non-striker's end. That's not a way that Surrey want to finish this game. It's fortunate, very fortunate for Hampshire, for Bex Tyson. The ball was hit back to her. She actually dropped the catch, but dropped it onto the stumps. Danny Gregory was short of her grounder. She was backing up at the non-striker's end. It's a bit of a shame to finish the game like that, isn't it? Because it's a drop catch and it's a run out of the non-striker's end, but it's a victory for Hampshire, the first victory for Hampshire women in this new era of Tier 1 women's cricket. They've won here at Utilita Bowl by 51 runs, is that?
50.
50 runs. And it's a well-deserved victory. They've been the better team, I fear. They started well with the bat earlier on today. Boucher and McCacken started brilliantly. And although they fell away a little bit, they had partnerships throughout and fought to a really good total in the end of 259. And early wickets was key to get rid of Smith, Wyatt Hodge and Dunkley all early. And they just kept chipping away, didn't they? An unfortunate run out with Schofield wasn't really what Surrey would have wanted at that stage in the game. Monaghan came in and changed the game 40 from 42. Capsey was the glue, but when she got out, we felt up here in the commentary box that sort of turned the game in Hampshire's favour. A bit of resistance from the tail from Franklin and Moore, but in the end, Surrey come short, and they're still looking for their first victory in this competition.
Yeah, that's quite incredible, isn't it, really, to think that is the case with Surrey, but 6 points from 2 games now for Hampshire. And
We're pretty happy with that start.
Yeah, they're going to Lancashire, playing at Southport on Tuesday. There'll be live commentary on the BBC Sport website at that one. There'll also be on the picture feed from Lancashire TV. But yeah, a really good win in the sun here for Hampshire. And some really good performances. We've seen some good England performances. You know, the players, they're playing, which is the most important thing. Lauren Bell, more wickets for her today. Lindsay Smith in the thick of it once more. Alice Capsey with runs. And Maya Boucher with a very, very important 61, I think, for her to get some form back into her. So I hope you've enjoyed the commentary. Thank you, Naomi Tatani. Great having her on the second half of the game. Thank you very much, Charlotte Taylor.
Thank you, Kevin James.
Thank you very much. And yeah, we'll do it all again. Well, I'll do it all again on Tuesday. I think you're here
At some
for
point,
the
I'll be
men's
here.
game in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah,
Aren't you?
you'll
So,
hear from me. Don't worry about that.
yeah, thanks very much for watching and listening. Thank you for the emails. We'll do it, as I say, soon.